Longevity, starting by creating my own liquor goo. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement, this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 276 Wuyeoieo's Divination. Wuyeoieo glanced at Dizin, then said with a strange expression, in my opinion, she's second only to you. How could I let her go? But her future is a bit special, even stranger than yours. The first scene I foresaw was her being hunted by hundreds of Gu Kings. The second scene I foresaw was her being hunted by thousands of Gu Kings. The third scene I foresaw was her being hunted by tens of thousands of Gu Kings. That almost scared me to death. Gu Kings are such a rare group. She probably gathered all the Gu Kings in the world together, right? Just how hated is she to track the pursuit of Gu Kings from all over the world? It's a miracle she's still alive. Even when a demon cultivates forbidden Gu and massacres a city, only a few hundred Gu Kings from the surrounding area participate in the encirclement and suppression. Her situation is far more dangerous than those who cultivate forbidden Gu, of course. It's also possible that my predictions are inaccurate, which is why I foresaw such an outrageous scene. Wuyeoieo's voice was somewhat hesitant, her expression uncertain. Hearing this, Longzhuan's lips twitched involuntarily. Good heavens! Dizin's future is being hunted by tens of thousands of Gu Kings. What heinous thing did she do to deserve such hatred? Why do people hate her so much? Her future is just as self-destructive as ever. Longzhuan was utterly impressed, completely awestruck. However, at the same time, he also gleaned a piece of information from this scene. Dizin, with her mortal body, would indeed become a Gu King in the future. It's simply defying the heavens. Longzhuan glanced at her with emotion, then patted Wuyeoieo's shoulder and sighed. You don't need to be insecure. Your prediction is very accurate. Her future will definitely develop this way, I have no doubt about it. Longzhuan then looked at Dizin and said, hey, don't mention me when you're being hunted down in the future. I don't know you, and I'm not familiar with you. Dizin rolled her eyes at him. At this moment, Wuyeoieo had already closed her eyes to divine for Lengyan. The ship instantly became quiet, everyone watching silently. Longzhuan also stopped speaking, afraid of disturbing her divination. After an unknown amount of time, Wuyeoieo slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that her expression remained unchanged, Longzhuan knew that she hadn't foreseen anything bad. It must all be auspicious divinations. What was the result? Lengyan asked nervously. I performed 3 divinations for you at once, and I saw 3 scenes. One scene showed you becoming the head of the Leng family on Dagu Island. This prophecy means that the Leng family of Dagu Island will still exist in the future, which means that Dagu Island will definitely win this battle. As for whether the Black Dragon pirates were wiped out or crippled and escaped in this battle, that's beyond my knowledge. Hearing this, Lengyan breathed a sigh of relief, her face beaming with joy. Her worries of the past few days had finally subsided. What about the second prophecy? Lengyan asked impatiently. All the other crew members also showed curiosity. The second prophecy is a scene of you fighting at sea. That time period should be 1,000 years in the future, and your appearance then is exactly the same as your current appearance? Upon hearing this, everyone on the ship showed a strange light, and all looked at Lengyan. Although this sentence was short, it revealed a lot of information. Firstly, the fact that she could lie for over 1,000 years means she was safe for the past millennium, making her a safe person to follow. Furthermore, given her long lifespan, she's practically a Gu King in the future. And the fact that her appearance 1,000 years later is exactly the same as now means she found a youth-preserving fruit on this trip to Heavenly Island, thus achieving eternal youth. This is truly a very auspicious sign. Lengyan immediately beamed, as she was known for her aloof personality and rarely smiled. Longzhuan was also seeing her smile for the first time, and couldn't help but glance at her again. She was quite beautiful when she smiled, worthy of being called the most beautiful woman in Starcia City. What is the third prophecy? Lengyan asked impatiently. The third prophecy isn't so good. It's that you secretly love someone, but you're destined to be apart and end up alone. Wuyeoieo looked at her cautiously. The other crew members also looked at her with strange expressions, revealing a teasing tone. Upon hearing this, Leng Yan's face darkened instantly, and she hurriedly said, "This prophecy is definitely wrong. I have no interest in men, so why would I have a crush on another man? Men will only hinder my cultivation speed." Wu Yao was already used to being questioned and said, "Perhaps, but who can predict the future?" The other crew members were quite interested in divination at this point, so after Leng Yan finished her divination, they all rushed to have their fortunes told. Wu Yao, of course, welcomed everyone, her face beaming with joy. Long Zhuan also watched curiously from the side. The second person to have his fortune told was the cheerful-looking young Master Mo, who clamored and squeezed forward, and no one could beat him. His first prophecy was that he would write a best-selling novel worldwide, greatly increasing his fame. His second prophecy was that he would become the head of the Mo family in Xinghe City, and the image depicted him with a worried expression. The third prophecy was a scene of him fighting a sea monster at sea, and the ship he was on was the Shenlong. These three prophecies were all ordinary prophecies to Long Zhuan, nothing worth paying attention to. Because Wu Yao has a limited number of divination sessions per day, only 9, and has already performed 6, she has decided to limit each person to 1 session to accommodate more people. 3 people will still have the chance to have their divinations done. The third to go up is Yu Qinglun, the most cheerful of the 3. Her divination predicts she will have a giant whale the size of an island, sailing aimlessly on the sea with a Shenlong ship. A very ordinary prophecy, nothing particularly noteworthy. The fourth to go up is Miao Pipai, the cutest girl on the ship. Her divination predicts she will be double beaten by her parents upon returning home, her mother giving her a good spanking. Miao Pipai immediately blushed and ran away, covering her face. Another ordinary prophecy, nothing particularly noteworthy. The last to go up is Jiu Xiandao, whose divination is quite remarkable. One of his future visions is him fighting a sea dragon one-on-one at sea, successfully killing it. This indicates his future combat power will be terrifying. He is undoubtedly at the peak of the Gu King realm, and his combat power is rare among those of his level. It's known that even 10 peak Gu Kings fighting together would struggle to defeat a single sea dragon. At this moment, all the crew members looked at him differently, and Chu Yuan also wore a smug expression. With that, Wu Yao had completely used up her divination slots for the day. Any remaining crew members who wanted divination would have to wait until tomorrow. The crew could only retreat in disappointment. Only Long Zhuan remained, lost in thought. For some reason, he always felt that all of Wu Yao's divinations were true, that her predictions were 100% accurate. For the rest of the voyage, Long Zhuan returned to his reclusive lifestyle, spending most of his time in his bedroom working on Gu formulas, rarely venturing out. He only came out to get some fresh air and direct the crew in battle when danger arose on board. However, the sea they were currently navigating wasn't restricted, it was generally safe, so they didn't encounter danger frequently. It was usually just something getting on the ship or being chased by something else. Often, he would barely step out of the door before the sea beast had already been easily dealt with by the crew, followed by a snack in the mess hall, allowing him to satisfy his appetite in his spare time. By now, Miao Pipai's meticulously tended vegetable garden within the heart of the ocean had taken shape, providing unlimited supply of fruits and vegetables for the crew, eliminating the need for previous frugality. 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 months, Long Zhuan finally completed the derivation of the devouring world toad's Gu formula from 80% to 100%, but also accumulated an additional 100,000 materials to collect, leaving him exhausted. He was either collecting materials or on his way to collect materials, working himself to the bone. Among these 100,000 materials were many top-grade spirit insects, not so easy to collect. Long Zhuan could only turn to the wealthy woman on the ship, deciding to fleece her again. Top-grade spirit insects were rare for ordinary people, and even if they did, they were few in number. Only Dizin possessed a vast collection of various kinds of top-grade spirit insects. She was the one who had emptied the Xuanyu Empire's treasury. Don't underestimate her collection of top-grade spirit insects, she possessed the resources of at least one nation. Long Zhuan couldn't help but sigh, and was also glad that Dizin had unexpectedly boarded the ship, otherwise, he really wouldn't know where to collect so many top-grade spirit insects. He knocked on the door, and when a voice called out "Come in," Long Zhuan finally pushed the door open and entered, closing it behind him. Dizin didn't look up at the visitor, she was studying a huge map on the table, Her brow furrowed, as if she had encountered a great difficulty. Long Zhuan walked over and looked at the map, his lips twitching involuntarily. Good heavens, this was actually a map showing the distribution of major powers in the Central Plains. She hadn't even arrived in the Central Plains yet, and she was already eyeing the treasure troves of the various races there. Was she courting death again? The Central Plains was the strongest of the 36 lands of the western regions, unlike where they used to live. The Central Plains was one of the 5 major centers of the Gu world, a holy land for Gu cultivators, and the place where Gu cultivators were most concentrated. There, Gu cultivators were as numerous as the sea, the land was rich in resources, and countless powerful and monstrous talents existed. How could the powers there be so easily targeted? Stirring up trouble in the Middle Kingdom is 100 times more difficult than in the West. The two places are incomparable. Making trouble here can really lead to death. Long Zhuan's expression changed, and he finally couldn't help but say, "Are you going to stir up trouble again? Take my advice, your cultivation level is far too low. That's not a place for you to scheme." Dizin finally raised his head to look at him, and said calmly, "You don't need to persuade me. I must go to the 10 family in the Central Plains. I have my reasons. As a mere mortal, being able to cultivate is already defying the heavens. Ordinary breakthrough pills are useless to me. However, the 10 family has a heaven-grade spiritual herb called the Earth Spirit Fruit Tree, which bears a fruit called the Earth Spirit Fruit. Eating the Earth Spirit Fruit raw can increase the probability of breaking through to the Spirit C stage by 40%. Very few breakthrough pills can achieve a 40% breakthrough rate. This fruit is extremely important to me. Only this fruit might enable me to break through. I will obtain it at all costs. This may be my only chance. I have no other choice. If I don't take the risk, I will be stuck at the marrow cleansing stage, with no possibility of breaking through. Marrow cleansing stage Gu cultivators have short lifespans, no more than 200 years. Seeking stability is just letting me die slowly. Dizin gazed out the window into the distance, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Chapter 277 To the Endless Sea. Hearing this, Long Zhuan understood her actions. For a normal Gu cultivator, breaking through to the Spirit Sea stage was like 1,000 soldiers crossing a single plank bridge. But for him, a mere mortal, the difficulty of breaking through to the Spirit Sea stage was even greater, increasing 100-fold. It couldn't be achieved with ordinary breakthrough pills. She had to find those heaven-defying treasures. Only such extraordinary items could allow her mortal body to break through. There might be more than one treasure that could allow her mortal body to break through to the Spirit Sea stage, but the least risky one should be the Earth Spirit Fruit Tree of the 10 family in the Central Plains. Even knowing that the 10 family in the Central Plains was a den of wolves and tigers, she had to jump in. "What brings you here?" "Just say what you need," Dizin said, turning around. "Nothing much, just lacking a few materials, so I wanted to borrow some from you." As he spoke, Long Zhuan took out a thick book from his storage ring and placed it on the map. This book records the remaining 100,000 materials for the Toad Gu formula in the Devouring Heaven world, including a large number of top-grade spirit insects. Dizin is practically a multi-treasure merchant. Only he can solve the problem of top-grade spirit insects. No one else can. Looking at the book in front of him, Dizin couldn't help but twitch his brow. "What kind of materials do you call this? And you have the nerve to say borrow, meaning you want to take it for free? How dare you? How can you be so shameless?" Dizin glared at Long Zhuan, finally picked up the book, quickly scanned it, and then quickly threw it onto the map. Good heavens, another 100,000 plus materials, including a large number of top-grade spirit insects. Are you trying to fleece me? How many top-grade spirit insects have you traded to me? And you're still short? How come you're always short? I'll solve this 100,000 materials for you, so are you waiting for another 100,000? 100,000 more? You really think I'm a rich woman? Dizin said, breaking down completely. Upon hearing this, Long Zhuan's face showed embarrassment. It seemed to be true. He still needed to research the repair goo and the pills that could enhance aptitude using the heaven-mending fruit as the main ingredient. These projects were resource-intensive, and he still had to fleece Dizin. He didn't know how many more waves he would have to fleece, or if he would end up bald. Calm down, calm down. I have no choice. You're the only wealthy friend I know. Who else can I ask? Please help me out for the sake of our long-standing friendship. Besides, I'm not asking for nothing. We've always had a fair trade. Just tell me what you want. Of course, It would be even better if you could buy on credit. I'm a little short on cash lately, Long Zhuan said shamelessly. Dizin couldn't help but roll his eyes, giving him a disgruntled look. What could I possibly lack? I lack nothing, unlike you, who seems to lack everything every day, but now that you mention it, I do have something I'd like to ask you for help with. Dizin's eyes darted around, then he suddenly said, although the Earth Spirit fruit has a 40% success rate for breakthroughs, for my mortal body, the success rate is still too small. Even if I were to obtain the Earth Spirit fruit, I might not be able to break through to the Spirit Sea stage of Gu cultivation. Therefore, I need your help. Dizin looked into Long Zhuan's eyes and said, I need you to create a pill formula for me, a formula using the Earth Spirit fruit as the main ingredient. Eating the Earth Spirit fruit raw gives a 40% chance of breaking through to the Spirit Sea stage of Gu cultivation. Once it's refined into a pill, the breakthrough rate is at least 80%. At that time, I will very likely break through to the Spirit Sea stage of Gu cultivation. Dizin's eyes gleamed with a burning light. At the same time, the 10 family's Earth Spirit fruit isn't so easy to steal. I need help. I need your assistance. You'll come with me, and we'll split the treasure equally. If you agree to do these two things for me, I'll get you the 100,000 materials in this book. However, I need some time. There are several kinds of top-grade spirit insects that even I don't have. These are my two conditions. If you agree, we'll make a deal. If you don't, then leave now. Hearing this, Long Zhuan's expression turned bitter. The first condition was no problem, it was practically free. Ordinary breakthrough pills were useless to him, a 10 absolute physique cultivator. Like Dizin, he probably could only break through by refining the Earth Spirit fruit into a pill. Therefore, creating a pill formula for the Earth Spirit fruit was something he had to do, even if Dizin hadn't mentioned it. Besides the Earth Spirit fruit, he really didn't know how to break through to the Spirit Sea stage of Gu cultivation. He had been cultivating at the peak of marrow cleansing for a long time now, and it was time to consider breaking through to the Spirit Sea stage of Gu cultivation. He needed to prepare for the breakthrough in advance. However, the second condition was what troubled him. Why couldn't Dizin just steal all the Earth Spirit fruits from the Tang family and then split them between them, letting him have the easy way out? Why make him go himself? That's too dangerous. Long Zhuan was, of course, 100 times unwilling. Dizin seemed to see through his thoughts and laughed. I know what you're worried about. Stealing the Earth Spirit fruit tree from the Tang family seems dangerous, but let me tell you, I'm never one to court death. I won't take any risks without absolute certainty. I've done countless dangerous things, but have I ever faced fatal danger? Following me, you don't need to worry about danger. You'll be 100% safe. If you don't even have this much courage, then leave. Don't even think about stealing a bunch of Earth Spirit fruits while researching Earth Spirit pills and then having them for free. I'm telling you, no way. Dizin saw right through Long Zhuan's little scheme and immediately stopped him. Alright, I'm afraid I can't break through without the Earth Spirit fruit, so I'll go with you. But let me make this clear beforehand, your plan must be absolutely safe for me, otherwise I absolutely will not go. Long Zhuan reluctantly chose to compromise. Seeing Long Zhuan agree, Dizin's lips curled up, and she added, also, don't even think about having your clone accompany me while your main body keeps watch outside. Don't even think about it. You've already used this trick on me once, don't even think about using it a second time. Long Zhuan's expression immediately froze. He had really thought that way just now, which was why he agreed so readily. He hadn't expected that Dizin had become so cunning, seeing through his trick at a glance. It wasn't good to cooperate with someone too familiar. This Dizin knew him too well, it was hard to hide anything from her eyes. After Dizin put the book on the map into her storage ring, she said, give me 6 months, and I'll prepare all the materials for you. Is there anything else? If not, you can leave now. Seeing that Dizin had already given him the order to leave, Long Zhuan tactfully went out. He opened the door, then closed it again, taking a deep breath outside. If you were to accompany Dizin to the Tang family in the Central Plains, the Divine Dragon would be heading there after the trip to Tian Island. He wondered what kind of world the Central Plains would be. Captain, we've already entered the Endless Sea. The journey ahead will definitely not be peaceful. You should prepare accordingly. Just then, Nai King Chang's voice interrupted Long Zhuan's thoughts. He was startled. Had they entered the Endless Sea so quickly? He immediately became vigilant. The Endless Sea was one of the forbidden seas. Before the Endless Jade appeared, it was a place where anyone who entered died. No one could come out alive. Only after the endless jade appeared did humanity have the possibility of navigating the endless sea. However, this only meant the possibility of traveling in the endless sea, not the absence of danger. This was a forbidden sea. Most ships that entered it perished at sea. The ships heading to Tian Island to search for treasure would basically be filtered out by the endless sea. Each time a heavenly island appears, most goo cultivators don't die within the island's ruins, but rather in the endless sea. Most are killed by the perils of the endless sea before even seeing a glimpse of the island. Faced with such terrifying waters, how could Long Zhuan not be on high alert? He had no time for idle thoughts and immediately left the cabin. However, as soon as he stepped out, he felt a sudden weight on his shoulder, almost causing him to kneel. Long Zhuan was shocked and quickly mustered all his strength to resist the sudden force, barely managing to avoid embarrassment. He said with a grim expression, "It's gravity. The gravity in the sea is incredibly strong. Birds struggle to fly in the sea. Even feathers can't float. You can't fly at all in the sea." Long Zhuan hurriedly went to the deck and looked down at the water, discovering that the divine dragon was already heavily drafted. The water level was almost up to the deck. The Shenlong's strength was remarkable. A normal ship would have been sunk by now due to its immense gravity. Under such terrifying gravity, even the best swimmer would be unable to swim back up once they fell in. And who knows how terrifying the water pressure would be with such gravity. Anyone who fell in would likely be crushed into pulp by the immense pressure. Even the best swimmer would be useless. He'd heard that the endless sea was inhabited by sea beasts. How terrifying would a creature be to survive under such pressure? Long Zhuan thought with trepidation, a deep sense of dread on his face. He took a plank from his stored ring and threw it into the sea. The plank sank instantly upon hitting the water and disappeared. Long Zhuan felt a chill run down his spine. Good heavens, even a buoyant plank could be instantly pulled to the bottom by gravity. What would happen to a person falling into the water? How strong a swimmer would one need to be to fall into the sea and swim back up? The crew members, gathered on deck, gasped in shock at the sight. "Old Chu, you're the best swimmer here. Could you even swim back up if you jumped in?" Shang Dali stared in disbelief, slowly turning to look at Chu Xiandao. Chu Xiandao immediately shook his head vigorously. "Don't joke around. What does being a good swimmer have to do with it? Anyone who falls into this water is doomed. Being a good swimmer is useless." Chapter 278 The recent situation of the Black Dragon pirate crew. Everyone be careful. You all saw what happened to that plank. No one should fall into the water, or no one can save you, Nai King Chang warned the crew. The crew nodded. They didn't even need a reminder. They weren't stupid. They could see how terrifying the sea was. "Ye Kinglun, what about your giant dolphin?" Long Zhuan asked Ye Kinglun curiously. He wondered if the treasure-hunting dolphin could survive in the endless sea. Ye Kinglun shook her head and said, "It swam ahead of the Shenlong to scout the way and was the first to discover the endless sea. When it got here, it refused to go any further, so I put it in the fish-keeping bag. Since it refused to enter the endless sea, I don't think it can survive in this area." Young Master Mo sighed. "That's a real pity. Without the treasure-hunting dolphin searching for treasure on the seabed, our chances of finding the underwater treasure will be greatly reduced." Ye Kinglun rolled her eyes at him and said helplessly, "All you know is underwater treasure. Even if my treasure-hunting dolphin can survive here and successfully find the underwater treasure, would you dare to go into the sea to retrieve it in this gravity-filled ocean? Why wouldn't I dare? Doesn't the Shenlong have a diving capability? Besides, we have the Wulong snapping trap. At worst, we can just grab it and bring it up," young Master Mo shouted. Long Zhuan shook his head, his expression grave. "Underwater is out of the question. Who knows how terrifying the water pressure is down there? I dare not take the risk. If the divine dragon's barrier can't withstand the water pressure of the endless sea, we'll be crushed into mincemeat if we recklessly go underwater. There's no need for us to risk searching for any treasures along the way. Let's head straight to Heavenly Island. Heavenly Island is our main objective. Now, full speed ahead." As Long Zhuan finished speaking, the divine dragon accelerated, speeding forward. However, the gravity here was too great, pressing the water level too deep, causing the divine dragon's speed to decrease significantly. It required a large amount of energy to accelerate. Only because the divine dragon possessed the heart of the ocean, allowing it to mobilize the power of the entire ocean, was it a ship with inexhaustible energy. Any other ship entering this area would be moving at a snail's pace. Meanwhile, at the edge of the endless sea, 7 wrecked pirate ships stopped at the edge of the endless sea. The 7 pirate ships were riddled with cannon fire, some riddled with holes, and even the Black Dragon pirate flag flying on board was tattered, reduced to a mangled dragon. The crew were listless, wounded and maimed, looking as if they had just experienced defeat, sitting on the deck in extremely low spirits. Meanwhile, on the Black Dragon, a bald man, blind in one eye, spoke up, "Captain, that ship was carrying a whole crew of goo cultivators at the marrow cleansing stage. Ships carrying only marrow cleansing stage goo cultivators are usually heading to Heavenly Island to search for treasure. They must have already entered the Endless Sea. However, we have no experience dealing with the various dangers of the Endless Sea. Entering rashly here will likely result in heavy losses. Moreover, there's a prohibition at sea. No goo cultivator or goo king at the Spirit Sea stage is allowed to enter the Endless Sea. If we were at our peak, disobeying wouldn't matter, but now." The bald man glanced at the ship full of wounded men and sighed heavily. He truly hadn't expected this. What was supposed to be a sure victory turned into a series of unexpected events. 5 months ago, they bombarded Dagu Island. After a night of continuous artillery battle, all the ship's ammunition was used up, and only then did they dock and disembark in Massey, rushing towards Dagu Island. They thought that the island's formations would be mostly destroyed by the bombardment of thousands of cannons, and even if some remained, they would be few and far between, posing no threat to them. They were wrong. The island's formations remained completely undamaged. Under the onslaught of various unprecedented formations, they suffered heavy losses. Before even reaching the walls of Dagu City, they were already surrounded by corpses, having paid a heavy price. Just as they were overwhelmed by the attacks of the various formations, the Cold Island Lord led a massive number of goo cultivators into the formations, launching a sneak attack. Strangely, these formations only attacked them, not the goo cultivators on Dagu Island. Moreover, the Great Lonely Island outnumbered them in both the number of goo kings and the number of lower-level goo cultivators. From the very beginning of the battle, they not only faced unpredictable array attacks but also a massive numerical disadvantage. Lacking any advantage in terms of timing, terrain, or popular support, how could they possibly survive? The final result was predictable. They were utterly routed, suffering a crushing defeat and losing a large number of men before retreating in disarray. The goo cultivators of the Great Lonely Island pressed their advantage, sinking countless ships. Especially those goo cultivators from outside the Great Lonely Island, whose ships had been swindled by the Cold Island Lord, were desperate for locomotives and thus targeted the pirate ships, making them the most ruthless. Thus, the Black Dragon pirates, who arrived with such high spirits, retreated in utter devastation. Of their nearly 100 warships that had set out in a grand procession, only 7 remained in this battle, each severely damaged. This wasn't just a heavy loss, it was utterly annihilated. Almost all 18 squads were wiped out, and most of the squad leaders failed to escape. Those who did manage to return were all wounded. After this battle, the Black Dragon pirates had less than 10% of their original strength remaining. Baldy's heart was heavy. Since its inception, the Black Dragon pirates had been invincible, dominating the seas and becoming the undisputed rulers of the region in a very short time. How glorious they had been! The Black Dragon pirates had never suffered a defeat since their founding, always getting their way. When had they ever suffered such a devastating blow? His heart sank. The Black Dragon, now with only one arm, clenched his right fist. After a moment of silence, he finally said in a deep voice, "We suffered heavy losses in this battle, and we really shouldn't trample on the rules again, otherwise, it will give other forces an excuse to attack us. We have lost the power to deter the surrounding forces. Now, not only are all the forces not afraid of us, but they probably also want to know how we can enter the Sea of Death, thus actively seeking trouble with us. If we recklessly enter the Endless Sea, we will undoubtedly give them a legitimate excuse to cause us trouble." The Black Dragon paused for a moment, then sighed heavily. "So be it. I was too hasty this time, and my intelligence work wasn't done well, which led to this great loss. Since we could become the sea's overlord once at an extremely fast pace, then we can become the sea's overlord a second time at an extremely fast pace. We will rise again." The Black Dragon's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he said coldly, "However, before we rise again, we must obtain the heart of the ocean. This is the key to our development and growth. Once we have the heart of the ocean, we can build the most advanced ships in the world, and go to any forbidden sea. Furthermore, the heart of the ocean has a vast interior space. Not only can we grow our own food and be self-sufficient, but we can also repair ships and store large quantities of supplies. It's essentially a supply depot. With this depot, we won't waste time docking to rest and replenish our supplies. Even if we're besieged by various forces, we can hide in the forbidden seas and remain invincible. Therefore, we must obtain the heart of the ocean at all costs. We can avoid entering the endless sea. We can simply allow the marrow cleansing stage goo cultivators to enter, which won't violate any rules. How many marrow cleansing stage goo cultivators do we have left? The black dragon asked, looking at him. The bald man had clearly done the math beforehand, blurting out, "We have about 600 men left who can fight. This is our last strength." However, they easily destroyed 4 of our ships last time. Through soul searching of the remnant souls there, I learned they have a giant cannon capable of easily blasting a ship apart, and a master who kills his own kind like slaughtering dogs. If we don't use high-level goo cultivators, we might not be able to defeat them, and we might face total annihilation. The bald man frowned, speaking with worry. "No need to worry," Black Dragon waved his hand. "They'll definitely go ashore once they get there. As long as they're ashore, no matter how powerful the ship's cannons are, they'll be useless. As for that mysterious expert, there's even less to worry about. No matter how strong he is, he's just a marrow cleansing stage goo cultivator. How strong can he be? Even if he's strong, can he defeat a spirit sea stage goo cultivator? How? We have 3 spirit sea stage goo cultivators on our ship who were knocked down in this battle. Let them all enter the endless sea together, and let's see if that guy survives. I don't believe he can defeat a spirit sea stage goo cultivator who has fallen in realm. Even if he could he defeat 3 at the same time? No matter how powerful he is, 3 spirit sea stage goo cultivators who have fallen in realm combined are enough to crush him. This time, we have 600 marrow cleansing stage goo cultivators on our side, plus 3 spirit sea stage goo cultivators who have fallen in realm. Whether it's numbers or the number of experts, we overwhelm them. I think with such power, there's no reason for us to fail again." Black Dragon revealed a sinister smile. Upon hearing this, the bald man's worried expression finally vanished, replaced by a sinister smile. "How? The captain's really cunning. Sending 3 spirit sea stage goo cultivators who've fallen in cultivation level, not only could they easily wipe out that group, but they could also sweep aside all their competitors on Heavenly Island. This is practically cheating. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to let them wander around Heavenly Island before returning, instead of just passing through. Why not take the treasures on Heavenly Island? We might as well clear out the Heavenly Island ruins while we're at it. Maybe they'll actually get some incredibly powerful treasures. If they reap a rich harvest on Heavenly Island, it might be enough to recoup some of our losses for the Black Dragon pirate crew." The bald man chuckled again, finally walking away to arrange his men. Not long after, all the wounded rushed onto the Black Dragon, while the remaining 6 ships, each carrying 100 marrow cleansing stage goo cultivators, slowly sailed towards the endless sea. Only the Black Dragon remained, utterly alone, a lone commander. "I'm asking for your monthly votes. I heard that if you collect 1,000 monthly votes, you can enter a prize." Chapter 279 Undead Insect. Long Zhuan was completely unaware that the Black Dragon pirates had anticipated their destination, Heavenly Island, and were already pursuing them. They had only recently entered the endless sea when they encountered their first danger. The situation was extremely bizarre. The seawater beneath the ship seemed to come alive, frantically crawling onto it. It was only because Long Zhuan's eyes could see the progress, and because he had nothing to do after successfully researching the toad goo formula in the devouring heaven world, that he went to the deck for some fresh air. He unexpectedly discovered a dense mass of creatures moving rapidly towards the divine dragon. Startled, and unsure what they were, he hastily activated his barrier. No matter the danger, activating the barrier was always safe. Shortly after activating the barrier, these liquid-like creatures climbed onto the divine dragon. However, due to the barrier's obstruction, the large number of liquid creatures could only cling to it, unable to successfully enter the ship, and causing no casualties to the crew. These creatures were liquid, the same color as the seawater. Once hidden in the sea, they were completely undetectable. It was only because Long Zhuan discovered it early that there were casualties on the ship during the sneak attack. Looking at the creatures on the barrier that looked exactly like seawater, Long Zhuan frowned, his eyes filled with doubt. What exactly were these things? At that moment, Shangwen Wu's sword pierced through the barrier, cleaving one of the liquid monsters in 2. However, to everyone's astonishment, the 2 halves of the liquid merged back together, completely unharmed. Of course, water wouldn't be afraid of swords. On the other hand, a fifth of the blade of Shangwen Wuwo's sword had been corroded away, causing him to quickly throw it into the sea. Everyone who witnessed this gasped in horror. They were all filled with lingering fear and relief that the barrier had been activated early. Otherwise, if they had been touched by these things, they would have certainly died. Even metal couldn't withstand such potent corrosive poison, let alone a human. Such terrifying toxicity. It can even corrode a knife so quickly. What would happen if it landed on a person? Yang Zan's expression turned grave. The scholar Leng Yan approached, looking at the liquid creatures crawling across the barrier, and said solemnly, "These are undying worms, a unique species of insect found only in the Endless Sea. They are also one of the 10 most dangerous creatures in the Endless Sea. Encountering one almost always results in death. The undying worms are exactly like water. They are completely indistinguishable when submerged, because their bodies can be divided and reassembled at will. Like water, they are unkillable, hence the name undying worms. Not only are they difficult to kill, but they also possess an extremely terrifying poison that can corrode everything. They often hide in the water and ambush passing ships, and they don't defend against attacks from the goo cultivators on board. They only attack. The goo cultivators' attacks only pass through their bodies. Their speed allows them to pounce on the people on the ship, burrowing into their nostrils, ears, and mouths, indiscriminately penetrating, causing death from poisoning within a very short time. This is the most terrifying killer in the Endless Sea. Fortunately, the captain reacted quickly and activated the barrier early, otherwise many people on the ship would have died. Not many people can survive the attack of the undying worm. Hearing this, everyone on the ship became solemn, and all showed fear. Since swords are useless against this thing, is it afraid of fire? Shangwen Wuwo asked with a slight frown. Leng Yan shook her head and sighed. Heavenly fire can indeed kill the undying worm, but if ordinary fire works against this thing, then it wouldn't be called the undying worm. You know, everyone can set fires. Since this thing is called the undying worm, then most ordinary attack methods are definitely useless against it. If anyone has any special attack methods, try them as soon as possible. If none of us have a way to hurt the undying worm, then we'll be in big trouble today." Hearing this, Miao Pipi asked weakly, "Why will we be in big trouble if we don't have a way to hurt the undying worm? I think the barrier on the ship can keep the undead worms out." "The undead worm's venom is useless against energy form barriers." Leng Yan glanced at her and said, "Any ship that can sail into the Endless Sea basically has a barrier for protection. If barriers were really effective against these things, then the undead worms wouldn't be the most terrifying killers in the Endless Sea, and people who encounter them wouldn't have such a high chance of dying. Haven't you noticed yet? Look at the barrier now." Hearing this, everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the sky above the barrier. However, the barrier still firmly kept all the undead worms out, showing no signs of breaking. Just as everyone was puzzled, Long Zhuan's brows furrowed even deeper. He finally saw that something was wrong, so he immediately said, "Haven't you noticed that the water above the barrier is getting thicker and thicker? This liquid seems to be able to combine. As more and more undead worms run onto the ship, a huge water droplet will be pressed onto the ship's roof. As the water droplet grows larger, this enormous droplet will eventually sink the ship." Long Zhuan's words sent a chill down everyone's spine, instantly throwing them into panic. "Oh no! Get this thing down quickly. The water pressure in the Endless Sea is immense. Even if the divine dragon is pushed to the bottom, it could very well be destroyed and everyone on board perished." The crew was terrified, frantically attacking the undead worm outside the barrier with all their abilities. Ordinary attacks were useless against the undead worm, so everyone dared not hold back, unleashing their most powerful attacks. However, it was all in vain. No attack seemed to work. This undead worm appeared truly immune to any attack. The merged undead worm became a massive blob, seemingly capable of absorbing all damage. Even soul attacks and mental attacks were absorbed by the merged undead worm, leaving them completely unharmed. Everyone's scalp tingled with fear. How can this thing be so outrageous? Isn't this kind of being invincible in the ocean world? Who can kill it? Ye Qinglun cried out in despair. Seeing the Shenlong's draft deepening and it about to sink, Long Zhuan panicked and finally dared not hold back any longer. He didn't have time to think about which of his abilities could harm the undying worm. He could only try them one by one. He first released the icy flames of the Frost Divine Flame. Although Leng Yan had said that only heavenly fire was effective against the undying worm, he still wanted to try. After all, his Frost Divine Flame attack far surpassed ordinary flames. However, he quickly realized he had overestimated it. The frost divine flame wasn't heavenly fire, and it was indeed completely useless against this thing. The icy flames flew into the giant water sphere and were directly absorbed by it, then extinguished without even a ripple. This thing seemed to be resistant to both high and low temperatures, unless the high and low temperatures exceeded its tolerance limit. High temperature attacks and cold attacks were useless against it. Since the frost divine flame was useless, he could only use his top-grade goo worms. Dragon goo, wine goo, and knife goo all dealt physical damage, so they definitely wouldn't affect this thing and could be eliminated immediately. Of the external goo, only the calamity poison goo remained. Long Zhuan, without time to think, directly took out the calamity poison goo and placed it on the deck. Unexpectedly, the calamity poison goo's eyes lit up as it stared greedily at the giant sphere on the ship, as if it had spotted something delicious. Then, it opened its massive mouth, frantically sucking out a venom from the undying worm's body. Large amounts of venom flew out of the undying worm's body and quickly flooded into its mouth. Only after all the venom was drained did the calamity poison goo let out a satisfied burp, then lay down on the deck and fell fast asleep. The undying worm, deprived of its venom, instantly became like a dead creature, turning into ordinary liquid and flowing into the sea. At this moment, the giant water sphere attached to the barrier instantly disintegrated, and the water flowed down the divine dragon like a waterfall. Everyone gaped, stunned by this scene. Unexpectedly, the mysterious captain actually possessed a method to subdue the undying worm. The crew members looked at Long Zhuan in disbelief, finally letting out a sigh of relief and slowly revealing smiles of relief. They had truly overcome this ordeal. Leng Yan glanced at Long Zhuan with shock, then shifted her gaze to his goo worm, revealing a look of apprehension. What exactly was that giant toad? She had never seen such a goo worm before, and with her knowledge, she knew absolutely nothing about it. She hadn't expected that this goo worm could even easily kill the undying worm. Truly, everything has its counter, and every creature has its nemesis. Even a terrifying existence like the undying worm has its nemesis and natural enemy in this world. Long Zhuan gazed thoughtfully at the calamity poison goo sleeping soundly on the deck. The calamity poison goo needed to collect all kinds of rare poisons from around the world to grow. The more types of poison collected, the stronger the calamity poison goo became. Over the years, he had never forgotten to collect various deadly poisons, and he had already collected most of the common deadly poisons on the market. He had spent a fortune collecting rare and deadly poisons, but none had ever made the calamity poison goo show such a greedy expression. It seemed the undying worm's corrosive poison was truly extraordinary. He appeared to have collected yet another extremely terrifying poison. And once the calamity poison goo collected this poison, its attacks could mimic it, allowing it to unleash the same all-corrosive poison in the future. A near-death experience often brings good fortune. This time, he had indeed reaped considerable rewards. Long Zhuan smiled slightly and steered the divine dragon to accelerate into the distance. The remaining undying worms in the sea fled at the side of the ship, daring not to approach. They weren't stupid. Knowing there was something on board that could threaten them, they wouldn't dare approach. The divine dragon thus sailed away from the area without any danger. What Long Zhuan didn't know was that this area was the undying worm's lair, teeming with countless worms. Ships that entered this area almost always sank, very few managed to escape. Chapter 280's Hushi and Shushi. What Long Zhuan didn't know was that shortly after the divine dragon left, another fleet arrived. This fleet consisted of 6 ships, all battered and wrecked, their hulls bearing the marks of cannon fire, half of their flags burned away. However, the half-burnt flag still vaguely resembled a dragon, now a mangled mess, the flag of the Black Dragon Pirates. They were cunning. The 6 ships weren't clustered together, but rather lined up in a long line, with considerable distance between each ship. This way, if the lead ship encountered trouble, the ships behind could evacuate in time, avoiding total annihilation. This arrangement, in fact, saved most of their lives. Suddenly, a large amount of liquid splattered onto the deck of the lead ship and rushed towards the pirates sunbathing on deck. Damn it! What is that? One of the men, quick-witted, drew his sword and sliced the flying object in two. However, after being cut in two, the creature not only remained unharmed but also transformed into 2 independent entities, each capable of autonomous movement. The 2 halves of the undead worm, now separated, burrowed into the man's nostrils with undiminished speed. He quickly let out an agonizing scream and collapsed to the ground, rolling around in agony. This scene unfolded elsewhere on the ship. The sudden emergence of liquid creatures from the water caught everyone off guard. Who could have imagined that ordinary water could be a terrifying life form? Caught off guard, the people on board were struck one after another, chaos erupting across the ship, filled with screams. Swarms of undead worms leaped from the water's surface, some burrowing into the pirates' mouths, others into their ears, and still others into their nostrils. They were everywhere. In moments, the ship was littered with corpses, the deck a scene of utter devastation. At this moment, the ship hanging far behind came to a sudden halt. Witnessing the horrific scene unfolding on the ship ahead, everyone on board paled, their eyes filled with terror, and they dared not approach the waters ahead. "What on earth is that thing? It's like water, yet it's terrifying," exclaimed the scarred man. This scarred man was one of the 3 Spirit Sea Stage goo cultivators who had fallen from their cultivation levels. Nicknamed Scarface, he was the team leader for this mission. "Captain, what do we do? The black shrimp is in trouble. Should we rush over to rescue it?" One of the men on the ship immediately approached Scarface and asked anxiously. Scarface slapped him hard on the back of the head and cursed, "Rescue what? Are you looking for death? We'll just be delivering food to those things. The people on that ship are finished. We can't save them, you idiots. Turn around and run now, or it'll be too late." With Scarface's order, the remaining 5 ships quickly turned around and left the area. The ship at the very front was now completely silent, utterly still. There wasn't a single living person on board, not even a trace of blood. The incident with the undying worm was just a minor episode for the Divine Dragon. Next, the Divine Dragon encountered various dangers at sea, but managed to overcome them all without serious harm. While the Endless Sea was dangerous, it was still a notch below the Sea of Death. After all, in the Endless Sea, as long as one possessed the Endless Jade, there was a possibility of escape. However, in the Sea of Death, if the ship's performance was inadequate, there was virtually no chance of survival. Therefore, although the Endless Sea was very dangerous, it truly posed no challenge to the Divine Dragon, which had survived even in the Sea of Death. In this way, the Divine Dragon had unknowingly been traveling through the Endless Sea for 2 months. During these 2 months, as the Divine Dragon approached the center of the Endless Sea, it encountered more and more ships. These ships came from various regions, all heading to Heavenly Island in search of treasure. As it got closer to Heavenly Island, it was inevitable that it would encounter competitors from other regions. Many large ships, upon seeing the Shenlong, which was far smaller than themselves, harbored ill intentions and prepared to approach and devour it. At sea, there are no laws, murder and robbery are commonplace. However, these ships were destined to run into a brick wall. A few shots from Shuangdali blasted them into submission. Several were even accidentally sunk. Under the powerful gravity of the sea, those who fell overboard rarely resurfaced, beyond any possibility of rescue. That day, the Shenlong encountered 2 more ships bound for Tian Island. These 2 ships were unlike any they had seen before. They were 8-story treasure ships, unlike anything Longzhuan had ever seen before. They were far larger than the Jin family's 9th young master's golden coin ship, and the number of goo cultivators on board was immense. One can only imagine the strength of any force capable of building 8-story treasure ships. Longzhuan had never heard of any force possessing the technology to build such ships along his journey. Therefore, he had to deduce that these 2 8-story treasure ships came from a powerful force in the Central Plains, or even from a more distant place. The Central Plains was the center of the Western regions, and the strongest forces in the entire Western regions were basically concentrated there, so forces from the Central Plains were not to be offended under any circumstances. Upon seeing these 2 giant ships, Longzhuan's first thought was to detour and hide, to run away as fast as he could. Such large ships would probably be difficult to sink with a single shot even with giant cannons. However, seeing that the 2 ships were engaged in a fierce battle and had no time for anything else, he didn't leave immediately. These 2 8-story treasure ships clearly came from different forces. Their ship types and flags were different. One 8-story treasure ship's flag depicted a strange candle, while the other's flag simply bore the character for water. At this moment, the 2 8-story treasure ships were engaged in a naval artillery battle, with rows of cannons propelled from each deck on one side of each ship, exchanging fire. Each ship had over 1,000 cannons. Their firepower was truly formidable. The deafening explosions rang out in rapid succession, leaving no gaps, blasting countless waves across the water's surface. Flames lit up the ships, and the battlefield was incredibly fierce. captivating Long Zhuan for a moment. While cannon battles raged on the ships, the battle on the water was equally intense. The 8-story treasure ship with its candle-shaped flag released cavalry riding sharks. These sharks possessed immense strength, seemingly immune to the gravity of the endless sea. Simultaneously, the 8-story treasure ship with its water-themed flag released cavalry riding orca-like creatures, engaging the invading shark riders in a chaotic melee. The battle intensified, the sea was stained crimson with blood from the clashes, and riders were frequently knocked from their mounts and sank into the abyss. This was the first time Long Zhuan had witnessed naval cavalry warfare, and he was completely mesmerized. Naval cavalry combat, compared to land-based cavalry warfare, clearly demanded greater skill. Because naval battles took place not only on the surface but also in the water, requiring riders to possess exceptional swimming and lung capacity, making the battlefield situation significantly more complex. The erudite Leng Yan then approached and stood beside him, introducing the ships. The force flying the candle flag comes from the Candle clan of the Central Plains. This ship is called the Candlelight. The force flying the water flag comes from the Water clan of the Central Plains. This ship is called the Surging Waves. The Candle clan is skilled in using shark cavalry, while the Water clan is skilled in using whale cavalry. These two forces possess the strongest shipbuilding technology and are the maritime overlords of the western regions. Among the many maritime forces in the western regions, it's practically impossible to find a stronger force than these two families. The Black Dragon pirates can only flex their muscles in their own territory. In the entire western regions, they're not even worthy to carry the shoes of these two maritime overlords. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. Once two of the strongest forces appear at sea, they will inevitably become enemies. Therefore, the Candle clan and the Water clan are sworn enemies. They will inevitably fight upon meeting. Both sides have lost many important figures at the hands of the other, creating an irreconcilable hatred. The presence of these two maritime overlords here is not a good thing for us. It means we will face two extremely powerful competitors. We are completely unqualified to compete with them for the treasures. Our trip to Tian Island is likely doomed. Long Zhuan glanced at her and smiled. You need to have confidence in yourself. Wu Yao's prophecy for you. You ultimately found the youth-preserving fruit in the Tian Island ruins and achieved eternal youth. Our trip to Tian Island is auspicious. You can rest assured, Leng Yan said calmly. Perhaps, but we must be careful from now on. We absolutely cannot rely on vague prophecies. Let's not stand here watching the spectacle. They are evenly matched. Unless they are foolish, they will never fight to the death. This conflict is likely just a probing attack. It's unlikely to cause serious damage to either side. It's absolutely impossible for them to suffer heavy losses here. There are already Gu cultivators from other forces on the ship trying to mediate. I think this conflict will stop soon. Let's leave quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Long Zhuan nodded, heeding the advice, stopped watching the spectacle, turned the ship around, and quickly left the area. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Long Zhuan stood on the deck, gazing at a gigantic island in the distance, its shore densely packed with ships. Each ship was larger than the last, with 5-story treasure ships dotting the shore. Compared to these, the Divine Dragon was undoubtedly the smallest. The island was also teeming with Gu cultivators, too many to count, all at the marrow cleansing stage, belonging to various factions from around the world. Conflicts were breaking out in some parts of the island, with battle raging. Is this Heavenly Island? Long Zhuan asked instinctively. Leng Yan walked over and said, the Heavenly Island surfaces once every 500 years, and then sinks back to the seabed a month later. How could this be the Heavenly Island? We're early, its emergence hasn't happened yet. No one can precisely calculate the time at sea. Ships that arrive early can only find the nearest island to land on. This deserted island is undoubtedly the closest to the Heavenly Island's emergence point, so almost all ships that arrive early will temporarily anchor here. That's not all. As time goes on, more and more ships will head towards this island, including those two 8-story treasure ships behind us. The number of Gu cultivators on the island will be beyond your imagination. These Gu cultivators come from all over the world, so don't underestimate the final number. Every time the Heavenly Island emerges, more than 100,000 Gu cultivators gather here, not including most who have already perished at sea. Hearing this, Long Zhuan's scalp tingled. So many people? Is the competition that fierce? Chapter 281 5 Major Competitors. April 12, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu Bai Nian. The appearance of the Shenlong gradually attracted the attention of the islanders. There were simply too many ships heading here, which was nothing unusual. But if the largest ship or the smallest ship appeared, it would be particularly eye-catching and enough to attract a lot of attention. The Shenlong was undoubtedly the latter. It was clearly the smallest ship here, standing out conspicuously among a group of large ships, so a large group of people on the island subconsciously looked at this small boat. Oh, such a small ship actually came. Are you sure such a small ship could withstand the gravity of this sea area? Someone on the island immediately exclaimed in surprise. Such a small ship could be capsized by a sneeze. A burst of laughter immediately rang out on the shore. At this moment, near the shore of a 7-story treasure ship, a handsome young man looked at the person standing on the bow of the ship with an extremely solemn expression. I advise you not to underestimate that ship. You can't judge a ship by its appearance. A ship that can safely traverse the endless seas without a single scratch is no ordinary vessel. Do you know who that person standing at the bow is? The handsome young man said. Hearing this, the laughter finally stopped, and everyone looked at the speaker. Luo Hongjin, what's wrong? You know that person? You seem quite wary of him. Could he be from your region? I heard your great Yin dynasty was defeated in that war, even invaded your homeland, and only ended the war by ceding territory and paying reparations. That person wouldn't be from the side that defeated you, would he? Ke Xiao, surrounded by a group of people, walked over and smiled at Luo Hongjin. Looking at the man dressed in luxurious clothes, Luo Hongjin said indignantly, that's because the war dragged on for too long. The emperor's lifespan ran out, and he passed away, leaving our country leaderless and exposing all sorts of contradictions. In addition, given the unclear situation, all parties chose to preserve their strength and no longer exerted their full power, which led to the defeat in this war. Otherwise, the western lands would have been incorporated into our great Yin dynasty long ago. Ke Xiao laughed. Defeat is defeat. What excuses are there? How dare you launch a war when the emperor's lifespan is running out? This was never the best time to launch a war. Since the decision was wrong from the beginning, how could we not lose? Tell me the detailed information about that man. There aren't many people who can make you, the number one genius of the great Yin dynasty, wary. Even when you met me, you never showed this kind of expression. Looking at the man on the bow of the ship, Ke Xiao showed curiosity. I dare not claim to be the number one genius of the great Yin dynasty. The true number one genius of the great Yin dynasty was killed long ago by that Long Dan. This person is far more terrifying than Long Dan. Luo Hongjin revealed a deep sense of apprehension and said solemnly, I won't mention his other achievements. I'll only tell you that this person once sneaked into the palace of a vassal state in the rear of our country when our troops were mobilized and killed Jun Zaishan with a few punches and kicks. He then crossed a major realm to kill a spirit sea stage Gu cultivator from the Jun family and left triumphantly. How could I not be wary of such a person? As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the area fell silent. Everyone was shocked and looked at him with disbelief. This was a 7-story treasure ship from the K Clan Merchant Guild, filled with people from the western regions. How could they not know about the ruthless figure who had once swept through the 36 lands of the western regions? It was as if thunder had struck their ears. Yet, such a ruthless figure was actually killed with a few punches and kicks. Just how strong was this person? He could kill Jun Zaishan, and he could even kill a spirit sea stage Gu cultivator across a major realm? That's a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? Everyone was shocked. They simply couldn't believe their ears, wondering if they had misheard, and some even scratched their ears. Are you kidding me? You're saying this person not only instantly killed Jun Zaishan, but also killed a spirit sea stage Gu cultivator across a major realm? Are you sure you're not bragging? How could anyone do that? Your words are too outrageous, someone on the spot questioned loudly in disbelief. HMPH. This matter caused a huge stir at the time, and many people know about it. I think many well-informed people on the ship have heard about it. Whether I'm bragging or not, go ask them, Luo Hongjin sneered. The fact that a marrow cleansing stage Gu cultivator could kill a spirit sea stage Gu cultivator across a major realm was simply too heaven-defying. He didn't believe that no one on the ship knew about such a big thing. No need to ask others, my K-Clan Chamber of Commerce is the most well-informed. I know everything about this, but I never expected the protagonist to be him. Ke Xiao narrowed his eyes, looking at the man with deep apprehension, his previous wit and humor completely gone. The gap between a marrow cleansing stage Gu cultivator and a spirit sea stage Gu cultivator is like an insurmountable chasm. I think this person must have used some kind of extremely terrifying forbidden technique back then, K. Xiao said thoughtfully. HMPH. Young Master K, don't worry about whether he used a forbidden technique or not. You only need to know that he was able to kill a spirit C-stage goo cultivator. Besides, I see he's completely unharmed now. The backlash from the forbidden technique doesn't seem to have affected him much. Looking at the man on the bow of the ship who is clearly unharmed, Luo Hongchen was a little confused and said rather uncomfortably. K. Xiao said solemnly, that's true. Regardless of what power he used, as long as he can use it at any time, that's enough. This person is definitely not someone we can easily provoke. It seems we've encountered a terrifying competitor. Everyone on the ship, listen up. From now on, no one should provoke that person. Stay far away from him, and don't cause me any trouble, K. Xiao suddenly shouted to those around him. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Actually, even without his reminder, they were already determined to avoid this person if they saw him. Would they be foolish enough to provoke a ruthless person capable of killing a spirit C-stage goo cultivator? At this moment, the divine dragon was very close to the shore. Lang Yan, with her sharp ears, heard the discussions on the shore and looked at Long Zhuan with disbelief. You even killed a spirit C-stage goo cultivator. At this moment, Lang Yan's heart was filled with shock. This captain was truly a hidden master. She hadn't expected him to have such a record. Killing a spirit C-stage goo cultivator while only at the marrow cleansing stage was terrifying. Was this the captain's strength? Lang Yan was no longer calm. At this moment, not only her, but how many of the others on the ship could remain calm after hearing this? Everyone stared at the captain in disbelief. Wu Yao kept cursing in her heart. I knew it, I knew it, I knew this guy who would one day defeat all those who refined forbidden goo was definitely a monster. He's so young and he can already kill a goo cultivator at the spirit C stage. What will he be like in the future? Who knows how far he will grow. It's not surprising that he can fight against those who refined forbidden goo. Dizin was also looking at him with surprise, his mouth slightly open, clearly shocked as well. Yang Zan's lips twitched incessantly. This captain was simply inhuman. Now he finally understood why the captain wasn't afraid of him at all. Long Zhuan hadn't expected that he would be so famous in the Western lands, and that his secrets would be exposed, making him feel like he was being exposed to the sunlight. He had never liked being high profile, and this sudden change caught him completely off guard. Keep it down. Keep it down. Those are all things of the past, not worth revisiting. Let's not bring them up again. Long Zhuan waved his hand and laughed. At this moment, the divine dragon had already docked. Long Zhuan said no more, threw down the anchor, and quickly jumped off the ship, followed closely by the other 100 or so crew members. Long Zhuan roughly scanned the numerous goo cultivators on the island. The goo cultivators on the island came from different regions and different families. The goo cultivator families in the inland areas did not have shipbuilding technology and basically came by pooling their resources. Therefore, the biggest competition here was entirely about who had the largest ship. Although the various forces on the ship were not under the captain's control, they were still on someone else's ship, and the captain still had a certain amount of say. There were 3 largest ships here. One of them was the Jin family's 7-story treasure ship, the Golden Coin. The Divine Dragon and the Golden Coin set sail at the same time. However, the Divine Dragon encountered a celestial storm and had to stop on the Great Lonely Island, which delayed it a lot of time. It also spent a month in the Dead Sea dismantling the ship. It encountered too many accidents during its voyage, so the Golden Coin arrived before the Divine Dragon. The enormous Golden Coin was already moored not far from the shore. The Golden Treasure, belonging to the K-Clan Merchant Guild, was the same model as the Golden Coin, with roughly the same number of goo cultivators on board, their strengths being roughly equal. It's worth mentioning that rivals are enemies. The K-Clan Merchant Guild and the Jin Clan Merchant Guild frequently competed in various commercial sectors, leading to numerous frictions and conflicts. Thus, these 2 large merchant guilds were sworn enemies, the kind who would fight at the first sign of trouble. This relationship could be well utilized within the ruins. The last large ship was the Red Demon, belonging to the Red Demon Pirates. The Red Demon was actually an 8-story treasure ship, about the same size as the Candlelight and Surging Waves encountered earlier, belonging to the same model. These 5 ships were basically the largest ships here, and also his biggest competitors, requiring his extra attention. However, while the candlelight and surging waves were mortal enemies, and the golden coin and golden treasure were mortal enemies, the red demon was the only one without any checks and balances, causing Long Zhuan to frown. As expected, this Crimson Demon pirate crew definitely comes from a major region, and their strength is far superior to the Black Dragon pirate crew. They are not easy to deal with, nor should they be offended lightly. Leng Yan frowned upon seeing the pirate flag depicting a red devil, and said gravely, "The Crimson Demon pirate crew is a large pirate group from the central region. Compared to them, the Black Dragon pirate crew is nothing. Even a random squad from the Crimson Demon pirate crew could easily wipe out the Black Dragon pirate crew. I didn't expect a pirate group from the central region to come here. The Crimson Demon pirate crew is bloodthirsty. Wherever they go, they commit atrocities. With this pirate group involved in the emergence of the Heavenly Island ruins, the danger level will likely increase dramatically. Tell all the crew members to be careful." Chapter 282 The Black Dragon Pirates Pursue. April 14, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu by Nian Longzhuan and his group disembarked, and no villains came to cause trouble. Although most people from distant regions were unaware of his extraordinary feats, and many mocked his small boat, no one actually came to cause trouble. Few were fools, since this boat could traverse the endless sea unscathed. It was proof of its terrifying strength, so why would anyone dare to provoke it? Longzhuan found a spot on the shore and set up camp. According to Leng Yan, the Heavenly Island would take about a month to emerge, and he would need to stay on this island for a long time. Seeing that the Gu cultivators from other regions were bored, they all went to the shore to fish. Longzhuan also became interested, took out a fishing rod, and found a spot on the shore to fish as well. To obtain the spirit fish in the sea area, one could only use a fishing rod, because under the strong influence of gravity, no Gu cultivator could go into the sea. He certainly still had a fishing rod. The Long family frequently held fishing competitions, and he had been dragged into one by Long Qilin, who insisted on betting with him on who could catch more and bigger fish. Unsurprisingly, he won spectacularly. He could even see the progress while fishing. As soon as the progress bar was full, a fish would bite. It was simply outrageous. With such an ability, who could outfish him? He won the competition with tears in his eyes, and Long Qilin had never won a bet against him. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, on the shore, Longzhuan gently flicked his fishing rod, and a plump, golden fish flew ashore, landing precisely in the fish-keeping bag he had prepared. "Captain, you're amazing. That fish is a golden marrow fish, unique to this area. Eating it greatly increases physical strength, and it's extremely difficult to catch. So far, you seem to be the only person on the entire island to have caught a golden marrow fish," Shangwen Wuwo said excitedly, giving a thumbs up. "This captain is simply amazing. In the past 2 weeks, he's caught countless fish, including many rare species, making everyone else incredibly envious. The fishing efficiency of the rest of the island is dozens of times lower than his. There's no comparison. No one knows how he does it, but everyone says it's because of his good fortune. Those who come to learn his secrets are helpless. However, most of the fish he catches end up in his cook's pot, improving the crew's meals." "Really? This fish is so precious, then I can't eat it. I'll save it for breeding." Longzhuan smiled, luxuriously attaching a low-grade spirit insect to his hook, and gently cast it into the distant sea. Seeing the progress indicator on the hook was extremely long, Longzhuan frowned, quickly got up, used his star step to move to a more distant spot, and cast the hook further. Seeing the progress indicator on the hook was extremely short this time, Longzhuan smiled, slowly sat down on the ground, and waited patiently. Shangwen Wuwo was startled. What did this mean? Was the spot hot enough to burn his feet? Fishing requires constantly changing spots, casting here and there. He'd never seen anyone fish so frequently, as if worried the fish in one spot would be caught. It was utterly bizarre. Just as he was thinking this, Longzhuan gently flicked his rod again, and another plump golden marrow fish flew ashore. Shangwen Wuwo's lips twitched. He quickly grabbed a stool and moved to a different spot, but time ticked by. He sat there for ages, practically wilting, but hadn't caught a single fish. His expression turned bitter. Longzhuan shook his head helplessly. If he hadn't changed spots, he'd almost reached 100% success rate. The fish would be biting soon. Why was he so impatient? The spot he'd moved to had very little progress in the water. Less progress meant fewer fish, Casting towards areas with more fish naturally made it easier to catch them, it was obvious. Thinking this, he caught another small golden marrow fish. Good heavens, he's caught a whole family of 3. Long Zhuan put the little one into his fish-keeping bag, a smile on his face. Just as he was about to cast his line again, Your King Lun came running over in a panic. Captain. Something's wrong. The Black Dragon pirates are here too. They've already landed on the island. They've found out our location and are heading this way menacingly. What? Hearing this, Long Zhuan was shocked. He couldn't care less about fishing anymore and quickly put his fishing rod into his stored ring. The other 100 or so crew members all changed their expressions and quickly gathered together, their faces filled with tension. Damn it! What are you afraid of? Spirit Sea Stage Goo cultivators are forbidden from entering the Endless Sea. It's just a bunch of marrow cleansing stage Goo cultivators. I'll kill as many as they come, Shang Dali said with a fiery temper. Don't be reckless, Nai King Chang said solemnly. We easily destroyed 4 of their ships before, and they already know our strength. In this situation, they still dare to send a group of Goo cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage to hunt us down. That clearly means they've found a way to deal with us. There must be a conspiracy involved, so we must not be careless. As they were talking, a group of men dressed in black walked menacingly towards them. Accompanying them was a large group of busybodies who had been bored on the island for a long time. Seeing that there was something to watch, they all gathered around to watch the excitement. Ke Xiao and his group were closest to Long Zhuan and the others, so they naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to watch the show, and they also joined in. Their ship had the most people, and as they walked over, they almost surrounded the Black Dragon pirates. How? Which group of blind fools dares to provoke that ruthless person who can kill a Goo cultivator in the Spirit Sea stage? Aren't they just courting death? Luo Hongchen sneered, watching the group's backs. Ke Xiao's lips curled into a smile. I recognize them. They should be the infamous Black Dragon pirates. This pirate group is quite powerful. They have 500 men, 5 times more than that ruthless man's forces. Even if he's a formidable fighter, can his crew fight back? Once these people clash, I don't know if that ruthless man will die, but his crew will suffer heavy casualties. This is going to be interesting. I want to see just how strong this ruthless man, who can kill a Spirit Sea stage Goo cultivator, really is. Ke Xiao watched with great interest. Long Zhuan finally saw the number of people in the group. Seeing that there were 500 of them, his brows furrowed even deeper. 5 times their number. If these 500 attacked, he might be fine, but the good people on his ship would likely suffer heavy losses. He had finally found 100 good people. He couldn't bear to lose even one. Good people were rare in this world, extremely difficult to find. Don't be impulsive. They must have come prepared. First, figure out what their trump card is. Talk to them a lot of nonsense and lure them into revealing it themselves, Nai King Chang transmitted to him telepathically. Long Zhuan ignored her words. What use was knowing their trump card? Even if they didn't have one, these people's combat strength was still at a normal level, and so many of them were enough to cause heavy losses to his crew. Figuring out their schemes was pointless. The best option was not to fight them. Kid, you're the captain of that ship. Scarface glanced at the distant divine dragon, then at the ship's flag, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. Embroidered a dragon? Huh? You dare embroider a dragon in front of my Black Dragon pirate crew? You're courting death? Long Zhuan suppressed his anger and laughed. That's right, I am the captain of that ship. Is there some misunderstanding between us? How about this? We'll have a one-on-one duel. I think you all wouldn't stoop to ganging up on the few, would you? Scarface chuckled, a forced smile on his face. Who wants a one-on-one duel with you? Do you think I'm an idiot? Don't try to intimidate me with morality. I don't buy it. I love ganging up on the few. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Scarface finished speaking and immediately charged forward with a sinister grin. Long Zhuan's face darkened. Weren't villains supposed to be all talk? Why did they start fighting after just one sentence, not even giving him a chance to use his origin realm? The heavenly secret realm cultivator had finally completed its transformation a few days prior. He had intended to stall for time with empty talk to test the power of the primordial realm, but now it seemed his plan had failed. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. He hadn't intended to use this tactic. Long Zhuan's gaze sharpened, and he immediately placed his most ruthless goo worm on his shoulder, shouting loudly to those around him, listen up, everyone watching. One pirate's head can be exchanged for 2 gathering sea pills, to be delivered within a year. First come, first served. These words caused an uproar, everyone revealing greed. What was the most tempting thing for a goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage? Undoubtedly, it was the breakthrough pill, used to break through to the spirit sea stage. This was a fatal temptation for any goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage. 2 gathering sea pills for killing a pirate. Everyone was tempted, their eyes gleaming. Initially, no one believed this. There were 500 pirates here, who could possibly have so many breakthrough pills? They were being treated like fools. But seeing the honesty goo perched on the man's shoulder, and the goo showing no reaction after he spoke, everyone was stunned. The lack of reaction from the honesty goo meant his words were true. He really could produce so many gathering sea pills within a year. At that moment, the breaths of all the onlookers quickened, their eyes gleaming with greed. Seeing the black dragon pirates' heads was like seeing walking breakthrough pills. They could no longer restrain themselves and rushed forward. Kill them. It's everyone's responsibility to eliminate the pirates. We must act on behalf of heaven. The next moment, the black dragon pirates' left and right flanks, and rear, were instantly thrown into chaos. All the onlookers simultaneously chose to attack the black dragon pirates. The number of goo cultivators here was more than 10 times that of the black dragon pirates. Once they joined the battle, what chance did the black dragon pirates have? It was a bloody massacre. In the instant the 2 sides clashed, the heads of the black dragon pirates were chopped off in droves, staining the earth with blood. Every human head that fell to the ground was fiercely snatched up by the group of goo cultivators, their eyes bloodshot and gleaming as if their heads were priceless treasures. The pirates were utterly bewildered. You keep saying it's everyone's responsibility to eliminate pirates, to act on behalf of heaven, then why don't you go kill those red demon pirates over there? What's the point of only targeting them? Chapter 283 Melee. April 14, 2024. Author, Xiangkangshenze Shui Wu. By Nian. Scarface was completely stunned, never expecting this man to pull such a stunt. You're despicable. Scarface glared fiercely at Long Zhuan while fighting him, nearly exploding with rage. These remaining 500 men were the Black Dragon pirate crew's last reserves. If they were all lost here, the Black Dragon pirate crew would be defunct. How could he explain this to his captain? Seeing the Black Dragon pirate crew members falling in droves, their heads chopped off, and hearing screams behind him, his eyes were bloodshot with rage. You die. Scarface glared murderously at Long Zhuan, intensifying his attack. If he could kill him and take the heart of the ocean, then even the deaths would be worthwhile. Don't you like ganging up on the few? Sorry, I do too. You can enjoy yourself here, I'm not joining you. Seeing a number of goo cultivators excitedly swarming towards this man, Long Zhuan smiled and withdrew, leaving this clearly powerful opponent to the others. He wouldn't risk it. Seeing him shamelessly flee, Scarface was stunned, almost spitting blood in anger. He was about to chase after him when he was stopped by the attacking goo cultivators. Sorry, your head is useful to me, so I'll accept it without hesitation. Luo Hongchen smiled and slashed at his neck with his sword, intending to cut off his head and use it to exchange for the Gathering Sea Pill. He needed the Gathering Sea Pill too. Originally, he was going to stand aside and watch the show, but now he couldn't sit still any longer. The heads of these pirates were too valuable. He was afraid that if he was a step too slow, all the heads would be snatched away. You're courting death? Since you're courting death, then I'll grant your wish. All of you, die. Scarface, enraged and completely losing his temper, no longer cared about concealing his trump cards and released all 5 of his extraordinary goo worms. These extraordinary goo worms were on par with Spirit Sea Stage goo cultivators, far beyond the capabilities of a marrow cleansing stage goo cultivator's spirit goo. So, despite his lower cultivation level, his goo worms hadn't. These 5 extraordinary goo worms alone were enough to crush any marrow cleansing stage goo cultivator, far beyond the capabilities of a normal marrow cleansing stage goo cultivator. This was the confidence Black Dragon had in sending him. A marrow cleansing stage goo cultivator had absolutely no chance against a Spirit Sea stage goo cultivator who had lost his cultivation level. This was a foolproof plan, but how could he have imagined that such a surefire arrangement would still encounter such a huge unexpected turn of events? Man proposes, God disposes. He would never have imagined that someone in this world had developed the great cauldron pill refining technique, easily refining a batch of Gathering Sea pills, thus hiring all the goo cultivators on the island. This was the power of a strong alchemist, Offending certain alchemists was like stirring up a hornet's nest. The moment the 5 strange goo appeared, everyone present was stunned. As soon as the 5 goo rushed into the crowd, numerous goo cultivators collapsed into pools of blood, dying instantly. Luo Hongchen slightly tilted his head, dodging an attack from one of the goo. He touched the blood stain on his face, his expression changing drastically as he exclaimed, "Oh no! This is a spirit C-stage goo cultivator who has fallen in cultivation. This black dragon pirate gang is trying to play dirty tricks." As soon as the strange goo were unleashed, the other 2 spirit C-stage goo cultivators in the black dragon pirates exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. They finally stopped hiding their trump cards and released all their strange goo. Soon, chaos erupted on 2 more battlefields, with hordes of marrow-cleansing stage goo cultivators falling into pools of blood, dying tragically under the attack of a swarm of strange goo. Seeing this, Long Zhuan's lips twitched uncontrollably. He finally understood what kind of conspiracy the black dragon pirates were playing on him. They had placed 3 spirit C-stage goo cultivators who had fallen into the crowd, truly insidious. Fortunately, he was more skilled, having used a group of cannon fodder to fight the other group, letting outsiders take the damage. He had also cautiously and promptly withdrawn from the battle with that group, otherwise, he wasn't sure if his goo worms could defeat the strange goo. If they had released their strange goo to attack him and his crew, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Long Zhuan felt a wave of fear wash over him and couldn't help but pat his frightened heart. He shouted to the crowd again, "The Black Dragon Pirate Gang has broken the rules by sending 3 Spirit C-stage goo cultivators to infiltrate the ruins, intending to slaughter marrow-cleansing stage goo cultivators. How can we allow them to enter the Heavenly Island ruins? It is everyone's responsibility to eliminate demons and protect the righteous path. Now, whoever cuts off the head of a Spirit C-stage pirate, I will reward him with 30 Gathering Sea pills." These words caused an uproar, with everyone's eyes turning red with greed. 30 Gathering Sea pills, even a pig could break through to the Spirit Sea stage of goo cultivation. It could be said that taking the head of just one of these 3 would guarantee their own breakthrough to the Spirit Sea stage. Those who held themselves in high esteem could no longer remain seated and join the fray. The 3 were merely Spirit Sea stage goo cultivators who had fallen from their cultivation level, not true Spirit Sea stage goo cultivators. Their strength was far inferior. With all the goo cultivators swarming in, killing these 3 pseudo-Spirit Sea stage goo cultivators would be no problem at all. Even if they hadn't fallen from their cultivation level and were true peak Spirit Sea stage goo cultivators, they couldn't withstand the encirclement of so many marrow-cleansing stage goo cultivators. No matter how strong that strange goo was, could it defeat 100 spirit goo? Therefore, these 3 were completely intimidating to the goo cultivators who were blinded by greed. Surrounding and killing them with sheer numbers would be effortless. Leng Yan quickly transmitted her voice to Long Zhuan. "Hey, are you crazy? How can you put up such a random bounty? Where are you going to get so many Gathering Sea pills? How many master wives do you have? If the entire Black Dragon Pirate Gang is wiped out, you'll have to come up with over 1,000 Gathering Sea pills." Leng Yan suddenly looked at the Trust Goo on Long Zhuan's shoulder. Seeing that the Trust Goo was watching the chaotic battle with great interest, without any reaction, she felt a chill run down her spine. The Trust Goo's lack of reaction meant that Long Zhuan's bounty was real. Where did he get so many Gathering Sea pills? Did he have 100 master wives? Long Zhuan replied via soul transmission, "Don't worry, I have many master wives, and I also have a large number of senior brothers and sisters. I can easily refine over 1,000 Gathering Sea pills. Besides, I don't need to put up so many Gathering Sea pills at all. I said I deliver them within a year. Most of these people will die in the ruins, so it'll become an empty promise. I'm sure that very few people will come out of the Heavenly Island ruins alive, so my workload isn't that big. I'm just getting something for nothing." I wiped out the Black Dragon Pirate Gang with a mere flick of my wrist, at a negligible cost. Isn't that amazing? Hearing Long Zhuan's chilling, sinister laugh, Leng Yan stared at him blankly. For some reason, she had developed a deep skepticism towards the Honesty Goo. Was the Honesty Goo truly trustworthy? Was Long Zhuan's word really credible? She was no longer certain. At this moment, the battle situation had changed. Goo cultivators who controlled goo worms of far higher levels than themselves faced the risk of being devoured by them. Even goo cultivators whose cultivation levels had dropped were no exception. Because of their dropped cultivation levels, these 3 goo worms could devour their hosts at any time, depending entirely on whether the goo worms were willing to do so. Now, All three were being devoured. Because they were destined to be unable to withstand the siege of the entire island, they faced certain death. Their goo worms weren't stupid, naturally, they didn't want to perish with them. So, they all devoured their masters, forcibly severing their blood pacts, and then all ran away. Not only did the outer goo escape, but even the inner goo all fled from their bodies. The consequences of losing all their goo worms were predictable. The three men coughed up blood, unable to withstand the onslaught of the marrow-cleansing stage goo cultivators. They were quickly beheaded, their bodies mangled into pieces. The storage bags of the spirit sea stage goo cultivators were also looted. As for their heads, there were even more scramblers. In the end, few marrow-cleansing stage goo cultivators died at the hands of these three. The bloody battle for the three heads resulted in a large number of deaths. One head was even blown apart. Long Zhuan was practically laughing himself silly. The battle didn't last long. The 500-plus pirates were instantly swallowed up by the frenzied crowd, quickly wiped out. The dead pirates were all beheaded by the crazed mob, then excitedly dragged before Long Zhuan to claim their rewards. It's important to know that Long Zhuan had only made empty promises. All the gathering sea pills were to be delivered within a year. How many would survive the ruins was none of his concern. Long Zhuan readily exchanged communication talismans with him. Bound by the trust goo, everyone believed Long Zhuan would keep his promise. Long Zhuan never intended to break the contract. Anyone who actually survived the ruins would receive a sea-gathering pill from him. He could only refine a few king-breaking pills for spirit sea stage goo cultivators, but he could refine sea-gathering pills in heaps for marrow-cleansing stage goo cultivators. The Great Cauldron pill refining technique was perfectly effective for sea-gathering pills. Last time in Star Sea City, he and his clones easily refined hundreds of sea-gathering pills. Even if everyone survived the ruins this time, refining 1,000 sea-gathering pills wouldn't take him more than a few months. He had no reason to break the contract. At this moment, the crew was still somewhat stunned. 500 pirates, wiped out by the captain with a mere flick of his wrist? They didn't even need to lift a finger. The captain resolved the battle without bloodshed. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. They had been prepared for a desperate fight, but the captain had resolved the crisis so easily. They were still bewildered. The crowd slowly dispersed. After exchanging communication talismans with about 500 unfamiliar goo cultivators, Long Zhuan returned to fishing. This time, no one dared to provoke him. Who would dare mess with a ruthless man who'd offer a large number of gathering sea pills as a bounty for someone's head at the slightest provocation? Everyone was afraid. Besides, if he died, who would the person who snatched the pirate's head ask for the gathering sea pills from? He would become their primary target for protection. Provoking him would be like stirring up a hornet's nest. Since he had been closest to the group from the Jinbei ship, most of those who had snatched the pirate's head were from the Jinbei ship, including the distinguished Ke Shao and Luo Hongchen. These two were no ordinary people, and they definitely didn't want Long Zhuan to die. Therefore, the people on the Jinbei ship were absolutely safe for him. This made Long Zhuan immediately decide that he must not stray too far from them during his upcoming trip to the Heavenly Island ruins. They were his protectors. If anything happened to him, they would definitely not stand idly by. With only 100 crew members, he was far too weak and alone, and he desperately needed a powerful backer. The Jinbei ship's forces were just right. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Assigning Tasks. April 14, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshenze Shui Wu by Nian in the Distance, on the Black Dragon. Captain, our entire force has been wiped out. The bald man walked to Black Dragon's side, his face grim. Black Dragon clenched his fists, turned to look at him, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? 3 spirit sea stage goo cultivators who had fallen in cultivation should have been invincible. What happened? Black Dragon asked, his face grim. The last message Scarface sent was that someone offered a bounty of over 1,000 gathering sea pills for them, so they were besieged by the entire island. He only had time to say that one sentence. He's probably doomed now, the bald man sighed. Offered a bounty of over 1,000 gathering sea pills? Did I hear that right? Who could offer so many gathering sea pills? And those people actually believed such an outrageous lie. Black Dragon frowned. speaking incredulously. I don't know why the people on the island believed he could produce so many gathering sea pills. Scarface didn't have time to send back much information, but there are no fools in this world. Since everyone on the island believed him, he must be able to produce that many gathering sea pills, and I don't know how he managed to make everyone so convinced. The bald man sighed heavily. After this battle, the Black Dragon pirate crew was completely wiped out, with only one ship left. To recover, they had to start from scratch, and it was unknown how long it would take for the Black Dragon pirate crew to return to its former size. Damn it! Why has everything gone wrong ever since I encountered that ship? Black Dragon cursed, slamming his hand heavily on the railing. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, as if he had thought of something. He narrowed his eyes and said, "His breakthrough pills are more numerous than I imagined? I finally understand why so many Goo Kings suddenly appeared on Great Lonely Island. This boy has many secrets. Have that diviner perform a divination at all costs. I want to know where that person will go next. This time, I'll take action myself. I refuse to believe he can escape from my grasp." 10 days passed in a flash. The Heavenly Island ruins were about to be revealed. All the Goo cultivators on the island excitedly ran back to their ships. One ship after another left the shore and set sail into the distance. The 5 awe-inspiring ships, Candlelight, Surging Waves, Crimson Demon, Coin, and Golden Treasure, also set sail, leading all the other ships. Long Zhuan's Divine Dragon followed far behind the Golden Treasure, going wherever it went. Prior to this, all the Goo cultivators on the island had held a large meeting, which ultimately decided that the Jinbei and Jinqian ships would enter the island from the east, the Zhuguang ship from the north, and the Jingtao ship from the west. The Hongmo ship, the last ship, would enter from the south. The remaining ships would all enter from a chosen direction to minimize the risk of fighting over treasures. After everyone had plundered the island's resources, they would gather at the city of Shenji in the center of the island. All of Shandao Island's most valuable treasures were concentrated in Shenji City. Every building within Shenji City contained various treasures, including things like the youth-preserving fruit and the longevity fruit, countless treasures that would drive anyone mad. Outside Shenji City, the treasures were mostly just spiritual herbs, and these herbs were everywhere, but their value was far less than those inside the city. There was little danger outside Shenji City, all the danger came from within the city itself. The walls of Shenji City were equipped with many powerful Shenji cannons, and countless other defensive weapons. Furthermore, the city is guarded by a massive number of puppets, and the number increases with each opening of the Heavenly Island ruins. As the number of puppets within the city of divine mechanism grows, the Goo cultivators who attempt to conquer the island must suffer even greater casualties each time they attempt to take it down. Therefore, before breaching the city of divine mechanism, all Goo cultivators must unite and attack together. Only through concerted efforts can the city be conquered. If everyone harbors ulterior motives and conserves their strength, no one will be able to enter. Under these circumstances, electing an alliance leader is inevitable. Without an alliance leader, the numerous Goo cultivators here will be a disorganized mob, making it impossible to break into the city of divine mechanism. The final meeting elected 5 alliance leaders, and under their leadership, all 4 city walls were attacked. Captain Zhu Yu of the Candlelight ship led a quarter of the force to attack the north gate of the city of divine mechanism. Captain Shui Zhuanayan of the Surging Wave ship led a quarter of the force to attack the west gate of the city of divine mechanism. Captain Qin Kai of the Red Demon ship led a quarter of the force to attack the south gate of the city of divine mechanism. Captain Kai Shao of the Jinbei and Captain Jiu Guangzi of the Jinqian led a quarter of their crew to attack the east gate of Shenji City. These 2 companies had a deep-seated feud and neither would submit to the other, hence the choice of 2 alliance leaders for the attack on the east gate. During the attack on Shenji City, everyone had to obey the orders of these 5 alliance leaders, no one was allowed to disobey. After Shenji City was captured, everyone would be free to do as they pleased, and the 5 alliance leaders' authority would be automatically revoked. This was the arrangement of the large meeting. Long Zhuan and over 100 others were assigned to Kai Shao and Jiu Guangzi, tasked with entering the island from the east and attacking the east gate of Shenji City. After traveling for about a day, the massive fleet finally stopped at a bottomless trench. No one knew how deep this trench was, or what unknown mysteries lay beneath. All that was known was that it was the deepest part of the endless sea, as deep as a bottomless pit. This is the area with the strongest gravity in the endless sea. No one can fly here, and any ship that enters will sink instantly. All ships can only stop at the edge of the trench and must never travel above it. The shape of the heavenly island is exactly the shape of the trench, meaning it perfectly fits and can fill the area. After a few days, the heavenly island will rise from the depths of the trench, reaching a height where clouds appear in the sky. The heavenly island is called so because it floats in the air for unknown reasons, only to sink back into the deep sea abyss a month later. No one knows why this island can float, it remains a mystery. As for how to get to the heavenly island in this no-fly zone, there's only one way. Climb the waterfalls that cascade down from it. 4 enormous waterfalls cascade down from the 4 cardinal directions of the heavenly island. The waterfalls are so rapid that only high-performance ships can climb them. This process is extremely dangerous. The heavenly island is incredibly high, piercing the clouds. If a ship's hull breaks free from the waterfall midway and falls from the sky, the consequences are unimaginable. In this place with immense gravity, the landing speed is faster and the impact force is greater. Once a giant ship falls from the sky, it will inevitably shatter into pieces, and the destruction of the ship and the loss of life are inevitable. If it lands outside the trench, there is a chance of survival, but if it is unlucky enough to land on the trench, the mortality rate is 100%. No one can survive in this situation, not even the most talented person. Therefore, sailing on the waterfall is extremely demanding on both sailing skills and ship performance. If the power is insufficient, don't even think about sailing the ship vertically into the sky. It is no exaggeration to say that these 4 waterfalls may filter out half of the goo cultivators. Countless goo cultivators will die on these 4 waterfalls before they even reach the heavenly island. This trench is very large, and the heavenly island, which perfectly matches the trench, is also very large. It takes goo cultivators about 3 days to reach the divine machine city in the center from the edge of the island. After the fleet arrived here, it split into 4 groups and headed to different places. Longzhuan's divine dragon was preparing to enter the island on the east side, so it followed the fleet to the eastern part of the trench and waited patiently with a large number of ships there. Several days later, activity finally began to stir in the depths of the trench. The surface of the sea began to bubble, as if boiling, and then the waves grew larger, huge sprays crashing against the ships, causing them to rock violently. Soon after, a massive island emerged from the water, seawater rushing wildly down its surface, crashing with deafening roars. The sudden appearance of the celestial island caused the waves to surge even higher, creating towering waves that rose and fell, the sea heaving. Longzhuan watched this scene in astonishment. Although the celestial island rose rapidly, reaching the sky in the blink of an eye and continuing its astonishing ascent, almost touching the clouds, he only caught a fleeting glimpse of it. The island was enormous, stretching as far as the eye could see, yet the seawater had not submerged it. The land was clearly dry, and abundant spiritual herbs grew on it. The island likely possessed a mysterious power that could isolate it from the seawater, filtering out those at higher cultivation levels and allowing only those in the marrow cleansing stage to enter. Just as he was lost in thought, the enormous island had already plunged into the clouds. After disappearing into the clouds, the heavenly island finally stopped, surrounded by clouds, resembling a celestial palace. From the moment the heavenly island emerged from the sea, water had been flowing continuously, and it hadn't stopped flowing yet. Currently, only 4 streams of water were still flowing downwards, incredibly wide and extremely rapid, crashing against the sea surface, creating large, turbulent waves. These were likely the 4 enormous waterfalls left behind by the heavenly island. Those who wanted to reach the heavenly island could only travel by boat across these 4 waterfalls, a highly risky method. A single misstep could result in the boat plunging off the waterfall and the crew perishing. Nai-King-Cheng, my divine dragon has enough power, it's just a matter of whether your boating skills are up to par. Are you absolutely certain you can navigate this turbulent waterfall? Longzhuan glanced at the wide waterfall, then looked solemnly at Nai-King-Cheng beside him. At the same time, he secretly opened a small hole in the worm-rearing bag to let the honesty goo inside breathe. But how could Nai-King-Cheng not notice his little trick? She was immediately exasperated. She couldn't help but sigh. Following a captain with an honesty goo was just too difficult. Don't worry at all, my boat driving skills are absolutely top-notch. Driving a boat on a waterfall? It's a piece of cake for me. I'll show you today. Nai-King-Cheng rolled up her sleeves, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Driving a boat on a waterfall was indeed a novel experience. She was very interested and couldn't wait to try it out. Chapter 285. A waterfall plummets 3,000 feet. April 14, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshan Shui Wu Bainian. Seeing that the honesty goo in the breeding bag had no reaction, Long Zhuan knew that Nai Chang hadn't posted, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was still somewhat suspicious. The honesty goo could only detect whether a person was lying. If a person lacked strength but was overconfident and lacked self-awareness, then the honesty goo would be useless against such a person. Seeing that the captain's suspicions had resurfaced, Lang Yan shook her head helplessly and finally walked over and said, "You can rest assured that she's sailing the ship. Even if you don't trust her, can't you trust your ship? Your ship can use gravity to push it into the sea. When the bottom of the divine dragon is about to leave the waterfall, you can also use this method to push the divine dragon back into the waterfall, so the possibility of your ship reaching the heavenly island is 100%. You don't need to worry at all." Hearing this, Long Zhuan was completely relieved. Indeed, his ship had both a gravity system and an anti-gravity system, so the whole of the Shenlong could never detach from the waterfall. He could rest assured. "Everyone stand still, hold on tight to the railings, I'm going to the island," Nai Chang reminded them before excitedly rushing towards the bridge. Hearing this, the other crew members quickly grabbed the railings, some clinging to the mast, their eyes filled with tension. Only young Master Mo looked excited, gripping the railing with only one hand, gazing intently at the massive waterfall. Under Nai Chang's control, the Shenlong's wind system activated, powerful winds billowing the sails and propelling the ship forward at high speed. Just before hitting the waterfall, the gravity system lifted the bow, and the Shenlong easily surged onto the falls. Influenced by the ocean currents, the water flow under the ship changed direction, from downward to upward, pushing the ship upwards. At the same time, the three enormous propellers at the stern spun rapidly, and the weight reduction and drag reduction systems activated simultaneously. Ignoring the impact of the water flow, the Shenlong, propelled by its powerful thrust, surged rapidly towards the top of the waterfall. Those on board felt a strong gust of wind, sprayed water onto their faces, and heard a deafening roar. The ship rocked violently, and the Shenlong suddenly tilted upright, causing everyone to experience a moment of weightlessness. They clung tightly to the railings and mast to avoid falling off the ship. Seeing the Shenlong so easily ascend the waterfall, the people on the boats behind were all astonished. This waterfall wasn't for just any boat, it required extremely high skill in navigation, and a single mistake could result in shipwreck and loss of life. Despite the large number of boats present, a significant portion of them couldn't make it up the waterfall, having tried countless times without success and remaining stuck at the bottom, arriving empty-handed. "What's that spinning thing on the stern of the ship? Such powerful propulsion, on the Jinbei?" Ke Xiao looked surprised. He had never heard of such a way of propelling a ship, but it seemed very practical, much faster than ours. "I don't know, maybe it's a new invention by the ship owner. This technology is quite good, I think we can learn from it, if all our ships use this technology. I believe the speed of all ships could collectively increase significantly." An old shipwright walked over, his eyes fixed intently on the three large, rapidly spinning blades of the ship. "Really? Then this technology could very well become an epoch-making technology, sparking a revolution in shipbuilding." Ke Xiao showed interest and added, "Many ships have already successfully made it up the waterfall, we shouldn't fall behind. Have you learned the technique for going up the waterfall almost enough? If you have, then get going. If we're too slow, all the treasures will be snatched up by the people in front." With his command, the largest ship here finally began to slowly move towards the waterfall. The larger the ship, the heavier it is, making it difficult to navigate. To ensure safety, Ke Xiao first observed how other ships made their way up the waterfall, learning from their experience before confidently heading to the island. As the Jinbei set off, the Jinqian also set off at the same time. Propelled by these two large ships, other vessels kept a safe distance. The waterfall was wide enough for the two 7-story treasure ships to sail side by side. Otherwise, they might have actually fought over the order of passage. On the waterfall, Long Zhuan stood at the bow, gripping the railing tightly, letting the water droplets fall on his face. He was thrilled. Sailing on the waterfall was a novel experience, something he could boast about later. Just then, his expression suddenly changed. A ship's hull was breaking free of the water in front of the Shenlong, crashing heavily towards it. "Damn it! Dodge!" Long Zhuan shouted, his face pale. However, the Shenlong was not so easily maneuverable at this moment. Just as screams erupted from the ship, A deafening roar suddenly resounded, causing the entire vessel to tremble violently. Dizin had immediately deployed her massive cannon, blasting the oncoming ship into pieces. The ship in front was instantly dismembered by the single shot, scattering into countless fragments in all directions. Some fragments fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the water, while others struck ships behind, eliciting angry curses. Fortunately, the fragments were small enough not to knock down any more ships. The surrounding ships were startled, hastily moving away from the Shenlong, fearing being blasted away by its cannon. What kind of cannon was this? How could its power be so immense? The people on the surrounding ships were all shocked, their gazes growing increasingly wary. The crew of the Shenlong finally breathed a sigh of relief, turning their gazes to Dizin, secretly admiring her ruthlessness. If she hadn't acted decisively, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They only calculated that the Shenlong would have a 100% success rate in reaching Yarn Island, but accidents are always possible, and human error could also cause the Shenlong to fail. The Shenlong wasn't the first ship to reach the waterfall, countless other ships were ahead of them. If they were to crash down one after another, it would be a disaster for the ships behind. Everyone's face turned pale, and they were all panicked. Just as they were thinking this, the premonition came true. The ships at the forefront crashed down from the sky one after another, some hitting the ships behind, triggering a chain reaction. A chain reaction of crashes ensued, one ship falling often dragged a bunch of other ships down with it. The fate of the people on board was predictable. Those who were lucky enough to board another ship might survive, those who were unlucky would fall directly into the trench and be instantly killed, practically beyond saving. Chaos quickly erupted behind the Shenlong, filled with screams and the sound of cannons. Some tried to imitate the Shenlong by using its cannons to destroy the ships in front, but how could their small cannons easily destroy a single ship? Instead, the ship rocked and swayed, making aiming difficult and causing shells to hit other ships that were moving normally, making the situation even more chaotic. Initially, everyone thought that those who boarded later could learn from the experiences of the ships ahead, increasing their chances of landing. But now it seemed that whoever boarded later was at a disadvantage, and those on the later ships were now filled with regret. The crew of the Shenlong were also pale-faced, watching the ships ahead with trepidation, fearing they might suddenly fall. Overtake them quickly. Don't hide behind those big ships. Dizin, get ready. If a ship comes crashing down, smash it to pieces immediately. Anyway, the people on that ship are definitely not going to survive. We're not killing anyone. With Longzhuan's order, the Shenlong immediately accelerated, using its superior performance to weave left and right, overtaking one large ship after another. The height of Yan Island soared into the clouds, and the waterfall was indeed quite long. The Shenlong sprinted for a long time before finally reaching the island. In that instant, the Shenlong soared into the air, finally landing heavily on a grassy area, the violent jolt causing many to lose their footing. At this moment, the crew finally breathed a long sigh of relief and gently jumped to the ground. Many were panting heavily, their hearts pounding. The scene they had just witnessed was truly terrifying. After disembarking, Longzhuan quickly looked around. The island was filled with towering mountains and flowing streams, abundant spiritual energy, and spiritual herbs everywhere. 4 ships were moored nearby, meaning the divine dragon was the 5th to reach the island, making them among the fastest to arrive. However, he dared not leave the ship here. What if it were stolen? Being suspicious, he immediately stored the ship in the heart of the ocean. Others might not have the vast space to accommodate a large ship, but for him, a ship was something he could easily carry with him. He couldn't bear to leave the divine dragon here. Getting up is easy, getting down is hard. How are we going to get down? Longzhuan stood on the edge of the island, looking down, and asked with some trepidation. At such a height, could the divine dragon really continue its journey down the waterfall? Nai Qingchang immediately replied, the gravity here is far too strong. If the divine dragon is swept downstream, it will surely shatter into pieces. When the time comes, the heavenly island will naturally fall back to the surface. The divine dragon only needs to stop at a random edge on the island, but the moment the heavenly island falls back to the surface, the divine dragon must be fast. If it's too slow, it will be pulled into a trench with even stronger gravity. Let's act quickly. Although the most valuable treasures of the heavenly island are concentrated in the city of divine machines, the spiritual herbs on the island are equally valuable. Since we came up first, we must cherish this opportunity. Those who are slow will likely only get scraps, Lang Yan then added, since we're collecting spiritual herbs on the island, we definitely won't collect many if we all stick together. I suggest all crew members split up, but each person shouldn't be too far apart. This way, if anyone encounters danger, those nearby can provide timely support. Long Zhuo nodded and said, okay, let's do as you say. Let's set off now. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Crimson Demon flew out of the water and landed on the rocky ground. Large numbers of pirates dressed in red jumped off the ship, quickly filing the area. Being a pirate ship, no factions cultivators dared to board, so the ship was entirely composed of red demon pirates in red. However, even the powerful red demon pirates had a limited number of marrow cleansing stage cultivators, so most of the crew were filled with spirit gathering stage cultivators, thus creating a force of nearly 10,000. The Heavenly Island ruins only prohibited Spirit Sea stage cultivators and above from entering, but Spirit Gathering stage cultivators, as long as they weren't afraid of death, could certainly come. There were quite a few Spirit Gathering stage cultivators who weren't afraid of death. Not only was the Crimson Demon ship filled with them, but other large ships also had many Spirit Gathering stage cultivators mixed in. So, there was no shortage of people here. At this moment, a handsome man dressed in red jumped off the ship, and the surrounding pirates all showed him respect. This man is Qin Kai, the youngest son of the captain of the Red Devil pirate crew. He is also the leader of the Red Devil pirate crew on their trip to Sky Island, and all the pirates on the ship must obey his orders. Chapter 286 Mysterious Soul. Brother Kai. Let's not delay, let's set off now. With so many of us, the harvest will surely be substantial. A chubby young man jumped off the boat and said obsequiously to Qin Kai. Qin Kai didn't reply, his gaze sweeping over the other boats anchored on the island, a cold smile playing on his lips. Foolish. How much are the medicinal herbs on the island worth? We're pirates, how could we do such manual labor? I have a great idea. See those ships on the shore? Qin Kai grinned sinisterly. We'll push all the ships overboard, as long as those people have no other boats, they'll have to take ours. Otherwise, if the island sinks, they'll die here. They'll have no choice. They can only board if they hand over 70% of their harvest on the island. No. I want 70% of their wealth as payment for the fare. Anyone who disagrees can just wait to die here, then we can easily plunder the wealth of everyone on the island. Everything they've harvested will benefit us. Isn't that much more profitable than picking any medicinal herbs? Qin Kai smiled utterly sinisterly. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy's eyes lit up immediately, and he gave a thumbs up, praising, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. How come I didn't think of such a brilliant idea? Brother Kai is so smart, let's do it. No one who doesn't hand over most of their wealth will be allowed on board. I want to see who dares to be a miser, haha, this time we're really going to be rich. Although he laughed loudly, he was inwardly speechless with disgust. Pushing all the boats off the island, how could he even think of that? It was so damn despicable, utterly wicked. Who did the captain have such a wicked son of? He was completely rotten. Qin Kai smiled and nodded, continuing, however, we can't act recklessly. We must wait until the last few days before proceeding, and we must do it cleanly, making sure no one knows it was us. Furthermore, there are some forces we can't afford to offend. Some boats we can push, some we can't. If we provoke the wrong people, we might incur public wrath and be attacked by everyone, so, you should be able to tell which boats we can push and which we can't, right? Qin Kai looked earnestly into the chubby boy's eyes. The chubby boy inwardly groaned. Since Qin Kai was saying this to him, he definitely wanted to entrust this task to him. This was truly a deadly task. If things went wrong, he would be in deep trouble, likely to be torn to pieces by the enraged tens of thousands of cultivators. He felt immense pressure, but he could only force a smile and agree. Brother Kai, don't worry, leave this to me. I guarantee I'll handle it flawlessly, without leaving a trace. I have a gigantic toad with the ability to grow to enormous size, capable of pushing any ship overboard. I've never revealed this top-grade goo worm to anyone. I guarantee no one will find out it was done by a red demon pirate crew. As for this priceless goo worm, to be on the safe side, I'll have to kill it. It will never appear before the world again. The chubby man looked pained. He knew he couldn't save this top-grade goo worm. He had no other choice but to pretend it was very expensive and that the organization would reimburse him. Very good. It's just a mere top-grade goo worm. It's dead, so be it. Compared to our harvest this time, its value is negligible. Don't worry, I'll reimburse you for this top-grade goo worm, and I'll even compensate you double. Plus give you a credit. Don't mess this up. Kin Kai patted his shoulder, his tone both encouraging and menacing, before finally leading the large group of pirates away. The chubby boy wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Long Zhuan frowned slightly as he looked at the spirit fruit tree that had been cut down. All the fruit on this tree had been picked, but the person who picked the fruit had harmed both themselves and others by cutting down the tree, extinguishing its life force. This spirit fruit tree could have regenerated many more spirit fruits 100 years later, but knowing he couldn't obtain them himself, the person simply destroyed it, preventing future generations from getting them. He had seen countless similar spirit herbs whose life force had been maliciously destroyed along the way. There are far too many goo cultivators with dark hearts, and far too many selfish and self-serving individuals in this world. Now he finally understood why so many spiritual herbs and insects had become extinct. The scarcity of spiritual energy was only one factor. The most important factor was human intervention. Too many selfish people, having already obtained opportunities, chose to destroy their roots, unable to bear seeing future generations prosper, thus accelerating the extinction of various spiritual herbs. It's truly unimaginable that goo cultivators could be so selfish. The spiritual herbs on this island should have been extinct long ago, yet they're still everywhere. This situation is a bit illogical. I feel like the spiritual herbs here aren't naturally occurring, but rather artificially cultivated. The purpose of planting so many precious spiritual herbs is to attract a massive number of goo cultivators, Long Zhuan pondered deeply. This island was becoming increasingly strange, including the 4 enormous waterfalls that defied logic. They didn't seem naturally formed, they seemed man-made. Because there was one waterfall in each of the 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, the distribution was far too even. How could naturally formed waterfalls be so uniform? Given that the treasures of the City of Divine Mechanisms are inexhaustible, Long Zhuan is now absolutely certain that there is a sentient being on Heavenly Island. This being has lived for countless years, its lifespan possibly infinite. This being may be human or non-human, but whatever it is, its longevity makes it an extremely terrifying existence, far beyond the capabilities of the goo cultivators on the island. The presence of this mysterious and unknown being undoubtedly exacerbates the island's danger, causing Long Zhuan to frown. His crew members have already scattered to gather medicinal herbs, leaving only Dizin standing beside him. She turned to look at Long Zhuan and said, "You guessed right. All the spiritual herbs here were indeed planted by humans, possibly even by a large number of puppets in the city, with the aim of attracting more goo cultivators from outside. When I found the endless jade, I also found a letter containing a wealth of secret information about Heavenly Island. You might not believe it, but in the very center of Divine Machine City, there is a crystal coffin containing an ancient human soul that has lived for countless years, and even after hundreds of thousands of years, he will never die. Because of his existence, Heavenly Island will reincarnate infinitely. And no matter how many times it reincarnates, the treasures on the island will never be taken away." Chapter 287 The God of Gamblers grew with quantities of 10 million. Upon hearing this, Long Zhuan was shocked. Someone had actually been hiding on Heavenly Island all along? How could that be? Humans couldn't have endless lifespans unless they cultivated to the final realm. How could he have achieved immortality? Long Zhuan turned to her and hurriedly asked, "How did this person achieve such longevity? Do you know? Don't tell me he's a god. If he really is a god, I'm leaving immediately." A faint fear arose in his heart. Who knew what that immortal was trying to do by luring so many goo cultivators to Heavenly Island? It couldn't be for charity. Could it be because he had too many treasures to burn? No one would be so bored. Since he possessed a soul but no physical body, his elaborate scheme to lure so many goo cultivators to the island seemed more like a search for the perfect vessel. That possibility was much more likely. The moment this thought entered his mind, Long Zhuan completely lost his composure. He immediately stopped, deciding to find out the truth first. If he didn't understand why that immortal had lured so many goo cultivators to the island, he would never take another step forward. Who knows if that mysterious soul might not be interested in a body with heavenly qualities, but instead take a liking to him. It's all uncertain. If a heavenly qualities individual could meet his requirements, he would have successfully possessed the body and left this place long ago, instead of being trapped here for endless cycles of reincarnation. Seeing Long Zhuan suddenly stop, Dizin's lips curled into a smile. "It seems you've already guessed. Dizin also stopped, looking towards the city of divine mechanism, and slowly said, that letter did explain why that soul could live forever. The reason he can live forever is simple. He possesses a goo worm called the gambling god goo. The materials used to refine this goo worm exceeded 70 million. Although it has no offensive capabilities, its extraordinary power is comparable to the 10 forbidden goo. This goo worm is very interesting. Its strength is completely linked to the host's gambling skills. If the host doesn't know how to gamble, and loses 9 out of 10 times, then possessing the gambling god goo will backfire, and he will die a terrible death. If this person is a master of gambling, a gambling god who dominates the casinos, then with the blessing of the gambling god goo, he will have everything he desires. This person will be invincible, easily becoming the world's strongest. You probably couldn't guess the abilities of the gambling god goo even if you worked yourself to death. Dizin looked at Long Zhuan. His expression slightly solemn, and slowly said, the power of the gambling god goo is terrifying. Those who possess it can gamble on anything with others, including lifespan, aptitude, soul power, mental power, luck, intelligence, strength, speed, and various other attributes, even special physiques, even life itself. Anything you possess, whether material or immaterial, can be gambled on in front of the gambling god goo. The loser will have their stake forcibly taken by the gambling god goo. Even if that stake is aptitude, it can be forcibly transferred to the host. If what you're gambling on is your life, then the gambling god goo can directly ignore the difference in cultivation levels and forcibly take your life, and that person, known as the gambling god, always won. Relying on the gambling god goo, he frequently gambled on lifespan with those who came to the island, which is why he obtained a near infinite lifespan. Over countless years, he has gambled on aptitude with countless people, so his aptitude is at its maximum level. Throughout his long life, he's gambled his luck with countless people, so his luck is at its peak. His success rate in refining goo is 100%, his success rate in alchemy is 100%, and his success rate in breakthroughs is also 100%. He's also gambled his luck with countless people and special physiques, so he possesses 300 or 400 special physiques, including your 10 absolute physiques. This is a complete monster, terrifying beyond belief. Once unleashed, no one in the world can stop him. Dizin suddenly smiled, gloating, but extremes beget their opposites. It's not good that he's portrayed himself as too terrifying. His physical body was destroyed in an accident, and his soul is trapped here forever, unable to go anywhere. He can only lure others to the island with a vast amount of treasure, then possess a body to escape. But you should know that the target of possession isn't just anyone. Otherwise, everyone in this world could possess another, and the world would be in chaos. The target of possession must be extremely compatible with oneself. He constantly gambled with others on their aptitudes, resulting in divine grade cultivation aptitude, divine grade body tempering aptitude, divine grade soul aptitude, and divine grade mental strength aptitude. Divine grade aptitude far surpasses heavenly grade aptitude. Looking across the entire goo world, geniuses possessing divine grade aptitude are virtually non-existent, and this person's requirements for a body are divine grade cultivation aptitude, divine grade body tempering aptitude, divine grade soul aptitude, and divine grade mental strength aptitude. Only when all aptitudes are maxed out, and all four reach the limits of the human body, will his possession requirements be met. How could such a genius possibly exist? Even one divine grade aptitude is a once-in-a-million-year occurrence. The probability of all four divine grade aptitudes appearing simultaneously in the same person is unimaginably low. The purpose of the Heavenly Island ruins is to select a body for him, but the Heavenly Island has reincarnated countless times, spanning countless millennia, screening countless geniuses for him, yet it has failed to find a genius with all four aptitudes at their maximum, so he has been trapped here, enduring countless years of loneliness. I think he will never find such a genius. He is destined to be trapped here forever, trapped in an endless cycle of reincarnation until the world is destroyed. Dizin smile deepened. Hearing this, Long Zhuan was stunned. This world actually had such a heaven-defying goo worm. This goo worm was utterly inconceivable. Putting aside everything else, simply refining this goo granted immortality. That ability alone was already beyond the limit. Not to mention his maxed-out aptitude, possessing the best aptitude of all humanity, and the ability to combine all the special physical attributes in the world. Most outrageous of all, his luck was also maxed out. Whatever he refined had a 100% success rate, and his breakthrough success rate was also 100%. He was destined to break through to the final realm in the future. This was a bit terrifying, wasn't it? He truly couldn't believe that anyone in this world could defeat someone whose stats were all maxed out. This gambling god Gu was seriously exceeding the limits, already severely impacting the world's balance. Did heaven really allow such a heaven-defying Gu worm to exist? Why wasn't it punished? Long Zhuan was shocked. So, everyone who rushes into the city of divine mechanism has to gamble against this guy? And if they lose, they have to give up their lifespan and luck. Are they stupid? They dare to gamble against this guy. This guy has lived for countless years, and he's mastered every gambling tool to perfection. Who can beat him? He's an old monster who's lived for tens of thousands of years. Gambling with an old monster with thousands of years of experience is just courting death, Long Zhuan shouted, unable to remain calm. That's right. Everyone who can rush into the center of the divine machine city can see that crystal coffin and gamble with him on anything, but the betting isn't mandatory, it's entirely voluntary. Any powerful Gu insect has limitations. Even the heaven-defying gambling god Gu has many restrictions. For example, it can't force others to gamble, it can't intentionally lose, it can't be a sore loser, and it can't do anything that lacks gambling spirit. Doing these things will anger the gambling god Gu. No one is forcing them to gamble. They can choose not to gamble, but people die for wealth, and birds die for food. That old monster has too many good things, enough to rouse anyone's greed, and then they'll take the risk and gamble with him. For example, the repair worm I told you about is in his hands. You need to gamble with him to get it. If you were in his shoes, would you gamble? Dizin's lips curled into a playful smile. Hearing this, Long Zhuan's lips twitched twice. The repair worm he had been longing for was actually in this old guy's hands. Wasn't this going to kill him? Should he gamble or not? If he didn't gamble, then the repair worm was definitely out of his reach. If he gambled with him, could he really beat a gambling god? Long Zhuan was completely dumbfounded. Dizin looked at him with amusement and said, "What? Tempted? Everyone who gambles with him is in the same mindset as you right now. The temptation of the treasure forces you to gamble. He has more than just the repair worm. There are other heaven-defying treasures in his hands that are just as heaven-defying as the repair worm. That's enough to tempt everyone who enters the center of the divine machine city. Do you know why the treasures of the divine machine city can never be exhausted? Do you know why the corpses of those who died on the heavenly island vanished into thin air?" That old guy was incredibly cunning. He knew that no matter how many treasures he had, if he only gave them away and never took any more, they would eventually be gone. So every time the heavenly island appeared, he would find a way to kill most of the people who entered it. Then he would use an array to teleport all the corpses to his site and collect all the treasures from them. After everyone left and the heavenly island ruins sank back into the water, he would randomly place the treasures he had looted from the corpses into the various small rooms in the divine machine city where the treasures had been taken, filling the gaps. The next time the heavenly island ruins opened, he would repeat this process. So the treasures here formed a perfect cycle that could never be exhausted. Not only could the treasures never be exhausted, but because there were always more dead than living people every time the heavenly island ruins opened, he still made a profit. After each time he replenished the small rooms in the city, there were always a large number of treasures left over, and these treasures became his. Every time the heavenly island ruins open, he makes a fortune. With each opening, his wealth snowballs. Right now, his wealth is beyond measure. He has everything he could ever want. Whatever someone lacks, they can find it in his collection. His collection is so tempting that anyone might succumb to the temptation and gamble against him. These people might lose their lifespan, their aptitude, or some strange and unusual items. Very few can beat that gambling god. Hearing this, Long Zhuan's lips twitched again. Good heavens, this old guy really knows how to do business. He lures Gu cultivators to Heavenly Island with massive amounts of treasure, driving countless Gu cultivators mad. However, these Gu cultivators are unaware that the island's treasures were left behind by previous treasure hunters. They themselves left behind a large number of treasures for the next generation of treasure hunters. In the end, there are no treasures on the island at all. The vast amount of treasures on the island belong to the treasure hunters themselves. Overall, this was definitely a bad deal. Yet they were completely unaware of the trap. Every time the heavenly island ruins opened, countless Gu cultivators would rush there without hesitation, truly being sold out while still counting money for the seller. Utterly foolish. How could this old guy be so cunning? He could easily plunder massive amounts of wealth without paying a cent. Wasn't this like getting something for nothing? He could even let him choose a body at the same time. His scheme was truly deep. Did you get all this information from that letter? Long Zhuan looked at her. asking in shock. He genuinely felt like he'd been tricked, like a fool fooled by that old guy. Dizin nodded and continued, "That old fellow definitely doesn't want anyone outside to know of his existence. For his own safety, he only allows goo cultivators below the marrow cleansing stage to enter Heavenly Island. Furthermore, every marrow cleansing stage goo cultivator who gambles with him loses all memories of their time in the center of Divine Mechanism City after leaving. This is to ensure no one outside knows of the existence of such an immortal being on Heavenly Island, but last time, an accident occurred. For some reason, someone's memories weren't erased, so they learned many secrets of Heavenly Island, the significance of the Heavenly Island ruins, and even guessed the old fellow's deep schemes, so he wrote down what he knew on paper and hid it somewhere for future generations, but I unexpectedly found it, therefore, the information we have is exclusive. The other people who enter the island have no idea what's in the center of Divine Mechanism City. They also don't know that this person is a gambling god who wins every bet, so most people who don't understand the situation foolishly gamble with him, ultimately losing everything." Dizin chuckled. Long Zhuan looked at her strangely. Was she sure she had picked up the letter, not stolen it? How could she be so good at picking things up? Able to find anything? Long Zhuan pondered. If what Dizin said was true, then he had nothing to worry about. The old man was looking for a body belonging to a genius with all four aptitudes at the divine level. He certainly wasn't that kind of genius, so he could avoid the worry of being possessed. Furthermore, gambling with him was entirely voluntary. Under the restrictions of the gambling god Gu, the old man couldn't force anyone to gamble with him, thus posing even less danger to him. If things didn't work out, he could simply not gamble. He was never the kind of person who would risk everything for treasure. This man has amassed a fortune through such methods. To date, his treasures are probably equivalent to the treasuries of 1,000 super empires. He's a true treasure merchant, and the three-legged golden toad, whose strength depends on the quantity of its treasures, is undoubtedly the most suitable goo worm for him. Therefore, there's a high probability there's a golden toad here. The location of the golden toad recorded in that letter should be accurate. I can do without the repair worm, but I must get my hands on this golden toad. Long Zhuan clenched his fist and stepped forward again. Let's go. Overtake that group ahead. If we stay behind them, we won't even get a taste of the soup. Chapter 288 Siege Plan. With Long Zhuan and Dizin's speed, they quickly overtook the group of people who were destroying the spiritual herbs. However, just as they passed by the group, a sudden gust of wind came from behind them. Their expressions changed, and they hurriedly dodged to the side. Two goo worms flew past them and blocked their way. Oh. Not bad soul perception, you managed to dodge that. About a dozen people dressed in white rushed over and surrounded the two. What do you mean by this? Long Zhuan looked around and asked with a frown. The white-robed man in the lead said, if you're behind us, you're the ones drinking the soup. If we're behind you, then we're the ones drinking the soup. What do you think we're doing? How can I let you pass? Besides, there are only two of you. Since we can bully the few with the many, then we're even less likely to let you pass, the white-robed man in the lead sneered. You also want to bully the few with the many? Do you know that the person who said that to me last time is dead? Don't you know who I am? Long Zhuan asked, stunned. He truly hadn't expected that despite his prominence on the island, someone would still be unafraid of him and dare to cause him trouble. I don't care who you are. Blame yourself for getting ahead of us. Die. With that, the group of white-clad men charged at the two. Hearing this, Long Zhuan finally understood. These people genuinely didn't know who he was. They must have arrived on the island later and hadn't witnessed the battle. It was also possible they hadn't even been to the island at all, since not all ships going to Tian Island necessarily stop there. If they arrived late, they could simply wait by the trench. If that was the case, he wouldn't be worried. He was afraid these people recognized him. If they recognized him and still dared to attack him, they would be very difficult to deal with. By this time, many more ships had already arrived on the island. Long Zhuan, fearing someone else might get ahead of him, decided to fight swiftly and decisively. As a master of the 10 absolute physiques, he was already capable of killing peak marrow cleansing goo cultivators even in the late stage of marrow cleansing. Even Junzation, an invincible peak marrow cleansing goo cultivator of the same level, was no match for him. Now that he was at the peak of marrow cleansing, encountering another peak marrow cleansing goo cultivator was like slaughtering dogs. At full power, few could withstand 3 of his moves. Moreover, he had Dizin, who was equally formidable, by his side. With the two of them working together, how could these dozen or so people be a match? Thus, in less than a minute, his 5 clones returned, and the white-robed goo cultivators were all dead. However, Long Zhuan looked at the blood-soaked ground but found no corpses. He frowned deeply. Good heavens, the corpses of those who died on Heavenly Island really did disappear into thin air. The spiritual herbs destroyed by these selfish people were all extraordinary. He had intended to retrieve them, but all the corpses vanished instantly. He hadn't gotten a single thing, all his efforts had been in vain, a complete waste of time. Damn it! That old bastard dared to steal the fruits of my labor, Long Zhuan cursed inwardly. Let's go. This time we're definitely ahead of the curve. We don't need to waste time collecting low-value spiritual herbs, we'll focus on the rare varieties. Long Zhuan used his heavenly eye to scan the distance, quickly located his target, and immediately rushed in that direction. The collection of spiritual herbs lasted about 3 days. With over 10,000 people entering the island, 3 days was enough to completely plunder the island's spiritual herb resources. Originally, there were at least 100,000 people who came to Tian Island to search for treasure, coming from all over the country. However, the 4 huge waterfalls filtered out a portion of them, leaving less than 100,000 who successfully landed on the island. Meanwhile, the goo cultivators who had plundered all the spiritual herbs on the island began to slowly converge on Shenji City. According to the previous agreement, Ke Xiao and the 9th Prince were the alliance leaders, responsible for commanding a quarter of the goo cultivator army to attack the east gate of Shenji City. At this time, about 20,000 people had already gathered there, and a large number of goo cultivators were still continuously arriving. Gazing at the magnificent city before them, those gathered outside were all awestruck. The city was black, its walls forged from precious black iron, second only to mithril in hardness. The entire city wall was constructed of black iron. How much black iron must have been used? It's no exaggeration to say that even if everything inside the city were discarded, just melting down all the black iron from the walls could buy countless empires. If the walls of the divine city were this valuable, how astonishing must the treasures hidden within be? Everyone gasped, their eyes burning with anticipation. Long Zhuan also stared in awe at the black iron city, once again shocked by the old man's wealth. Without comparison, there's no harm done. He thought he was rich enough, but compared to the figure in the city, he was practically a pauper. Even Dizin, that woman beside him, was richer, not to mention the young masters of the Jin clan. Is it forbidden to pry the black iron from the city walls? Long Zhuan suddenly asked. What do you think? Dizin rolled his eyes at him. If the black iron on the city wall could be pried off, it would have been completely removed long ago. That guy in the city center would never allow anyone to do that. Dizin looked at the city wall and added, see the puppets standing on the wall, the black puppets are made entirely of black iron. With your strength, you should be able to handle them easily. You need to be careful with the silver and gold puppets. The silver puppets are made entirely of mithril, roughly equivalent to the strength of the early stage of the spirit sea realm. The puppets made of refined mithril are equivalent to the strength of the mid-stage of the spirit sea realm. The gold puppets are made entirely of Zheng metal, roughly equivalent to the strength of the late stage of the spirit sea realm, and the puppet generals are made entirely of refined Zheng metal. There are about 12 of them in the city. As for how many the terrifying being in the city center is hiding, we don't know. A goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage can't defeat these 2 colors of puppets. They can only use a human wave tactic to surround them, and only after a lot of people die can they kill those puppets, and after the puppets die, they will disappear into thin air. You won't get a single hair of the mithril or Zheng metal on them. Upon hearing this, Long Zhuan couldn't help but gasp. 12 puppets, entirely crafted from Zhengjin essence, how much Zhengjin essence would that require? He knew all too well how difficult it was to obtain Zhengjin essence. Even through cheating mining methods, he had only managed to mine a basketball-sized amount, enough to make just 1 puppet's head. He was stunned. Was the gap between rich and poor really that vast? Lang Yan, on the other hand, remained remarkably calm, a stark contrast to the shocked faces around her. It's normal. Did you know that in ancient times, materials were divided into 12 grades, and Zhengjin was only a 4th grade material, considered absolute garbage? Garbage materials were plentiful in ancient times, while Zhengjin was worthless, a common commodity. This ancient city originated in ancient times, so it's not surprising that it contains a lot of garbage materials. However, the ancients enjoyed the good fortune while the later generations suffered. They wasted Zhengjin. So in our time, it has become a rare treasure. Therefore, you should never compare yourselves to the ancients. You can't compare at all. We are poor because we weren't born in a better era, Lang Yan sighed. Long Zhuan glanced at her. Lang Yan had said similar things more than once. She longed for the most glorious ancient era of the Gu cultivation civilization. The more this scholar studied ancient texts, the more he yearned for the era depicted in them. Hearing her say that, he even considered inventing a time travel Gu, wanting to travel directly to the past. What a wretched place this was, so barren of resources that even a dog wouldn't stay here. On the other side, Ke Xiao and the ninth young master both stared solemnly at the city walls. Behind them, a large number of Gu cultivators had gathered, waiting for their command to storm the city. Damn it, the number of puppets on the city walls has increased again. There are already 50,000 puppets on our eastern wall alone, that's 200,000 puppets across all four walls. And who knows how many more are guarding the various rooms inside the city. How are we supposed to fight this? I've never fought such a difficult battle before. 20,000 people attacking a city wall guarded by 50,000 puppets. The attacking side always has more people than the defending side. How can the side with fewer people attack a city? The ninth young master looked at the puppets on the city walls with a grim expression and couldn't help but curse angrily. He was a businessman, focused on profit, and never did anything that would lose money. But now it seemed that they would need a massive number of people to take down this fortified city. If too many of their family's experts died, the losses would outweigh the gains in the city, making it a losing proposition. He was unwilling to do such a losing business. He was rational. He could tell at a glance that attacking the city would be a loss, but the presence of the golden toady needed within its walls made leaving impossible. At this time, he was unaware that some entity within the city was determined to kill most of the island's inhabitants to ensure a sustainable cycle of treasure within the city. A situation where he could profit from such a siege would be a miracle. Overall, the siege was definitely a loss, but for the survivors, it was certainly a gain. Ke Xiao glanced at him and said, "Isn't this something we expected?" However, although the number of puppets far exceeds ours, puppets are inanimate, while people are alive. The combat power of puppets is far inferior to that of a Gu cultivator. Puppets come from the profession of puppeteer. A puppeteer can only be on par with a Gu cultivator by controlling a large number of puppets. A black iron puppet in the city is roughly equivalent to an external Gu in the hands of a Gu cultivator, not worth worrying about at all. The real trouble lies with the silver and gold puppets in the city. Those are the ones that truly give us a headache. According to intelligence reports, both silver and gold puppets possess the strength of a spirit C-stage Gu cultivator. However, the Gu cultivators who can enter Tian Island are all marrow-cleansing stage Gu cultivators. One-on-one combat is simply impossible. We can only use a human wave tactic to surround them. If we really surround all those puppets, we will lose a great many people. Without a decisive battle, it's impossible for us to take this city. Looking at the gold and silver puppets on the city wall, Ke Xiao's expression turned solemn. Chapter 289 The Ninth Prince's Scheme. The ninth prince glanced at him, disdainfully saying, "Do you think I don't know that dealing with those things requires a human wave tactic? The problem is, who will go and surround them? Who's willing to fight those golden puppets, especially those 3 puppet generals on the city wall? They're equivalent to peak spirit sea-level beings. Who's willing to fight against such terrifying beings? If we really surround those 3 puppet generals to death, the number of people who will die will be enormous. Who's willing to sacrifice themselves for others? Are there any fools here?" Ke Xiao sighed. "There's no other way. If we draw lots, a group of weak people definitely won't be able to handle those beings. If the casualties are too high, the others won't have a good outcome either. The only way to deal with the golden and silver puppets is for all the strongest people to go together. No one can run away. Doing so will definitely benefit the weak, but there's no other way. Without sacrificing a group of genius Gu cultivators, no one can enter the city. I can only arrange for the weak to stand at the front during the siege to balance the interests of both sides. I can't think of a more perfect solution." The ninth prince nodded and smiled. "I agree with your suggestion, but you and I are among the strongest group here, so we'll definitely be facing the puppet generals. You'll take charge of one, I'll take charge of another, and the last one can be handed over to that genius who can kill a spirit C-stage Gu cultivator. He'll definitely be able to take down one puppet general by himself, with us 2 alliance leaders leading the way and doing the most dangerous thing. I don't think anyone will object." The ninth prince looked at him, a slow smile playing on his lips. Hearing this, Ke Xiao's heart sank. Since he proposed this plan, It must be in his favor. He wasn't stupid. Being an alliance leader meant seeking personal gain, not devising a plan that would trap him. He didn't want to deal with the puppet generals, nor did he have the spirit to sacrifice himself for the greater good. It was true he was among the strongest group here, but if neither of us said anything, who would know? This place was a gathering of people from all over the country, strangers to each other. Who knew who? Nobody knew who was the strongest here. They couldn't very well have a live duel. Like that ruthless individual who could kill a Spirit C stage Gu cultivator far beyond his level. If Luo Hongchen hadn't happened to know him, who would have known he possessed such abilities? Everyone would probably have assumed he was an unknown figure and overlooked him. Very few people understood the strength of the eldest son of the K family, and he could have easily avoided a direct confrontation with the puppet general due to his lack of combat achievements. However, plans don't always go as expected. Unexpectedly, this mortal enemy was going to such lengths to drag him down, even at the cost of his own life. How ruthless! Was this mutual destruction? It was utterly self-destructive. Ke Xiao was secretly annoyed. He understood that if the ninth prince intended to forcibly drag him in, there was no way he could escape, no matter how he tried to argue. The one who understands you best is always your mortal enemy. This mortal enemy knew all your secrets. Ke Xiao took a deep breath, forcing a smile and putting on a righteous act, saying, "As the leader of the alliance, I should naturally take the lead. Leading by example is what I intend to do. The three of us will each lead 100 men to be in charge of the puppet generals. As for the remaining gold and silver puppets, we'll choose responsible persons and then have 100 surrounding each one, but the premise is that we can still spare that many men after we've exhausted those 50,000 puppets." The ninth prince spoke without hesitation. "My guess is that it will need to suffer half the casualties to wear down the 50,000 puppets on the city walls. At that time, we'll still have 10,000 Gu cultivators left. Clearing out the gold and silver puppets in the East City shouldn't be a problem." Ke Xiao looked at him seriously and said in a deep voice, "But there will be variables. If the teams attacking the other directions of the city walls fail, resulting in a massive influx of puppets supporting the East City, then we'll be in big trouble." Looking at the other directions of the city walls of Shenji City, Ke Xiao showed a look of doubt. How could you be sure that those strangers could defeat those puppets? If those people are more trouble than they're worth and suddenly run away during the fight, causing a large number of puppets to arrive as reinforcements, then they'll be in real trouble. Don't worry about that, we'll definitely win. A handsome young man dressed in cyan clothes with a character Gu written on his clothes walked over. Facing the imposing presence of the two alliance leaders, the young man remained unfazed, smiling slightly. Our Gu spirit sect has conducted in-depth research on this heavenly island ruins and has ultimately discovered a pattern, that is, every time the heavenly island ruins open, no matter how many people attack, more than half will die, but every attack has been successful without exception. Throughout history, every time the heavenly island ruins open, the city of divine mechanism has been breached by the Gu cultivator army. The puppets on the city walls have never successfully defended it. Therefore, any attacking forces from other directions, no matter how weak, will definitely be able to breach the city. It's just a matter of how many casualties they suffer. This has always been the pattern of the heavenly island ruins. Hearing this, Ke Xiao looked at the handsome young man, staring intently at him, and asked, "Gu Xianai, you seem to know a lot about this heavenly island ruins. Your Gu spirit sect has also sent quite a few people this time. If you want them to lose fewer people, I advise you to provide more detailed information." Gu Xianai shook his head and laughed. "That's all I know. And even if I knew more detailed information, it wouldn't be of any use. No matter how well we prepare, the death rate won't change." With that, he shook his head, turned and left without saying another word. Watching his departing figure, Ke Xiao frowned and said sharply, "This man clearly knows many secrets about the heavenly island ruins. He's hiding a lot from us, and this information is extremely important to us." The ninth prince looked at him and smiled. "How could I not know he's hiding many secrets? He clearly knows this divine mechanism city well, but he just won't say anything. What can we do about him? Can we force him to tell us? Don't forget he's the number one genius of the Gu spirit sect. His strength is terrifying, definitely not below yours or mine. People with the surname Gu are not simple. They can disable all Gu worms. Once a Gu cultivator can't use Gu, wouldn't he become useless? Once a Gu cultivator has no Gu, he's at their mercy. This man is truly terrifying." It's only because there's someone here who can kill a goo cultivator in the spirit sea stage that we would have given him the task of besieging the other puppet general. I don't want to face such a terrifying opponent. Let him do whatever he wants, since he's participating in the siege mission. Even if he doesn't reveal those secrets, it won't hinder our conquest of Divine Mechanism City. Upon hearing this, the fierce-looking Ke Xiao's eyes vanished, and he abandoned the idea that had just arisen in his mind. He's from your ship. Since you're so confident in his strength, the two of you leading the attack on a puppet general should be a sure thing. Your side should be the first to deal with the puppet general. However, after you deal with the puppet general, you must support me immediately. You absolutely cannot go in to search for treasure first. I need your guarantee in front of the integrity goo. Ke Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at him. The ninth prince reluctantly took out a trust goo and placed it on his shoulder, saying helplessly, I swear, as long as I deal with that puppet general, I will support you immediately and will not be greedy for treasure. Now you should be relieved, right? Ke Xiao nodded and said in a deep voice, in this way, the three puppet generals can be completely dealt with. You can go and inform the person who dealt with the third puppet general. I think he also has a trust goo, so he should be very familiar with your Jin family. You should be able to talk to him easily. The ninth prince smiled bitterly. Who told you he's very familiar with me? He seems to be one of my third brother's men. I don't know him at all. Forget it. I'll go and inform him myself. The capable should do more. He can't refuse this matter. After saying that, the ninth prince finally left and walked in the direction of Longzhuan. Watching his departing figure, Ke Xiao revealed a cold smile. He wasn't foolish enough to think that this person would definitely keep his promise under the constraint of the trust goo. Don't be fooled by the lack of conflict in their conversation just now. They're both shrewd enough to prioritize the bigger picture, maintaining a facade of harmony while secretly plotting against each other. The Ke and Jin families are enemies, so how could this ninth young master easily help his enemy? The person who knows you best is always your enemy, and he certainly knows how to counter the trust goo, a type of tactic. Take, for example, the word games. The ninth young master just said that as long as he defeats the puppet general, he will immediately support you, without being greedy for treasure. You likely refers not only to him but to everyone involved in the siege. And I refers only to himself, not those around him. In other words, he can keep his promise, but those around him might not. Who is he trying to fool? Does he really think he's a fool? Ke Xiao sneered inwardly. Even if the ninth young master didn't play these word games, he could still stall for time, deliberately prolonging the war when a quick victory is possible, thus inflicting heavy losses on his side. Therefore, he never expected the ninth prince to help him. He could only rely on himself. Ke Xiao's eyes flickered, and he finally thought of Luo Hongzhen. As the number one genius of the great Yin dynasty, he possessed formidable strength and was surrounded by numerous geniuses. With Luo Hongzhen's help, he should be able to defeat the puppet general. Without hesitation, Ke Xiao immediately headed towards Luo Hongzhen's location. On the other side, after the ninth prince left, he sent out a clone to find Longzhuan, while his main body went to the other side and found Gu Xianai. As soon as the two met, the ninth prince immediately said, as you instructed, I have successfully set a trap for Ke Xiao. He won't be able to rush into the inner city anytime soon. That puppet general can hold him off for a long time. I have also given you the sea stabilizing pill. Our deal is now completely over. Chapter 290 Gu God Bowl. Gu Xianai's eyes lit up with joy, but quickly disappeared. Very good. As long as I can hold Ke Xiao back, he won't have time to compete with me for the Gu God's Bowl. I only need to use the sea stabilizing pill to break through to the spirit sea stage in a short time. Breaking the protective barrier will be a piece of cake. Then the Gu God's Bowl will be mine for the taking. Gu Xianai clenched his fist, his gaze fixed intently on the center of the divine machine city. The ninth prince looked at him and sighed. Breakthroughs are forbidden in the heavenly island ruins, but the use of certain forbidden techniques to temporarily gain the power of a spirit sea stage Gu cultivator is permitted, but the side effects of forbidden techniques that grant temporary spirit sea stage Gu cultivator power are unimaginable. Once you take the sea stabilizing pill, you'll be completely ruined. Even if you survive, you'll only have a year to live at most. The injuries left by the sea stabilizing pill are irreversible. No matter what elixirs you use, you can forget about surviving. Gu Xianai withdrew his gaze from the city, his expression turning crazed. How could I not know the reasoning you're making? But there's nothing I can do. Since neither the Gugad's bowl nor the golden toad were taken by anyone when the heavenly island ruins opened last time, it can only mean one thing: the barriers protecting these two treasures are far too strong, so strong that the power of a marrow cleansing stage goo cultivator simply cannot break through them. Every time the heavenly island ruins appear, how many geniuses and prodigies enter heavenly island? So many geniuses and prodigies couldn't even shake the barriers. How could I possibly break through them? I had no choice but to take forbidden drugs and forcefully retrieve the treasure using the power of a spirit C-stage goo cultivator. You know, the Gugad's bowl is a divine artifact for refining goo. Using it to refine goo can increase the success rate threefold. Its effects are truly heaven-defying. This is a treasure my goo spirit sect is willing to obtain at any cost. To be honest, a long time ago, the Gugad's bowl was the sect's most prized possession. However, it was taken to the heavenly island ruins by a genius and completely lost. My goo spirit sect has never given up searching for the Gugad's bowl. I've brought a difficult mission from the sect this time. If I can retrieve the sect's most prized possession, I will have performed a great service. Retrieving the sect's most prized possession is an unparalleled achievement, enough to be rewarded with a vast amount of treasures by the sect. The treasures will be enough to compensate for my loss. Gushayanai clenched his fist, his eyes filled with excitement. You're crippled after taking the C-stabilizing pill. What use are all those treasures? Given your character, I doubt you'd ever do anything truly righteous. Goo cultivators are all selfish and self-serving. You would never sacrifice yourself for the sect's benefit. Surely you have a way to completely avoid the C-stabilizing pill's side effects. The ninth prince looked at him with suspicion. The C-stabilizing pill was the Jin family's exclusive formula. No one outside possessed it, and no one understood it better than the Jin family. Could it be that the goo spirit sect had found a solution to the side effects that even their own family couldn't resolve? If the C-stabilizing pill's side effects could be perfectly eliminated, everyone would be a spirit C-stage goo cultivator. That would be truly heaven-defying. He had to get to the bottom of this. Gushayanai's lips curled into a sinister smile. Isn't that simple? Those with powerful souls can possess others to achieve rebirth, but each person only has one chance. I have one chance now. My younger brother's aptitude is far superior to mine, and he possesses the heavenly spirit body, allowing his spiritual power to grow automatically, progressing by leaps and bounds. He's the darling of this world, and he'll undoubtedly have a place among the strongest in the future. This body is far superior to mine, and we're brothers, so there's no need to worry about compatibility. This is my perfect vessel. After receiving the sect's generous rewards, I'll cultivate in this body, and then I'll soar to the heavens. This world won't be able to confine me. Oh, and his sect's most beautiful fiancée will also be mine. Gushayanai grinned wickedly. The ninth young master was shocked, his gaze becoming unnatural. He'd seen bad people before, but this was the first time he'd seen someone this wicked. This man was utterly despicable, even plotting against his own brother and sister-in-law. Was he even human? I heard you have a stunningly beautiful younger sister who has been missing for a long time. Could it be that you were behind that too? The ninth prince looked at him meaningfully, his gaze chilling. Gushayanai smiled at him. You have the honesty goo, so even if I lie, it's useless. I killed her and used her to refine goo. That goo's method of refining is based on blood relatives. I had no choice. I don't think you'll tell anyone this secret, will you? After all, I also know about your plot to murder your third brother. We're all the same. You don't need to look at me like that. We're all the same. Gushayanai's lips curled into a mocking smile. The ninth prince's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty. If possible, he really wanted to kill this man right now. This man was simply a venomous snake. He was ruthless in his actions, even killing his own brother and sister. What wouldn't he do? Cooperating with him was like dealing with a tiger. The consequences would be endless. Gushayanai looked at him with amusement and said, You're quite cunning. Among all the candidates for the Jin family head, you're the weakest, only slightly stronger than that Jin. The position of family head is never going to be yours. No one would have expected you to make the first move. If something happens to the third young master, he'll definitely suspect the first and second young masters, not the weakest one like you. Given the third young master's temper, he'll definitely target the first two. Then you can sit back and watch them fight, reaping the benefits. Unfortunately, you didn't foresee that my other brother was also near the battlefield. Because of what happened, I went to find him immediately and accidentally stumbled upon your conspiracy. The sect originally wanted to cooperate with a third young master using the secret of the golden toad, but now we have no choice but to cooperate with you instead. Speaking of which, the person who killed my brother should also have obtained that letter and know some secrets of Tian Island. He'll most likely come to Tian Island as well, later. Anyone who dares to go to the golden toad's hiding place will basically be the one who killed my brother. You're also heading to the golden toad's hiding place. If you encounter anyone traveling the same way, whoever they are, just take care of them for me. Although I'm not particularly familial, my brother isn't someone anyone can just kill. A faint killing intent flashed in Gu Xianai's eyes. The ninth prince looked at him with a grim expression. They'd agreed on exchanging a sea-stabilizing pill for the golden toad's hiding place, but now they had another condition, to hold off Ke Xiao for him. He'd tolerated it, and done so, but now Gu Xianai had added another condition, to make him kill his enemy. It was endless. The Jin family merchants hated nothing more than those who lacked integrity. This man was truly utterly untrustworthy, fickle, and repeatedly challenged his bottom line. The ninth prince took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, "Why do you always ask me to do everything? That's your enemy. Not mine. The person who killed your brother can't be simple. Who knows what kind of background he has, or whether we can afford to offend him? The barrier protecting the Gugadzam's bowl is impenetrable. It doesn't matter whether you go sooner or later. Can't you deal with your enemy first?" Gu Xianai shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. "No. I have more important things to do. I haven't told you yet, but our Gu spirit sect has lost more than one letter. Our Gu spirit sect's treasury was robbed once, and we lost a most detailed letter containing information about the Heavenly Island ruins. This letter contains everything about the Gugadzam's bowl. No one can resist the temptation of the Gugadzam's bowl. We don't know the thief's identity, but since she knows the whereabouts of the Gugadzam's bowl, she will definitely go to Heavenly Island, or send someone to Heavenly Island. So, anyone traveling with me must be the force that stole that letter. I must personally annihilate them all. Since these people were able to steal the Gu spirit sect's treasure, their fighting strength is definitely not simple. I must personally take action. I might need to use the power of a spirit C-stage Gu cultivator to kill them all. I don't have time to deal with the person who killed my brother, so I can only entrust this to you. I promise this is the last time I'll trouble you. I swear." As soon as he finished speaking, the ninth prince took out a trustworthy Gu with glowing eyes from his insect breeding bag, creating an awkward atmosphere. Meanwhile, on the other side. "What? You want me to deal with one of the puppet generals? What's in it for me to take such a risk?" Long Zhuan looked at the ninth prince's clone before him, sighing inwardly. This was the downside of being too famous. The capable are burdened with more work. This life-threatening task of dealing with a puppet general had fallen on his shoulders. If he were still as unknown as before, no one would recognize him, and such a troublesome task would never have fallen to him. When the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. It's the tall ones who will die. The ninth prince's clone shook his head, saying, "What's the benefit? Our two alliance leaders will each deal with a puppet general, and both will lead from the front, so you have nothing to complain about. Besides, this siege mission involves the strong dealing with the gold and silver puppets, while the weak stand at the front during the siege. The death rate for both groups should be roughly the same. It's not a matter of who benefits." Long Zhuan pondered for a moment. The alliance leader's order clearly didn't allow him to refuse. Everything has its good and bad sides, and vice versa. If I were responsible for dealing with a puppet general, I would definitely lead 100 men to besiege it. My crew wouldn't be scattered and used as cannon fodder by the alliance leader. With myself, Dizin, and Yang Zhan, taking down a puppet general shouldn't be difficult. After all, puppets aren't on par with the Gu cultivators, but rather with the Gu worms on a Gu cultivator's body. A spirit C-stage puppet is far inferior to a true spirit C-stage Gu cultivator. As an inanimate object, it's destined to be no match for a group of highly intelligent Gu cultivators. If he takes charge of a puppet general, his crew won't suffer heavy casualties during the siege. This mission isn't out of the question. Alright, I'll take this mission. One of the puppet generals will be under the command of my 100 men. If I don't go to hell, who will? I'll sacrifice myself for others this once, Long Zhuan said with an air of righteousness. Brother, you're so righteous. Then the puppet general on the far right is your responsibility. I trust your abilities. Seeing Long Zhuan agree, the ninth prince's clone smiled and finally turned and left. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. we warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, Ke Xiao's idea. Watching his departing figure, Yang Zan walked over, arrogantly declaring, "Captain, leave that puppet general to me. I can easily handle it alone." Yang Zan cracked his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Long Zhuan turned to look at him, his face lighting up with joy. "You've recovered your cultivation level." When they first entered the Heavenly Island, he hadn't had Yang Zan collect spiritual herbs, but instead immediately gave him the ice and fire dual pole pill, instructing him to find a secluded place to recover. Long Zhuan was always cautious, entering such a dangerous place. How could he not create a Gu cultivator at the Spirit Sea stage as his trump card? He had already planned this while refining the ice and fire dual pole pill. Upon seeing the ice and fire dual pole pill, Yang Zan almost burst into tears of joy. Without even asking how it had been refined, he grabbed the pill and ran off. Even if he asked, it wouldn't matter. Long Zhuan had already prepared his explanation. His master and mistress had refined it, and it had been transmitted via the Suabao Gu, with a trust Gu as proof. He just hadn't expected Yang Zan to recover his cultivation level so quickly, and just in time for the siege. This made his chances of dealing with the puppet general even greater. No. The puppet general was no longer a threat to him. Yang Zan alone could easily handle it. However, after his initial excitement, Long Zhuan quickly shook his head and said, "Don't make a move yet. You are my biggest trump card right now. Using you on a puppet would be a waste. I need you to deal with a greater crisis. It's too early for you to act. When fighting the puppet general, use your peak marrow cleansing stage power. Even if you use power beyond that, don't let anyone notice. If the others know we have a Spirit Sea stage expert in our team, we'll become the target of everyone's attacks. It will be much harder for us to grab any treasures then." Yang Zan nodded solemnly. He had just recovered to his peak Spirit Sea stage and was somewhat carried away, eager to show off his long-lost power. Having not used his Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivation level for so many years, his body had become rusty. Now, hearing Long Zhuan explain the stakes, he could only suppress his restless desire. "Alright, then I'll temporarily suppress my cultivation level to the peak of the marrow cleansing stage. However, I think with your enemies in strength, if another Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivator doesn't emerge on the island, I won't even have the chance to make a move." Yang Zan shook his head with a wry smile. How could another Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivator possibly emerge on the island? Originally, there were 3 pseudo-Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators who could have come to the island, but before they could even unleash their power, they were killed by this treacherous captain. Their deaths were incredibly frustrating. An hour later, under the command of the 2 alliance leaders, Ke Xiao and the 9th young master, square formations were formed at the foot of the city wall, each person holding a spirit shield. The Gu cultivators didn't wear heavy iron armor, so they could only use spirit shields to defend against the crossbow bolts from the city wall. The Gu cultivators who came here had obviously done their research beforehand, knowing that attacking Divine Machine City required spirit shields, so everyone was prepared. Long Zhuan, of course, didn't know that spirit shields were needed, but fortunately, he had the little rich woman Yizin by his side. She could easily produce thousands of spirit shields, let alone 100, after all, she was someone who had even looted the national treasury. Long Zhuan, shameless as ever, easily borrowed a bunch of siege equipment from her. For example, crossbow bolts, armor, ladders. The gravity beneath the city walls was incredible, prohibiting flight. To climb the walls, one would indeed need primitive equipment like ladders. However, this equipment might not be useful to them, since they were responsible for dealing with the puppet generals, standing at the back of the formation, and could simply borrow ladders from those in front to climb the walls. At this moment, the sounds of battle came from the west, north, and south cities, and the other 3 alliance leaders were already ordering the attack. Ke Xiao and the 9th prince finally stopped hesitating and also ordered the attack. 20,000 Gu cultivators formed a square formation, holding spirit shields, and marched mightily towards the eastern city wall. Once within crossbow range, the puppet archers on the city wall unleashed a barrage of arrows, showering the Gu cultivator army below. But the Gu cultivator army was prepared. Everyone held up a spirit shield, and the arrows mostly hit the shields, resulting in few casualties among the Gu cultivators. Only one unlucky fellow was hit in the toe, screamed, and bent over before being shot in the head and dying instantly. The rain of arrows was clearly just an appetizer. Soon, one after another, circular lights flashed on the city wall, growing brighter and brighter until they were blinding. These are divine cannons. Maintain formation. Nobody run around. This thing's attack is indiscriminate. There's no gap to hide in. Everyone hold up your shields and take the hit. If everyone runs around, even more people will die. Kei Xiao shouted in the crowd, but the deafening roar quickly drowned out his voice. One after another, white beams of light shot down from the city wall, densely covering the ground indiscriminately. Boom, boom, boom. The dense beams of light bombarded the Gu cultivator army, producing one deafening roar after another. All the Gu cultivators heeded Kei Xiao's advice and raised their shields to withstand the incoming beams of light. With their frantic infusion of spiritual power, the spiritual shields formed a vast energy barrier, seamlessly connecting to protect all the Gu cultivators. Thus, most of the beams of light were withstood by the Gu cultivators' gritted teeth, but some were breached, causing people to fall and scream in agony. Don't forget that cannons are wide-range weapons. If even one person fails to withstand an incoming shell, their teammates will be killed as well. The bombardment was clearly far from over. Cannonballs from the city walls rained down on the crowd below as if they were free. The defensive arsenal of Shenji City was obviously far more than just the Shenji cannon. Soon, huge crossbow bolts, flying rocks, and even a swarm of flying bird-like puppets appeared from within the city. Despite the immense gravity outside the city walls, these bird puppets managed to fly through the air, gaining air superiority. The Air Force flew overhead, dropping countless oil slicks and explosives, turning the area below into a sea of fire and filled with screams, exacerbating the casualties among the Gu cultivators. Seeing the bird-shaped puppets approaching, Long Zhuan unleashed a blazing palm strike, instantly clearing them away. Large swathes of charred bird-shaped puppets fell to the ground, immobilized. Just as Long Zhuan was about to pick them up to study the puppetry technique, all the bird-shaped puppets vanished into thin air. Like the dozen or so Gu cultivators he had killed earlier, these bird-shaped puppets disappeared right before his eyes. Long Zhuan was stunned and could only abandon his idea of secretly learning the puppetry technique. The Gu cultivators were still quite fast. After enduring several rounds of attacks, the massive number of Gu cultivators finally reached the city walls. At such close range, the powerful cannons posing a significant threat to them were no longer effective. The Gu cultivators below the city walls began unleashing countless fireballs, lightning bolts, wind blades, and ice blades, engaging the puppet army on the walls in a firefight. Simultaneously, swarms of Gu worms were released, crawling in droves up the walls. Once atop the walls, the worms swarmed the nearest puppets, creating chaos on the walls. Large numbers of puppets were knocked off the walls, disappearing shortly after landing. The Gu cultivator army didn't immediately climb the walls, instead using various ranged attacks to wear down the puppets on the walls. This was Kei Xiao's idea. Puppetry comes in many forms: sword puppets, bow puppets, and various beast puppets. The variety is countless. Puppets wielding axes and swords, as well as beast puppets, are melee combat puppets and cannot attack the Gu cultivators below the walls. Only puppets capable of ranged attacks, such as bow-wielding puppets and fire-breathing puppets, could reach the Gu cultivators below the city walls. Therefore, if both sides engaged in ranged attrition, the puppets inside the city wouldn't be able to utilize their numerical advantage, with most melee puppets simply standing still. However, if all the Gu cultivators rushed into the city, they would face puppets of all types. The puppet army far outnumbered the Gu cultivator army, making a chaotic battle with all types of puppets within the city a highly unwise choice. Therefore, Kei Xiao's idea was to refrain from attacking the city initially and instead engage in ranged attrition from below the walls. Every Gu cultivator possessed ranged attack capabilities, while less than half of the puppets did. This tactic was entirely advantageous to the Gu cultivators, and everyone agreed to the suggestion. The Gu cultivator army prioritized attacking the bow-wielding puppets and other ranged attack puppets standing on the city walls, as well as various defensive siege weapons. In terms of ranged attrition, the Gu cultivator army clearly had a significant advantage. Before long, the firepower on the city walls diminished, and the number of puppets standing on them dwindled. Once only a few puppets remained visible on the walls, the massive numbers of Gu cultivators below began pulling ladders from their storage bags and rapidly scaling the walls. Kill them. There aren't many puppets left in the city. Charge into the city. Once we've wiped out all the puppets, all the treasures inside will be ours, the two alliance leaders roared, taking the lead and climbing the ladders themselves, leaping into a horde of puppets wielding axes. The two alliance leaders' charge greatly boosted the morale of the goo cultivators below, who frantically climbed the walls. Soon, the walls were overflowing with goo cultivators, and swathes of puppets were driven off the other side of the wall. The eastern wall was the first to fall, and its loss immediately triggered a chain reaction, leading to the breaching of the other three walls by the other three alliance leaders. Massive numbers of goo cultivators surged onto the walls. While the puppets on the walls were dealt with, a vast number of melee-type puppets remained within the city. The puppet army within the city was densely packed, far outnumbering the goo cultivator army. This war was far from over. Chapter 292 Long Zhuan's Shock. April 19, 2024. Author, Xiangkangshan Shui Wu. By Nian. Long Zhuan and his group followed the crowd up the city wall, heading straight for the puppet general on the far right. This puppet general was inside a huge tower, and Long Zhuan and his group were closest to this tower on the city wall. As soon as Long Zhuan reached the top, he saw an arrow fly rapidly towards him, accurately striking a goo cultivator not far away in the forehead. The goo cultivator immediately fell to the ground below the wall, dying instantly. The arrow was shot by the puppet general, a multifunctional figure, wielding a gun, a bow, and a sword at his waist, riding a tiger-shaped beast puppet. This puppet general was skilled in both close and long-range combat, and his mount was extremely fast, making him incredibly difficult to deal with. During the goo cultivator army's attack on the city, countless goo cultivators had perished under his arrows. Even with large shields, they couldn't defend against his arrows. The other two puppet generals on this city wall were of the same type, standing atop a large, high tower, constantly firing arrows downwards. Each arrow that fell meant the death of a goo cultivator. The puppet general's archery skills were extremely accurate, almost always hitting the target. Furthermore, the arrows fired by the puppet generals were incredibly fast, far beyond the reach of a goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage. Almost anyone the puppet generals shot died. Every time they drew their bows, a goo cultivator's forehead was pierced, and they fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, Ke Shao and the ninth prince each led 100 men to charge towards the two puppet generals, but because the puppet generals stood on the tower, looking down from above, they had already suffered heavy casualties under their arrows before even getting close. Facing the puppet general's arrows, Long Zhuan dared not be careless. He was unsure if he could catch an arrow fired by a puppet at the peak of the Spirit Sea stage. He dared not gamble. The best approach was to avoid catching the puppet general's arrows altogether. So, after climbing the city wall, he immediately took Xiao Bei out of the insect-breeding bag, shook it awake, and made it release the slowing domain. This ability, though simple, was extremely practical and could be used in almost any situation. Under the slowing domain, the arrow fired by the puppet general immediately slowed down. This arrow was aimed at Leng Yan, but Leng Yan easily dodged it by simply shifting her body slightly. After being slowed by the slowing domain, the arrow could be easily dodged by a goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage. It could be said that the puppet general's arrow no longer posed any threat to Long Zhuan and the others. The other two battlefields besieging the puppet general suffered heavy casualties from its arrows, while Long Zhuan's team, solely due to the ability of a goo worm, had not lost a single member so far. Leng Yan, having dodged the arrow, glanced at Long Zhuan, utterly shocked. What kind of goo worm was this? Despite her extensive reading, she had never seen one before. This was yet another goo worm she didn't recognize. Just how many goo worms did this captain possess that she didn't recognize? She glanced at Long Zhuan with gratitude before quickly looking away. She wasn't sure if she could catch the puppet general's arrow, if it hadn't been slowed. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Long Zhuan had saved her life, and she felt indebted to him. Since the puppet general's arrow posed no threat, they quickly climbed to the city wall and launched an attack. Originally, the puppet general rode a beast puppet, which was extremely fast. However, under the influence of the slowing domain, its mount was ineffective, and its speed became extremely slow. Conversely, the group, enhanced by the speed domain, became incredibly fast. This combination of speed and slowing made the group of goo cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage even faster than the puppet general, who was suffering greatly and could only parry. Don't underestimate the white bone demon just because it has few materials and simple abilities. Its practical combat effectiveness is incredibly powerful. Anyone whose speed is significantly reduced will have a headache. Speed is always a greater attribute than attack and defense. It was precisely because the puppet general was so slow that Dezin seized the opportunity to use an array plate to firmly trap it. It was unclear what kind of array plate this was, but it emitted golden threads that bound the puppet general, despite its immense strength, could break free for a short time. At this moment, the puppet general was essentially standing still, allowing everyone to attack it. The group was greatly excited. Now was the perfect time to strike. So, they unleashed a barrage of attacks on the puppet general, some even using their most powerful trump cards. However, their attacks were like tickles to the puppet general, leaving no mark whatsoever. The puppet general was temporarily immobilized, completely at the mercy of their attackers, yet none of them could break its defenses, a truly awkward situation. Even Yang Zhan only managed to kill its tiger-shaped mount, finding himself helpless against its exaggerated defensive capabilities. The puppet general was forged entirely from Zhengjin essence, an incredibly hard material. How could a group of goo cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage possibly break through its defenses so easily? Dezin's forehead was beaded with sweat as he shouted to Long Zhuan, "Stop holding back. My dragon binding formation won't hold it for long, it'll break free soon. While it's immobilized, unleash your strongest attacks to finish it off. Otherwise, if it breaks free and this battle becomes a protracted war, your crew will suffer casualties." Long Zhuan glanced at her in surprise. How could she be so certain her attacks would break the puppet general's defenses? Was she really that confident? She was right. Long Zhuan knew now was not the time to hold back. He had to seize the opportunity to eliminate the puppet general while it was immobilized. Otherwise, who knew what other trump cards this puppet general might have? Once it broke free, it might inflict significant casualties. Without further hesitation, Long Zhuan activated the first 4 gates of the Gate of Life and Death and charged towards the puppet general. He possessed a large amount of Zhengjin essence, and knew all too well how terrifying its defensive power was. He knew that even attacking the puppet general's most vulnerable parts required opening the first 4 gates of the Gate of Life and Death. He didn't need to consider the side effects at all. The first 4 gates of the Gate of Life and Death consumed spiritual power, blood, ki, and mental energy, all renewable resources that wouldn't cause irreversible damage to his body. As long as he closed the first 4 gates after opening them for just 1 second, the side effects of the Gate of Life and Death would be negligible. Therefore, if only the first 4 gates of the Gate of Life and Death were open, and the battle was extremely short, he could use it as a trump card. At this moment, the puppet general couldn't move. 1 second was enough. Almost instantly, Long Zhuan rushed to the puppet general's side, delivering a powerful punch to its chest. With just 1 punch, the top-grade spirit stone on the puppet general's chest was destroyed. The puppet's movement and attacks required energy, and the puppet's energy primarily came from spirit stones or the spirit core within a spirit beast, also known as the inner core. Therefore, the energy core is the most crucial part of a puppet. Once the energy core is destroyed, any puppet will lose its ability to move. The energy core can be considered the weakness of all puppets. Sometimes, even if the puppet's head is smashed, it may not necessarily die. After all, the vital points of non-living beings are completely different from those of humans and cannot be judged by common sense. However, if the puppet's energy core is destroyed, the puppet will definitely be paralyzed. Therefore, as soon as the top-grade spirit stone inside this puppet general's body was destroyed, it immediately stopped struggling and fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Not long after, this puppet general disappeared into thin air. Everyone stared blankly at Long Zhuan, their eyes filled with deep shock. If they had previously heard that the captain had once killed a spirit C-stage goo cultivator despite being a major realm above his own, they might have been somewhat skeptical, thinking it was just hearsay. But now they had no choice but to believe it. Everyone had used their strongest trump cards but failed to leave a single mark on the puppet general, while this captain had easily dealt with it with a single, seemingly effortless strike. It was simply monstrous. They knew all too well just how outrageous the puppet general's defenses were. The power the captain had just used far surpassed that of a peak-stage marrow cleansing goo cultivator. Moreover, this power, clearly not belonging to the peak of the marrow cleansing stage, didn't seem like a forbidden technique with severe side effects. Because the captain was completely unharmed, there was no sign of him being harmed by the power of a forbidden technique. Everyone was stunned. Just then, a deafening explosion came from not far away, drawing everyone's attention. Long Zhuan subconsciously looked in the direction of the explosion and saw that it originated from the battlefield where the ninth prince and his men were fighting the puppet general in the middle. The puppet general had been blown into countless fragments, with metal shards of various shapes flying everywhere, and the center of the explosion was charred black. At this moment, the ninth prince had already led his remaining forces into the city. Long Zhuan was shocked. Such a troublesome puppet general had been dealt with so quickly by the ninth prince? He hurriedly looked at the puppet general that Ke Xiao and the others were responsible for, and found that that battlefield had ended even faster. The puppet general had long since vanished, and Ke Xiao, leading the remaining men, had already advanced towards the city walls. Long Zhuan was alarmed. He thought he had dealt with the puppet general quickly enough, but someone else was even faster, making him the slowest. That was a puppet general at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. How did they manage to eliminate it so quickly? Had the puppet general been secretly weakened? Before entering the city, he had been extremely wary of these three puppet generals, believing they would be the biggest obstacle to the Gu cultivator army, causing them heavy losses. Who would have thought these three puppet generals would be so weak, instantly defeated without posing any real threat to the Gu cultivator army? Long Zhuan could hardly believe his eyes. He sighed inwardly, realizing that one should never underestimate geniuses. The Gu realm was teeming with geniuses, and there were many capable of harming puppet generals. He had to be wary of these two. These two possessed the power to kill a peak-level Spirit Sea cultivator, and such power could naturally threaten him as well. His defenses couldn't possibly be stronger than the puppet generals. The power capable of shattering the puppet general was something whose soul armor might not be able to withstand. If he were to face them next, he would have to be extremely careful. Chapter 293 Long Zhuan's Treacherous Scheme. April 19, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshan Zai Shui Wu Bai Nian Yizhen walked over and looked in the direction of the explosion, saying, "No need to be shocked. These two are young masters of large merchant guilds. Before entering the Heavenly Island ruins, they must have made ample preparations. How could they not have done their intelligence work beforehand? With the powerful intelligence-gathering capabilities of their merchant guilds, they could easily find out how to deal with the puppet general. They clearly came prepared. That ninth young master used the immortal slaughtering thunder, which can easily kill even a peak Spirit Sea realm expert, and he used 3 at once. How could that puppet general not die? However, the method of manufacturing the immortal slaughtering thunder has long been lost. There are not many immortal slaughtering thunder left in the world, and because of their rarity, each one is priceless. He threw out 3 at once, which is like throwing away a mountain of gold. Now, it's unknown whether his gains in the Heavenly Island ruins will even cover his losses. The other puppet general was forcibly transferred to a very far place by Luo Hongzhen using the Luo family's unique Gu worm transfer Gu. Whether this puppet general is dead or not is unknown, but it certainly won't be back anytime soon, which is why this battlefield ended so quickly. However, although the teleportation Gu moved the puppet general away, it's certainly doomed in the puppet general's hands. Ke Xiao obviously paid a huge sum of money to Luo Hongzhen in exchange for a teleportation Gu, so the reason these two puppet generals were dealt with so quickly was entirely due to a clever trick. Don't be fooled by the fact that the 3 puppet generals on the east wall were instantly eliminated. The puppet generals on the other 3 walls won't be so easy to deal with. The puppet generals on the other 3 walls will surely inflict heavy losses on the Gu cultivators there. Let's go down to. All the houses in the city have treasures, and they're all guarded by puppets. Whoever grabs the most treasures will be the fastest. Dizin smiled, quickly jumped down from the city wall, and ran towards a specific house. The others, their eyes red with excitement, also jumped down from the city wall, each choosing a house that caught their eye, and then excitedly rushed towards it. Long Zhuan's gaze fell upon a house in the city, near the city center, the very house mentioned in the letter as the hiding place of the Golden Toad, and also his target on his journey to Heavenly Island. However, the ninth prince, leading a large force, was also rapidly advancing towards that house, clearly his target also being the Golden Toad. This caused Long Zhuan to frown deeply. Even if he could get into the house faster than the ninth prince, he would still be seen by him. The ninth prince would never abandon the Golden Toad, and a battle between them was inevitable. Who knew how much immortal slaying lightning the ninth prince possessed? What if he had a whole bunch of it? He was extremely wary of this thing. He wasn't sure if his defenses could withstand the bombardment of the immortal slaying lightning. Long Zhuan frowned and pondered for a moment, then quickly came up with a plan. He used the face-changing goo to transform himself into another person's appearance and ordered his flame clone to run towards the ninth prince's direction, disguised as him. After arranging everything, he confidently jumped off the city wall. Below the city walls, the various goo cultivators were already in a bloodthirsty frenzy, frantically slaughtering the puppets within the city while their eyes gleamed as they surged into the houses, looting their treasures. The houses contained all sorts of treasures, pills, spiritual artifacts, cultivation techniques, goo formulas, and even goo worms, everything imaginable. But it was a bit like opening a blind box. Few knew what treasures were hidden in each house. Everyone could only randomly choose a house to enter, and finding anything good depended entirely on luck. Of course, there were some patterns. The closer a house was to the city center, the more valuable its treasures. The closer it was to the city walls, the less valuable the treasures. Each house door was sealed with a barrier, and a varying number of puppets guarded the entrance. The puppets themselves were easy to deal with, even the most difficult ones could be killed. They couldn't be more troublesome than puppet generals. The real challenge lay in the barriers sealing the doors. The strength of these barriers was directly proportional to the value of the treasures within. The more worthless the treasures inside a house, the weaker the barrier at the entrance. The more extraordinary the treasures, the stronger the barrier. Many rooms contain treasures so extraordinary that the barriers at their entrances are so strong that a mere goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage cannot break them. And those who can enter the heavenly island are all goo cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage, so every time the heavenly island ruins close, many rooms remain untouched by treasures, such as the golden toad and the goo god's bowl. Those who leave simply don't know how to find out what the treasures in these rooms are, and can only return disappointed. But those who leave are not resigned to their fate. They often draw maps of the houses containing hidden treasures and pass them on to their descendants, hoping to have them claim the treasures when the heavenly island ruins open again. Therefore, every genius who comes here has their own goal, including Zhu Yu of the Zhu clan, Shui Zhuanayan of the Shui clan, and Qin Kai of the Red Demon Pirate Gang. They have all been given tasks by their elders, ordered to come here and retrieve the treasures from a certain room. So, as soon as these geniuses jumped off the city wall, they headed straight for a specific house. However, whether they could break the barrier of their respective targets was entirely unknown. Those houses weren't so easily broken. Every time the heavenly island ruins appeared, a large number of houses remained untouched by treasures, and no genius could break their barriers. The immortal being in the city center wasn't placing treasures in the houses to give them away to those with a destined connection. He wasn't that generous. His purpose was to lure in the goo cultivators outside with various heaven-defying treasures. Those treasures were bait. How could he allow anyone to take them? He had no intention of giving away those heaven-defying treasures. Even the fact that some people knew exactly what treasures were in those houses was probably because he deliberately revealed a flaw, intentionally telling them to attract more people. To break the barriers of those houses, one would need a cheat code. Long Zhuan ran to the front of a house, easily dispatching the two puppets guarding the entrance. He then shattered the barrier at the door with a single punch and rushed inside. A wooden treasure chest sat conspicuously on the table. Long Zhuan didn't bother to check its contents, assuming the barrier was so easily destroyed that it contained nothing of immense value. He simply stored the chest in his storage ring without a second glance. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take the plunge. He pulled a branch of soul-nourishing wood from the world tree seed and reluctantly tossed it onto the table. Soul-nourishing wood was one of the three great divine trees of the world. Crafting it into an accessory and carrying it could stimulate the growth of innate soul power, and this growth was constant. He refused to believe that such a heaven-defying treasure couldn't tempt those two. Long Zhuan sneered, quickly tossed the soul-nourishing wood branch onto the table, and dashed out of the house. In an instant, the aura of the soul-nourishing wood overflowed, its power surpassing even that of a heavenly grade spiritual herb, soaring into the sky and drawing the attention of everyone nearby. This is a heavenly grade spiritual herb? No. This is an aura surpassing even a heavenly grade spiritual herb. A divine herb has been born. The ninth prince looked in a certain direction, stunned for a moment before revealing a greedy expression. He quickly changed direction, leading his men towards the location emanating the divine herb's aura. Regardless of what kind of divine herb it was, each one was unique in the world, possessing extraordinary effects, making them among the most valuable treasures in the entire world. Having encountered such a heaven-defying treasure today, how could he let it slip by? Faced with this treasure, He immediately abandoned his plan to find the golden toad first, deciding to obtain the divine herb at all costs. At the same time, Ke Xiao also looked in that direction, his eyes filled with excitement. It's the aura of a divine medicine? Even though my Ke family is richer than a country, I've never seen a divine medicine before. I never expected there to be such a divine object in the heavenly island ruins. Forget about what our ancestor wants, let's get our hands on the divine medicine first. Without thinking, Ke Xiao immediately changed direction after sensing the aura of the divine medicine and rushed towards the location emanating from it. The Ke family experts behind him also showed excitement and followed closely behind. The Ke family and the Jin family, due to their superior strength, were the two forces that had gone the furthest. Long Zhuan's choice of the location to place the divine medicine was very clever. It was exactly in the middle of the two groups. In other words, the distance from both sides to the house was exactly the same, and if nothing unexpected happened, both sides would arrive at the same time. Events ultimately unfolded according to the script set by Long Zhuan. The Ke family and the Jin family arrived at the door of the house almost simultaneously. The ninth young master was only a few steps closer than Ke Xiao. Upon meeting, both sides were immediately stunned. But the ninth prince, having taken a few more steps than Ke Xiao, quickly rushed into the house. Seeing this, Ke Xiao was enraged. He hadn't forgotten the ninth prince's trap, which had cost him dearly in defeating the puppet general. Now, he wanted to settle both old and new scores. Ke Xiao followed closely behind, rushing into the house. Enemies meeting are always filled with hatred. Before the siege, the two had to consider the bigger picture and exercise restraint. But now that Divine Mechanism City had fallen, there was no need for restraint. These two sworn enemies could easily fight if they met unexpectedly, let alone with the divine medicine before them. The value of the medicine even exceeded their respective mission items, neither side would back down. Soon, the sounds of fighting erupted from inside the house, and chaos quickly spread outside. Not far away, Long Zhuan peeked out from behind the house and finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. These two young masters of the merchant guild were incredibly wealthy, their stored rings contained almost everything, and few treasures could tempt them. If you were to take any other treasure, Long Zhuan couldn't guarantee that the two families wouldn't fight over it. Only the most extraordinary treasures could possibly provoke such a struggle, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and break off a branch of the soul-nourishing wood. Now it seemed his plan had succeeded. The soul-nourishing wood had indeed sparked a fight between the two families, escalating into a massive melee. Long Zhuan breathed a sigh of relief. The ninth prince was now completely bogged down in the battle and couldn't afford to worry about anything else. He had no chance of reaching the golden toad's hiding place anytime soon. Long Zhuan stopped observing and quickly slipped deeper into the city of divine mechanisms. Now, no one would be competing with him for the golden toad. Chapter 294 The Golden Toad is in Hand. April 19, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu by Nian. Relying on his superior physical strength, Long Zhuan charged through the puppet army, quickly penetrating deeper into the territory. At this time, the Gu cultivator army hadn't reached this depth yet. The area was filled with puppets, severely hindering his progress. Long Zhuan was extremely anxious. He wasn't sure how long the ninth young master would be held up. Now he had to race against time and take the golden toad as quickly as possible, not wasting too much time here, lest things get complicated. Finally, a brilliant idea struck Long Zhuan. He suddenly used the heavenly demon devouring god technique, sending fragments of his soul flying out of his body and into the bodies of nearby puppets. He wasn't sure if his fragments could possess the puppets, but he could try. Even if he failed, he wouldn't lose anything. Not long after, Long Zhuan revealed a look of surprise. He discovered that the puppets were controlled by the extremely weak souls of sea beasts. These sea beast souls were in a dazed state, completely devoid of willpower. His clone easily shattered it, then completely seized control of the puppets. Things went more smoothly than expected, so smoothly that even Long Zhuan found it unbelievable. He effortlessly possessed a large number of puppets, then manipulated them to frantically attack their comrades. The puppet army in this area instantly descended into chaos, with countless puppets even turning on each other, attacking one another, heads and arms flying everywhere, a truly intense scene. Had he accidentally discovered a bug in the city of divine mechanism? Long Zhuan was completely bewildered. Now, no puppets were attacking him anymore, all the puppets were attacking the ones next to them. Their low intelligence prevented them from distinguishing between allies and traitors. Wherever Long Zhuan went, chaos ensued. Wherever he went, puppets turned on each other. Though there were many puppets, they could no longer hinder his progress. Thus, protected by numerous puppets, Long Zhuan easily arrived at the house of the hidden golden toad. Long Zhuan's breathing quickened, his gaze fixed intently on the house. He easily possessed the two puppets standing at the door by manipulating a split soul, then slammed his fist heavily into the barrier at the entrance. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and Long Zhuan staggered back several steps, but the barrier remained unmoved. He looked up, a look of surprise on his face. He wasn't an ordinary peak stage marrow cleansing goo cultivator, he possessed the 10 absolute bodies, and his attacks far surpassed those of a peak stage marrow cleansing goo cultivator. In fact, his attack was simply the power of a peak stage marrow cleansing goo cultivator. Yet even his attack couldn't penetrate this barrier, so other marrow cleansing goo cultivators had even less chance of breaking through it. Long Zhuan was secretly alarmed. Could this barrier only be shattered by the power of a spirit C-stage goo cultivator? Would he have to use the first 4 gates of the life and death gate again? Long Zhuan frowned. Well, that old guy in the city center was a scoundrel. Without cheating, a normal person couldn't possibly break through this barrier. He had no choice but to cheat. Long Zhuan took a deep breath, quickly opened the 4 gates before the gate of life and death, shattered the barrier with a single punch, and then closed the gate of life and death in less than a second. The backlash from the forbidden technique was minimal. He rushed inside and immediately saw a sizable treasure chest on the table. He excitedly ran over, quickly opened the chest, and found a huge fossil inside. He quickly closed the chest, stored it in his storage ring, and ran away. With that, his mission on Heavenly Island was completely complete. He could immediately begin refining goo upon returning, and Long Zhuan was filled with anticipation. As for the repair worm in the hands of the god of gamblers, he could collect it or not, leaving it entirely to fate. If things didn't go smoothly, he was prepared to give up on collecting the repair worm. After leaving the house, Long Zhuan quickly ran towards Dizin's location. The two had already discussed on the ship that they would work together to deal with someone. He didn't know who Dizin wanted to deal with, but he should meet up with her as soon as possible. After leaving that area, Long Zhuan deactivated the face-changing goo's ability, reverting to his original appearance, and no longer used his ability to control a large number of puppets. He didn't plan to use the puppet controlling ability again. That ability belonged to the mysterious man who took the golden toad, and he certainly didn't dare use it again, otherwise he'd be exposed. He wasn't particularly afraid of the 9th young master, but he had to be extremely wary of the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce behind him. If the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce found out he had gone to great lengths to collect the golden toad, they might connect it to his possession of the 3-legged golden toad goo formula, and Long Zhuan couldn't leave such a huge hidden danger. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't use the puppet controlling ability again. Because he gave up the puppet controlling ability, his speed on the road slowed down considerably, and he had to avoid the area with the most puppets, taking a long detour. On the way, he finally encountered a crew member who was frantically attacking the house's barrier. His crew members had already scattered to various rooms to search for treasure, so encountering a crew member on the road wasn't exactly a coincidence. The crew member he happened to encounter was Leng Yan. At this moment, Leng Yan was wielding a spirit sword, frantically hacking at the barrier of one of the rooms. However, even with all her might, the barrier remained completely unmoved by her sword. Beads of sweat appeared on Leng Yan's forehead, and her eyes showed anxiety. Long Zhuan shook his head helplessly, walked over, and directly used his 5 elements jade at full power, heavily striking the barrier. The barrier didn't even last a second under his 5 elements jade, shattering instantly. This barrier was far more fragile than the barriers of the houses in the city center. Long Zhuan didn't even need to open the gate of life and death, his attack power, far exceeding that of the peak of the marrow cleansing stage, was enough to shatter it completely. Go in. You owe me another favor, remember to repay it later. Long Zhuan smiled at her, completely uninterested in what was inside the house, and walked back towards Dizin's location. Leng Yan watched his departing figure with a complex expression, sighed inwardly, and finally ran into the room. Not long after, she found the treasure chest in the room. Excitedly opening it, 3 white fruits quickly came into view. Leng Yan's face lit up with surprise. They were youth-preserving fruits, and 3 of them at that. Her face flushed, and her breathing quickened. She thought of Wu Yao's prophecy about her. Had one of the prophecies already come true? She had indeed found youth-preserving fruits in the heavenly island ruins. And the Black Dragon pirates had been decimated, clearly indicating that Great Lonely Island was the victor in the war. That prophecy had also come true. Now, only the last prophecy remained. Would the last prophecy also come true? Leng Yan's smile faded, and she finally stored the 3 youth-preserving fruits in her storage ring and left the room. When Long Zhuan arrived at Dizin's location, she found that the barrier of the house next door had been shattered, and the treasures inside had long been looted. At the entrance, she was fighting a handsome young man dressed in blue. Dizin hadn't released a single goo worm, but this young man had released a swarm of goo worms to attack her. However, Dizin was known for her numerous arms and was truly unafraid of fighting multiple opponents. Each of her hundreds of arms could unleash a spiritual technique to strike the charging goo worms. The two sides exchanged blows, currently locked in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Gu Tian glanced at the newcomer, a cold smile playing on his lips. HMPH. Another one? As many as come, they'll all die. My Gu clan is the nemesis of all Gu cultivators. With that, he separated 5 Gu worms from the battlefield and launched an attack on Long Zhuan. Long Zhuan was about to retrieve 5 Gu worms from his breeding bag to counterattack when he suddenly frowned. He realized that all his Gu worms were in a dormant state. Not only were his external Gu unusable, but all his internal Gu were also asleep, refusing to awaken them no matter how he tried to communicate with them. In other words, he couldn't use a single Gu worm. All the Gu worms on his body had been disabled. Long Zhuan was shocked. What kind of bizarre ability was this that could disable all of a Gu cultivator's Gu worms? A Gu cultivator's power largely comes from Gu without Gu. What kind of Gu cultivator is he? A Gu cultivator without Gu would have at least half their strength crippled, ultimately becoming helpless. This ability is simply invincible. Where did this person come from? He's terrifyingly powerful. This person possesses the Gu King Gu, whose ability disables all Gu worms in the world. Be careful, Dizin's voice rang out. Long Zhuan's expression turned serious. He didn't have time to think further. Since he couldn't use any Gu worms, he could only use his clones. He immediately released all his clones to fight the charging Gu worms. Don't think he's useless just because he can't use Gu worms. Long Zhuan is different from other Gu cultivators. Other Gu cultivators are truly crippled once their Gu are disabled. But he's always been unconventional, researching too many things unrelated to Gu worms. Even without Gu worms, his combat power is not weak. For one thing, each of his clones is no weaker than a top-grade Gu worm. How could the 5 Gu worms released by Gu Xian'ai possibly harm him? Soon, the 5 Gu worms were held back by Long Zhuan's 5 clones, resulting in a back-and-forth battle, greatly reducing the pressure on Dizin's side. Gu Xian'ai was shocked. He had originally planned to use the 5 top-grade Gu worms to instantly kill the newcomer, then concentrate his forces to besiege the troublesome female Gu cultivator. He reasoned that without the ability to use Gu worms, no one could withstand the combined attack of 5 top-grade Gu worms, and this person would surely be instantly killed by his 5 top-grade Gu worms. However, the development of events greatly exceeded his expectations. This person, even without the ability to use Gu worms, possessed terrifying combat power, showing no fear of his 5 top-grade Gu worms' combined attack. Gu Xian'ai cursed inwardly, wondering what kind of monsters he had encountered today. He dreaded encountering Gu cultivators who neglected their studies, spending their days researching non-Gu worm powers instead of Gu worms. These kinds of people were the nemesis of his Gu clan. Unfortunately, he encountered 2 of these nemesis figures today, which was incredibly unlucky. He knew things were going badly. Under the combined attack of these 2, his chances of survival were slim. At that moment, he acted decisively. Knowing he couldn't possibly defeat their combined strength, he unhesitatingly took out the sea-stabilizing pill and popped it into his mouth. He knew he'd have to use it eventually anyway, so he didn't hesitate. Instantly, a painful, ferocious expression appeared on his face, and his aura began to rise rapidly. Chapter 295 The Terrifying Emperor Zin 2024-05-16 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu by Nian Not Good. That's the Dinghe pill. The Dinghe pill can temporarily elevate a person to the spirit sea stage, but at the cost of death. Has this person gone mad? Let's run. He's already a dead man. Even if we can defeat him, there's no need to fight a dead man to the death. None of us could withstand the dying counterattack of a spirit C-stage goo cultivator, Dizin reminded Long Zhuan and then hurriedly ran in one direction. Long Zhuan was stunned, but seeing that Dizin had already run away, he naturally wouldn't face this spirit C-stage goo cultivator alone. So he also decisively fled, quickly disappearing into the puppet army at the speed of a star-stepping horse. Long Zhuan wasn't afraid of this person chasing after him. If he dared to chase, he could definitely wear him down with his puppet army. He didn't believe that the power gained from consuming forbidden drugs could last long. But unfortunately, Gu Xianai didn't chase after him. Instead, he shouted, "Leave the Gu Gao's bowl behind," and chased after Dizin. Seeing that the person wasn't pursuing him, Long Zhuan gradually slowed down, a thoughtful expression on his face. The Gu Gao's bowl? So Dizin's target was the Gu Gao's bowl. It was said that using this tool to refine Gu could increase the success rate threefold, making it an absolutely priceless treasure. Even Gu kings would go crazy for it. But this treasure was of little use to him. He wasn't interested in treasures that could increase the success rate of Gu refining. After satisfying his curiosity, he left as quickly as possible. Although the spirit C-stage Gu cultivator had gone after Dizin, Long Zhuan wasn't worried about Dizin's safety at all. So many Gu kings had failed to kill Dizin, a spirit C-stage Gu cultivator would have even less chance of succeeding. That person was destined not to catch Dizin, his forbidden drug was wasted. Once the side effects of the drug took effect, it would be his death. This person was no longer a concern. Next, Long Zhuan began frantically searching the treasures in each room. However, something that soon made him frown greatly occurred. He could easily smash through the barriers of ordinary houses to retrieve their treasures, but he couldn't break through the barriers of those containing valuable treasures no matter what he did. Long Zhuan's face was ashen. At this point, he could clearly see that the scoundrel, seeing that someone could break through the strongest barriers, had secretly reinforced them to prevent all the treasures from being taken. The reinforced barriers were probably so hard that only a Gu king could break through them. There was no way he, a Gu cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage, could penetrate them. Long Zhuan cursed inwardly, and in the end, he could only helplessly abandon his plan to take all the most valuable treasures. That old guy clearly couldn't play games, and how could he possibly outmaneuver the one who set the rules? Next, Long Zhuan could only plunder the treasures in ordinary houses. As long as the houses weren't near the city center, he could basically smash them with a single punch. He specifically went to find some youth-preserving fruits, intending to take them back for Long Ziyan to try, and also to try some himself. He also wanted to stay young forever and be handsome for countless more millennia. An hour later, the puppets within the city of divine mechanism were finally wiped out by the Gu cultivator army. Not a single puppet remained in the city. However, there were no puppet remains or Gu cultivator corpses on the ground, only undried blood stains. Whether puppets or Gu cultivators, once they died here, their bodies vanished into thin air, leaving the surviving Gu cultivators with no chance to loot them. The loss of so many Gu worms, yet the inability to compensate for their losses by looting corpses, left them with grim expressions. Even though they had found treasures in various houses throughout the city, considering their own losses, they might not have gained much. The deaths of a bunch of top-grade Gu worms not only didn't bring profit, but resulted in a huge loss. Ironically, the treasures that could compensate for their losses were hidden in houses that were impossible for a peak-stage marrow cleansing Gu cultivator to break through. They could only watch those houses with helpless frustration and rage. Meanwhile, the surviving Gu cultivators were continuously converging on the city center. The city center also had an inner city, surrounded by high walls, guarded by numerous puppets, many of them gold and silver. The four towering city walls blocked the view of all the Gu cultivators, preventing anyone from knowing what lay within the city or what kind of heaven-defying treasures were hidden there. The exact opportunities within the city were unknown, but it was presumably that the treasure at the very center of the divine mechanism city was the most valuable of all, perhaps even the city's most valuable treasure. The mystery of the city center held an irresistible allure for them, making them eager to rush in, lift the veil of mystery, and explore its secrets. At this moment, everyone stared at the inner city with greedy expressions, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Even the outermost city possessed heaven-defying items like the youth-preserving fruit and the longevity fruit, and even divine medicines exceeding the 12th grade. How extraordinary would the treasures hidden within the inner city be? Everyone's breathing quickened, their eyes reddening. It must be said that Long Zhuan's act of taking out the soul-nourishing wood branch and throwing it on the ground led many to subconsciously believe that the inner city must contain something even more valuable than divine medicines. Such heaven-defying treasures were enough to make everyone rush in at any cost. However, 4 towering city walls blocked the Gu cultivator army, guarded by puppets of significantly higher quality. Charging forward would be a desperate gamble, potentially resulting in even greater casualties. This caused all the Gu cultivators to hesitate, suppressing their greed and forcing themselves to remain calm, refraining from rashly attacking the inner city. At this moment, all the surviving Gu cultivators gathered together, the 4 allied armies attacking Shenji City slowly converging to discuss this final battle. The barriers around 30 houses remain unbreakable. What a pity. Perhaps we could have found a divine medicine in one of them. The 9th prince sighed first. Keishao glanced at him and teased, "What? You brought a bunch of immortal slaying thunders, and they still didn't break those barriers?" The 9th prince snorted coldly. "Why do you ask such a question you already know the answer to? To break those barriers, you can't use any external objects, you have to rely on your own strength. There are plenty of consumable spiritual artifacts and talismans similar to immortal slaying thunders. If these things really worked, the hardest houses here would have been completely destroyed by the previous treasure hunters long ago. How could it be our turn?" Thinking of this, the 9th prince was filled with rage, almost going mad. His previous battle with Keishao hadn't lasted long. The soul-nourishing wood branch was quickly split in 2 during their fight, each receiving half. Since everyone had already gained something, both sides wisely stopped fighting. They understood that continuing the entanglement would only result in mutual destruction, with neither side gaining anything. Who would have thought that in the short time he was delayed, the house where the golden toad was hidden had been broken into? He was furious. The man who stole the golden toad was a stranger, and he possessed the ability to control a large number of puppets. Keishao deduced that this person was a puppeteer, a rare profession in the Gu world. However, when he and his men frantically searched the city for this puppeteer, they found that the puppeteer seemed to have vanished into thin air, impossible to find. He was nearly spitting blood. So he could only test the effects of the immortal slaying thunder on other houses. It turned out that even the immortal slaying thunder couldn't break through those barriers. Not only could it not break through the barriers, but it also couldn't break through the walls of the houses. The materials used in those houses were very sturdy, and the surface was also wrapped with barriers, much stronger than the doors. The door sealed by the barrier was actually the weakest point. "Where is that Gu clan genius beside you? I don't see him. Please don't tell me he's dead." Keishao scanned the crowd, and after not finding the figure of the young man in blue, he continued to ask, "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? How would I know?" 9th prince looked at him irritably. "Don't think he's someone close to me. I don't know him at all. Too many people died in the siege of Divine Machine City this time. The danger didn't just come from the puppets, but also from human error. Any genius could die. He might really be dead. The bodies of everyone who died here vanished into thin air. Since he's not among the living, I think he's most likely already a corpse and disappeared." 9th prince's expression turned solemn. Only he knew that Gu Xianai carried a sea-stabilizing pill, which allowed him to transform into a spirit sea-stage Gu cultivator at any time. Who here could defeat him? Who could kill a spirit sea-stage Gu cultivator? Could there be more than one spirit sea-stage Gu cultivator here? And who is the hidden spirit sea-stage Gu cultivator? He thought with a heavy heart. On the other side, Long Zhuan nudged Dizen's shoulder and transmitted his voice through his soul. "Hey! You really killed a spirit sea-stage Gu cultivator? You're quite skilled, aren't you? You've been hiding your abilities." Dizen rolled her eyes at him and said helplessly, "Don't misunderstand, I don't have that ability. My strongest method is a massive amount of top-grade Gu worms. That person is my natural counter. How could I possibly take his life? His forbidden drug definitely has a duration of effect. I originally planned to walk him to death by walking the dog. Who would have thought Yang Zan thought my life was in danger? So he directly used the power of a spirit sea-stage Gu cultivator to kill him, making me owe him a life-saving grace. Why would I need his help? This favor isn't so easy to repay." Hearing this, Long Zhuan looked at her with a solemn gaze. He was good at picking up on key words. Dizen said her strongest method was a massive amount of top-grade Gu worms. Why did she use the word massive amount? Surely 10 top-grade Gu worms shouldn't be described as a massive amount, right? Chapter 296 Inner City. April 21, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshan, handsome for 500 years. I forgot to ask you, what deep-seated hatred do you have with that Guling sect genius that makes you so determined to kill him? Long Zhuan asked casually. Nothing much, I just don't like him because he killed my sister. A faint killing intent flashed in Dizen's eyes. Hearing this, Long Zhuan's lips twitched. What business is it of hers if someone kills their own sister? Why should she interfere? Dizen frequents the treasure vaults of various clans. She's a major villain in the Gu world, definitely not a benevolent person. Long Zhuan absolutely doesn't believe she's a saint who punishes evil and promotes good. Could she be a sister-obsessed person? Long Zhuan couldn't help but wonder. On the other side, Ke Xiao counted the remaining numbers, his mood somewhat heavy. About 100,000 Gu cultivators had launched a strong attack on Shenji City, and now only 20,000 remained. If these 20,000 Gu cultivators continue to attack the last inner city of Shenji City, they would inevitably lose at least half of their manpower. The number of Gu cultivators remaining is likely to drop below 10,000. The casualties are simply too heavy. Is it really worth continuing the assault on the inner city of Shenji City? There are still 50,000 puppets in the inner city. If our 20,000 continue the assault, the number of survivors will most likely not exceed 10,000, Ke Xiao said with a heavy heart. Zuyu glanced at him and said disdainfully, what are you doing, being so sentimental? This is all voluntary, no one is forcing anyone to attack the city. If you want to obtain the heaven-defying treasure, you should be prepared to lose your life here. If you die here, it's your own choice, and you can't blame anyone else. Zuyu suddenly shouted to the crowd, we are now organizing to attack the city. Anyone who is afraid of death can leave now. However, after we take the inner city, those who haven't contributed will not be allowed to set foot inside. Otherwise, everyone will attack them. Those who don't want to take the risk, please leave and don't approach the inner city again to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Those who are prepared to gamble for the treasure, stay and we will attack the city together. Whether you stay or leave is entirely up to you. Now, everyone, please make your own choice. Qin Kai looked at her with displeasure. In his view, everyone should attack the city together, and those who didn't want to attack should be killed. There was no reason to let them go. However, this woman's strength was no less than his own, and the power behind her was also no less. Offending her rashly would not be a wise choice, so he ultimately refrained from voicing his dissatisfaction. Hearing Huayu's words, everyone exchanged hesitant glances. Some timid individuals, however, dared not take the risk and slowly withdrew from the crowd. Only a small portion left. Those who dared to venture into the Heavenly Island ruins were generally adventurous. The naturally cautious would never have come to Heavenly Island. Therefore, naturally, more remained than left. People die for wealth, birds die for food. It's no wonder the treasures in the outer city were so astonishing. Even soul-nourishing wood, Gugao's bowl, youth-preserving fruit, and longevity fruit were present. How astonishing would the treasures in the inner city be? When the value of treasures reaches a certain level, many will choose to take the risk. Lang Yan, at this moment, belonged to the cautious Gu cultivator group. Now that she had obtained the youth-preserving fruit, her mission was complete, so she didn't plan to take any more risks. I'll go and investigate whether there's another way to break the barrier on those 30-odd houses. I'll wait for you there. Lang Yan greeted everyone and then left the crowd. At the same time, the timid Miao Pipui and the bouncy Weiao followed her. Ye Qingluan, after a moment's hesitation, ultimately didn't dare to take any more risks and followed her. Nai Qingcheng hesitated for a long time before finally leaving the crowd as well. Meanwhile, a large number of the male Gu cultivators on the Shenlong ship fled, leaving only a dozen or so to prepare for the risky siege. Long Zhuan was stunned. Were all his crew members so cautious? So many were naturally prudent. Other fleets only lost a few at a time, but his crew had lost more than half, making them stand out conspicuously in the crowd. Dizen then said, it's because you fattened them up. The poorer the Gu cultivator, the more they have to risk their lives for resources. But if a Gu cultivator has enough money, then most Gu cultivators don't need to risk their lives for resources. Hearing this, Long Zhuan nodded thoughtfully. It seemed to make sense. The poor aren't afraid to die, while the rich cherish their lives. Although the 9th prince and Ke Xiao, who were preparing to attack the city, were very wealthy, it was because they had plenty of trump cards and didn't think their lives would be in danger. However, those who left were wise. Those who stayed here didn't know that after spending a huge amount of manpower to break through the inner city, they wouldn't get any treasures at all. The effort and reward were severely disproportionate. It was true that the treasures in the inner city were more valuable than those in the outer city, but you needed to gamble with deadly stakes against an old monster who had lived for countless millennia. Only by winning could you take one of the treasures in the inner city. That old monster had honed various gambling skills to perfection with countless millennia of experience, and he always won. This was a gambling god who won every bet. Who could possibly beat him? Almost everyone who entered the inner city was doomed to fail. Not only would they gain nothing of value, but they would also lose everything. Therefore, most people entering the inner city wouldn't encounter any opportunities. Risking their lives to attack the city was unwise and a huge loss. Those who chose the safer path and left were right. As more and more people left, the remaining goo cultivators dwindled to only 16,000, a reduction of 1/5. The remaining cultivators, led by several leaders, launched a full-scale attack on the inner city. They used the same strategy as attacking the outer city, a full assault on all four walls. Once the goo cultivator army reached the walls, they didn't rush to scale them, but instead used ranged attacks to wear down the puppets on the walls. Only when melee units remained, hiding at a distance, did the remaining goo cultivators climb the walls to wipe out the last remaining puppets. The strongest goo cultivators were still responsible for attacking the golden and silver puppets on the city walls. Long Zhuan, having exposed his strength, had to take on more tasks and once again faced a golden puppet. With his previous experience, working together with Dizan, taking down a golden puppet wasn't difficult for him. After about half an hour, the goo cultivator army successfully scaled the city walls and wiped out all the puppets. After clearing out all the puppets inside the city, the four allied forces finally converged. At this point, the goo cultivator army had dwindled to 5,000, with far more than half of them having died in the battle. Such heavy losses weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. In previous openings of the Heavenly Island ruins, although most would die, tens of thousands of goo cultivators would still survive. This was undoubtedly the most devastating loss ever, including those still alive outside. Less than 10,000 goo cultivators remained. Never before had the opening of the Heavenly Island ruins resulted in so many deaths. This time, they had broken the death toll record. Long Zhuan scanned the faces of every survivor, searching for his creditors. He sighed inwardly. Good heavens, including those outside, he only needed to refine gathering sea pills for about 40 people, the rest of his creditors were all dead. What an easy workload. He knew that most of his creditors would die after entering the Heavenly Island ruins, but he never expected so many. Using so few gathering sea pills to replace the 500-strong Black Dragon pirate gang was truly a worthwhile deal. It's normal. For some reason, the puppets of Divine Machine City are increasing year by year. The more times the Heavenly Island ruins open, the more goo cultivators are injured or killed. However, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually thins, the overall strength of the goo geniuses is declining year by year. Based on these two reasons, our siege suffered such heavy casualties. With the next opening of the Heavenly Island ruins, the number of deaths may be even greater than this time. Shui Zhuan sighed, breaking the heavy atmosphere first. Let's not worry about how many people die. Even if many die, it's none of our business as the living. The city's opportunities are destined for the living. More deaths mean fewer treasures to share, which is actually a good thing for us. Qin Kai's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the magnificent palace before him. He added, we've already looted the other houses. The quality of the treasures is no different from those in the outer city. I think the most valuable treasures in the inner city must all be concentrated in this palace. Zhu Yu smiled. This palace is located at the very center of the entire Divine Mechanism City. The city's most prized treasure must be hidden here, but the place where the most valuable treasures are stored is bound to be extremely dangerous. I noticed that there are a large number of puppets hidden throughout this palace, so I didn't rush in. Now that we're all here, how about we charge in together? At this moment, the goo cultivators' expressions turned bitter. They were still going to fight. They had already died enough. They really didn't want to take any more risks. But having come this far, how could they possibly retreat like this? Going back now would mean all their previous efforts were in vain. They had all paid a heavy price to finally get here, and having endured so much to reach the final step, no one was willing to leave. At this moment, all the goo cultivators had crazed looks in their eyes, and for a long time, not a single one left. Only Long Zhuan looked relaxed, as if he didn't care about the puppets in the palace at all. He had learned very detailed information about the Heavenly Island ruins from Dizin, and according to his speculation, this battle was definitely not going to happen again. The golden puppets inside were either decorations or, even if they could move, they wouldn't. The reason was simple: if these golden puppets could actually move, then most of these goo cultivators would die again. The god of gamblers' goal was to attract more goo cultivators to the island, not to kill as many as possible. If he killed too many, resulting in very few people leaving Heavenly Island alive, then next time the Heavenly Island ruins opened, not many goo cultivators would dare to come. This was definitely not what the god of gamblers wanted to see. Therefore, Long Zhuan was certain that the puppets in the palace would definitely not attack again. For the sake of sustainable development, the god of gamblers would never again go on a rampage of slaughtering goo cultivators. Chapter 297 Meeting the God of Gamblers. April 21, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu by Nian. Let's go in. Once we get past this final hurdle, all the opportunities inside will be ours. Qin Kai's eyes gleamed with greed as he waved his hand and led his men deeper into the palace. The others took a deep breath and followed closely behind, slowly making their way into the palace. However, to everyone's surprise, as they approached the palace, neither the puppets outside nor those inside attacked them. It seemed all the puppets were asleep, standing motionless, showing no reaction even as the goo cultivators drew near. All the goo cultivators were stunned. The puppets' lack of attack was completely unexpected, making their worries unfounded. The puppet stillness finally relieved the goo cultivators. However, since the puppets hadn't attacked the intruders, they didn't foolishly attack them now. The puppets were already in a deep sleep. What if attacking them now woke them up? No one dared to take the risk. Everyone moved silently, not daring to utter a word, for fear of waking the puppets. This was exactly what Long Zhuan had expected. He knew that no matter how much noise they made, the puppets wouldn't wake up. So he boldly surveyed everything in the palace. The palace was decorated in a magnificent golden hue, with many strange insects, birds, and beasts carved everywhere. The statues varied in size, some radiating a suffocating pressure, as if they were alive, inspiring awe. No one dared to touch these things out of curiosity. These statues were just decorations, worthless, and no one could be sure if they were traps, so no one dared to touch them. Ignoring the various statues in front of the palace, the goo cultivators filed into the open palace gates. The palace corridors were adorned with many huge murals. Long Zhuan turned and examined them carefully. Murals often concealed important information, and he always looked at the murals on the walls whenever he went down into ancient tombs. The hidden information in the murals is likely key to unlocking the secrets. The tomb owner wouldn't have carved meaningless scenes on the walls. Most of the murals depict various forms of gambling, featuring different gambling tools, and each scene includes the same figure. This person wears a striking green garment with a character for gambling written on it, making him easily identifiable. The murals cover his eventful life, from youth to middle age and old age, a life spent entirely in gambling. Throughout his long life, he participated in countless games, playing every type of betting, but he never lost, whether he was good at it or not. In every mural, he is the only one smiling, while his opponent looks on in despair. From the murals, Long Zhuan can clearly see how confident and triumphant he was at the time. However, even the most skilled can make mistakes, no one is invincible, and no one can be undefeated. In the last mural, his smile vanishes, replaced by a ferocious expression, while his opponent wears a smug grin. The background of the murals was an identical palace. Long Zhuan boldly guessed that what he lost in his last gamble was probably being trapped here forever. And trapped by his own gambling god Gu, whose powerful binding force was unbreakable. Gambling with a gambling god Gu against others could win everything if he won, and lose everything if he lost. The gambling god Gu was a double-edged sword. It could also exert a powerful binding force on its master. Those who gambled with a gambling god Gu would eventually be devoured by their own gambling god Gu. At this moment, the others were also curiously looking at the various murals on the walls. Seeing that the murals depicted various gambling scenes, any Gu cultivator who wasn't stupid had already determined that the palace's owner was a gambler. Dizin stopped in front of 4 of the murals, her brows furrowed slightly, and a strange look appeared in her eyes. Seeing her stop, Long Zhuan also stopped beside her, looking curiously at the 4 murals side by side in front of Dizin. These 4 murals depicted 4 different types of Gu worms. The 4 Gu creatures had very strange shapes, making it impossible to identify their species or even name them. Incredibly, everyone who passed by the 4 murals looked puzzled, seemingly unfamiliar with these 4 goo worms. This included Ninth Prince, Kei Xiao, Qin Kai, Zuyu, and Shui Jianian. All of them lingered on the murals for a long time, seemingly also unaware of the 4 goo worms. Considering these individuals all had extremely distinguished backgrounds and were highly knowledgeable, if even they didn't recognize the goo worms, it could only mean that these 4 goo worms were incredibly ancient, belonging to a pre-existing goo cultivation civilization. At this moment, Dizin transmitted his voice through his soul, saying, I seem to know the origins of these 4 goo worms. One of them is the infamous gambling god goo, capable of betting on anything with others. The remaining 3 goo worms are equally renowned, the eating god goo, the prostitute god goo, and the drinking god goo. The eating god goo's ability is to acquire all the abilities of what it consumes. Once any spirit beast's meat is made into a dish and enters the stomach of its owner, all of that spirit beast's abilities can be gained. Those who possess the eating god goo have bottomless pits in their stomachs, able to eat incessantly and increase their spiritual power through consumption, as long as the food they eat contains enough spiritual power. Those who possess the eating god goo can break through to a realm sufficient for immortality in a very short time simply by eating continuously. The cultivation speed of such individuals is 100 times faster than that of ordinary people. The upper limit of the eating god goo is no weaker than that of the gambling god goo. And the materials required for its refinement are also similar. The sexual pleasure goo and sexual pleasure goo are similar to the previous 2 in that they plunder various miscellaneous abilities through different means, gathering countless abilities into one, thus possessing invincible power. The eating, drinking, sleazing, and gambling goo are of the same origin. Legend has it that whoever collects all 4 goo can use them as materials to synthesize an even more powerful goo. The person who synthesizes this goo will gain invincible power in the 3 realms. Hearing this, Long Zhuan looked at Dizin curiously and couldn't help but ask, how do you know about these 4 goo? And in such detail? Even the 5 alliance leaders don't know the origins of these 4 goo. Dizin frowned, remained silent for a moment, and finally said, I don't know how I know either. I've never read about these 4 goo in any book, but whenever I see these 4 goo, I feel a strange sense of familiarity, and then I know all the information about them. Then you must be some powerful being reincarnated, right? Long Zhuan joked, looking at her. Just as the 2 were mysteriously communicating via telepathy, the group traversed numerous corridors and finally entered the central hall of the palace. This hall was vast and resplendent in gold. In the center stood a mysterious silver altar, covered with countless strange and unusual runes. On the altar rested a crystal coffin, through which a skeleton clad in a green robe could be vaguely seen. Above the coffin floated 300 treasures of various kinds, each encased in a transparent bubble. These treasures were all incredibly valuable, far surpassing the value of the youth-preserving fruit. Upon seeing these extraordinary treasures, everyone's breathing quickened, their eyes burning as they stared intently at the 300 floating treasures, wishing they could rush forward and plunder them all. However, everyone remained rational, suppressing their greed and refraining from rashly rushing forward. Almost every place where treasures were hidden harbored unknown dangers, otherwise, the treasures would have been taken long ago, not waiting for them. Just as everyone was pondering how to take the treasures, a sudden voice rang out in the air. 500 years, has someone finally come here again? But there are fewer this time. The sudden voice startled everyone. All the goo cultivators' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly looked around, searching for the source of the voice. Finally, everyone's gaze focused on the direction of the coffin, their eyes filled with tension. The voice was indeed coming from this coffin. They found it hard to believe that this heavenly island ruin, which had existed for countless millennia, actually concealed a mysterious soul. Just how many millennia had this soul lived? And a soul that had lived for countless millennia could not be simple. The goo cultivators all wore solemn expressions, revealing deep apprehension. The hall remained silent for a long time. Seeing that no one spoke, the mysterious voice continued, who I am, what my name is, and how long I've lived are none of your concern. Just call me the god of gamblers. Since you're here, you must abide by my rules. If you try to forcibly take the treasures here, you certainly won't succeed. Those who don't believe me are welcome to come up and try. I've always loved gambling, and my favorite thing to do is gamble against all sorts of people. So, the only way you can take the treasures above is to gamble with me. Only by betting against me can you take any of the treasures above, and my stakes are far more than what's in the air. I possess everything that exists in this world. except for treasures with unique attributes. Furthermore, my abilities are unique. I can gamble not only on material treasures but also on non-material treasures. If anyone wants to increase their aptitude, they can gamble against me on aptitude. If anyone wants to increase their lifespan, they can gamble against me on lifespan. If anyone wants a special physique, they can gamble against me on a special physique. If anyone wants to become smarter, they can gamble with me on wisdom. In short, my abilities can be used to gamble on anything. Anything you can name, you can gamble with me on. As long as what you bring is valuable enough, you can get anything, even gamble away 10,000 years of lifespan. The god of gamblers said in a seductive voice. Now, if anyone wants to gamble with me, step forward 10 paces. If anyone doesn't want to gamble, I won't force them. You can go back the way you came, entirely voluntary. However, those who go back will lose all their memories of entering the inner city. You won't be able to take any information out of here. Alright, who will be the first? I can't wait. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious old man appeared in the air. This old man wore the same clothes as the skeleton in the coffin, and his body was transparent, clearly a soul form. Presumably, he was the soul of the skeleton in the coffin. However, this soul had been wandering here for countless millennia without dissipating, which was truly inconceivable. At this moment, the aged soul smiled, clearly in a good mood. He must have been bored to the point of madness after being trapped here for so long. It was a miracle he hadn't gone insane after being trapped here for so long. Now that so many people had finally come to keep him company, of course he was in a good mood. He only had 1 month to play outside every 500 years while wandering in this lifeless place, which was rather pitiful. Long Zhuan couldn't help but admire this gambling god. A normal person enduring such long periods of solitude would probably have suffered a mental breakdown and committed suicide long ago. Just how strong was his willpower to endure countless years of loneliness? At this moment, everyone below looked at each other in disbelief, shocked by the gambling god's words. The ability to gamble on anything was simply inconceivable. This ability was too heaven-defying. Everyone understood what a terrifying monster it would create if given to a gambling master. They had never heard of such a heaven-defying ability before. It was precisely because everyone could imagine how terrifying someone with such abilities would be that they dared not act rashly. Not a single person dared to rush onto the altar to plunder its treasures. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Old Man Song. April 21, 2024. Author, Xiang Kangshan. Handsome. For 500 years there's always a first person to try something new. Since no one dared to seize the treasure in the air, an old man finally spoke up. The ability to gamble everything with others is truly unbelievable. I still can't believe such an ability exists in this world. We don't know if what you say is true or false, so let me test your ability. What are the rules of the game? How do you want to gamble? At this moment, all the goo cultivators looked at the old man, their eyes shining with strange light. Many people had already recognized the old man's identity, and a small murmur arose in the crowd. It's actually Old Song. He's a renowned master of cheating, known as the god of gamblers in the Central Plains. He's undefeated in casinos, and this is going to be a good show. I wonder what Old Song will bet on. Old Song shouldn't lack anything, right? He's amassed countless fortunes in casinos. He shouldn't lack material wealth. I think he'll bet something very special on this god of gamblers, and his chances of winning should be very high. HMPH. What are you thinking? High chances of winning, my foot. Don't forget how long this god of gamblers has lived. Old Song's age isn't even a fraction of his. This is a veteran who's gambled for countless millennia. His experience is incredibly rich. How could Old Song possibly beat him? I doubt it. Hearing the whispers among the crowd, the god of gamblers' lips curled into a smile. Someone dared to call himself the god of gamblers in front of him. How amusing. He hadn't seen a junior with such superb gambling skills in a long time. Today was the perfect opportunity to gamble to his heart's content. The god of gamblers revealed a disdainful gaze and arrogantly declared, "My rules are simple, you decide them. You can play however you like, but you must use your most proficient method. If you can beat me, you can take anything from me." Hearing this, everyone in the room gasped. The rules were entirely up to the opponent. What arrogance. There were countless ways to gamble in the world, not limited to the casino system. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. He was so confident he was proficient in all gambling methods, truly arrogant. Hearing this, Old Song smiled confidently. To let him set the rules? He was courting death. If before he wasn't certain he could defeat this mysterious soul, now he was absolutely certain. In the Central Plains, he was known as the god of gamblers, undefeated in casinos. If he set the rules and gambled in his area of expertise, he had no belief that he would lose. He was confident. You want me to set the rules? Fine. I'll play dice with you, we'll guess the numbers together, and whoever gets closest wins. But since I'm setting the rules, I should naturally provide the gambling equipment. My equipment is absolutely flawless, and the materials are specially made to block any detection. Even the strongest soul power can't sense the numbers inside the dice cup. I think this is the only way to ensure absolute fairness. Would you like to check my equipment? Old Song took out 3 dice in a dice cup from his storage ring, placed them on the table in front of him, and asked the god of gamblers with a smile. The god of gamblers glanced casually at the 3 dice and the dice cup, then smiled and said, "No need to check. I believe you wouldn't dare tamper with the equipment in front of me. What do you want to bet with me on?" Old Song had already decided what he wanted to bet on. This ability to bet on anything was truly interesting, giving him, a gambling enthusiast, a novel experience. He was now very interested. He said with great interest, "Isn't your ability supposed to be able to gamble on anything? I don't believe it. I want a mind-reading ability. I wonder if this ability can be used as a wager. If I win, can this ability truly be transferred to me without any side effects?" Old Song looked at him expectantly. As a gambler, the ability he most desired was naturally mind-reading. A person with mind-reading ability would be absolutely invincible in a casino. No one could beat someone with that ability. He didn't know if this gambling god's ability could truly grant him mind-reading. If it could, his gambling skills would rise several levels. Then, when he went to gamble against his rivals whose gambling skills were no weaker than his own, he would easily defeat them. Mind-reading was extremely important to him, so he hoped that what the gambling god said wasn't empty boasting. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Old Song actually wanted to gamble with the gambling god on a powerful ability. Could abilities really be used as wagers? Could an ability be forcibly transferred from one person to another? This is a bit outrageous, isn't it? All the goo cultivators turned their gazes to the god of gamblers, awaiting his next words. He, the god of gamblers, chuckled. "I've said it before, anything in this world, as long as you can name it, can be used for gambling. Isn't it just a mere mind-reading ability? I have it. As long as you can defeat me, then the mind-reading ability will appear within you, and I guarantee there won't be any side effects. It all depends on whether you can offer something of equal value to the mind-reading ability. What do you intend to offer as a bet on my mind-reading ability?" Upon hearing this, Elder Song immediately became wary. This god of gamblers actually possessed mind-reading abilities. People with mind-reading abilities were invincible in casinos, no matter what they were betting on. Just as he was about to speak, the god of gamblers seemed to read his mind from his expression and chuckled. "You can rest assured, almost all abilities in this world can only be used through the physical body. I am merely a soul, without a physical body. The mind-reading ability I won has been sealed within the god of gamblers' goo. I myself don't possess it, so you can confidently gamble with me." Hearing this, Old Song finally breathed a sigh of relief and tentatively asked, "How about I offer you treasures worth over 100 billion spirit stones to gamble with my mind-reading ability?" The god of gamblers shook his head and smiled. "If you want to gamble with me on non-material things, then you can only gamble with non-material things. That's always been my rule. I lack nothing in terms of material wealth. It's the least valuable thing to me," Old Song bluntly stated. "Then what do you want?" The god of gamblers carefully scanned him from head to toe, shook his head, and showed disdain. "You don't possess anything particularly special, except for your gambling talent and skills, which are decent, but even these things are incomparable to my mind-reading ability. You should understand how incredible mind-reading is. Someone with this ability can instantly know their opponent's next move and prepare a countermeasure in advance. Mind-reading can also instantly know all of an opponent's trump cards and the weaknesses of other goo worms. In this situation, how can the opponent possibly win? Someone with mind-reading is invincible in battle. What is the value of such an invincible ability? How could your gambling talent and skills be equivalent? Mind-reading is a rare ability, possessed by very few in the world. Such a rare ability cannot be exchanged for anything you have, unless you wager everything you have on me, your soul, lifespan, aptitude, even your life. Only by offering everything can you be equal to my mind-reading ability. Old Song was shocked. He actually had to offer everything to wager on mind-reading, including his life. In other words, he could only gamble this one round, and if he lost, he would die. With his life at stake, how could he not hesitate? Old Song's expression immediately shifted between light and shadow, his face contorted with inner turmoil. But then he remembered his greatest gambling skill, the ability to discern dice rolls by sound, always guessing the closest possible answer. So what if this gambling god's skills were superior? Even if he overestimated him, the god could still discern dice rolls by sound, meaning he could at most draw. In this game, the god was inherently invincible, with no chance of losing. The worst outcome was a tie. Since that was the case, why not gamble with him? Old Song clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and finally decided to gamble. He had already made up his mind that he would only gamble once. If this round ended in a tie, he would never play a second round. Having spent his entire life in casinos, this was the first time he had felt such pressure. He never cared about winning or losing. He was willing to bet billions of dollars worth of treasure. But betting against this person required sacrificing lifespan, aptitude, soul, and even one's life itself, things that would be fatal if lost, not something easily gambled away. At this moment, he truly felt the pressure and was genuinely afraid. Therefore, he decided to only gamble on this one round, stopping regardless of win or loss, refusing any further risks. Fine, I'll bet with you. I'll wager everything I have on my mind-reading ability. Old Song revealed a crazed expression, turning to someone in the crowd and shouting, "Disciple, come and roll the dice." Good heavens, he would stop at nothing to win. He not only set the rules, but also used his own equipment, and now he even needed someone else's person. He wanted to take advantage of everything. The stakes were simply too high, forcing him to shamelessly resort to such tactics. The god of gamblers didn't stop him, smiling as he watched the newcomer struggle. Everyone watched this bet with astonishment, a bet on non-material things, incredibly exciting. All the Gu cultivators were intrigued. Non-material wealth was far more valuable than material treasures. Improving aptitude, extending lifespan, gaining a special physique, who wouldn't want that? The allure of these things was simply too great. They were already considering what to gamble with this god of gamblers. Naively, they wondered whether it was better to gamble to the maximum of their aptitude, or an inexhaustible lifespan, or simply gamble everything. As long as this gamble proved the god of gamblers' abilities were genuine, they decided to immediately go and gamble against him. Compared to the almost impossible improvement, the 300 treasures in the sky had become a distant memory. Chapter 299 Key Family. April 21, 2024. Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu by Nian Yizin transmitted his voice to Longzhuan beside him. That Old Song is clearly not stupid. Since he proposed playing a guessing game, he can definitely guess the number of dice in the cup accurately. Tampering with the gambling equipment can't fool the god of gamblers. I guess he can judge the number of dice in the cup by listening to the sound of the dice hitting each other. Although this technique is a bit unbelievable, some gambling masters can still do it with a long period of practice. Do you think Old Song can win this game under these circumstances? Longzhuan shook his head and replied with the same soul transmission, I don't think he'll win. I guess the god of gamblers will win, if it's a normal, fair, and just bet. This game will at most end in a tie, and Old Song will never lose, but after my long observation, that god of gamblers is a cheat. He'll cheat. If he cheats, the variables in this game are too great, and Old Song is very likely to lose. Longzhuan was still full of resentment. It was because this gambling god cheated that he hadn't taken all the treasures in the outer city, which was a real pity. Through this incident, Longzhuan could tell that this gambling god liked to cheat, and if he could cheat once, he would cheat again. He was very likely to use underhanded tactics in this bet, which would be a big problem for Old Song. Of all things to bet against, why did he have to gamble with everything he had, including his life? In this round, he might very well lose his life. Gambling was truly a dangerous thing. There were no eternal winners in the world, and no gambler had a good ending. Even this gambling god ultimately failed, didn't he? Longzhuan sighed inwardly. Just as the two were communicating through soul transmission, the bet had already begun. Old Song's young apprentice threw 3 dice into the dice cup and then shook it rapidly. The dice collided continuously inside the cup, making a crisp, rapid sound. The entire room was deathly silent, no one spoke, only the sound of dice striking the cup echoed in the stillness. Old Song closed his eyes, listening intently to the sounds within the cup, his ears twitching occasionally. Just then, a loud shout rang out, startling him so much he jolted awake. Hearing a sudden, deafening noise while fully focused is truly terrifying. He had almost been scared out of his wits. Oh no, Old Song frantically tried to listen to the dice again, but the interruption made it impossible to hear the sounds clearly. His face paled instantly, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. You cheated, Old Song immediately glared at the gambling god. Oh? How did I cheat? Can't I even cough? You're so controlling. Why are you interfering with other people's coughs? Besides, when you made the rules, you didn't say anyone couldn't cough. The gambling god gave him an innocent look. You? Old Song felt an urge to vomit blood. Cough? Is that what you call a cough? Who coughs so loudly? Can a soul in your house cough? He's clearly doing it on purpose. Alright. Coughing is no crime. You've been shaking your dice for so long, it should fall now, right? The god of gamblers suddenly looked at the boy shaking the dice. The boy was immediately terrified by that look, and instinctively slammed the dice cup down on the table. As the dice cup fell, Old Song's face turned even paler, ashen. The sound of the dice cup hitting the table was like the tolling of a death knell, making his heart tremble, and his clothes instantly soaked with sweat. Alright. The dice cup has fallen. Start guessing the numbers. The god of gamblers' lips slowly curled into a smile as he looked at him. Old Song stiffly raised his head, his face incredibly pale, his hands trembling as he gripped the edge of the table. He hadn't heard the numbers on the dice at all. How was he supposed to guess? He was doomed. Thinking he had staked everything he had, including his life, he was utterly desperate. Finally, unable to bear the pressure any longer, he turned and ran outside. HMPH. Forfeiting is considered admitting defeat. Since you've admitted defeat, I can collect your bet. The god of gamblers' words had barely faded when, without any visible movement or attack on Old Man Song, he collapsed to the ground without warning before Old Man Song could even escape the palace. His eyes widened, and he was instantly lifeless. Everyone was shocked. He died just like that? From beginning to end, they hadn't seen how Old Man Song died, or how the god of gamblers had made his move. This bizarre killing ability sent chills down their spines. Now they were certain that this kind of goo worm definitely had the ability to gamble on anything, including life itself. Alright, next one. The god of gamblers looked around at the crowd with a strange gaze, awaiting the next victim. Long Zhuan's expression turned strange. He knew it, he knew this gambling god would cheat. Sure enough, Old Song's death was truly gruesome. He looked back at the arena, preparing to watch a few more games before deciding whether to make a move. Everyone has weaknesses, no one can win forever. Since he had let his opponent set the rules, that was an opportunity. There must be rules that this gambling god couldn't win, it all depended on how you looked at it. At this moment, many people shared the same thought as Long Zhuan. If they could set the rules themselves, the advantage would be enormous. Many overconfident individuals were already starting to stir. The second person to step forward was also an old man. Looking at the gambling god at the table, he smiled and said, "To be honest, I'm skilled at chess. In the Central Plains, I'm known as the chess saint. Although I've lost some games, I haven't lost since I came of age. Since I'll set the rules, let's play go. My rule is that I'll play black and move first, and you can't interfere with my game in any way, nor can you use any abilities during the game. Do you accept my bet?" the old man asked confidently. He was very confident in his chess skills, but considering his opponent might be no less skilled, he set the rule to move first. Don't underestimate the advantage of moving first. For an average player, the advantage of moving first isn't significant. But for a true master, the advantage is enormous. Theoretically, when two players are evenly matched, the first player is guaranteed to win, unless there's a huge difference in skill level. Therefore, with the first move, he was confident he would likely win, and even if he couldn't, he was sure he could at least draw. Losing was impossible. However, the god of gamblers, equally confident, looked at him and slowly smiled, saying, "Playing chess? It's been a long time since anyone played chess with me. I'll accept your bet. What do you want to bet with me?" The old man looked at him seriously and said, "I want to bet on fate." "I wonder if you can bet on something like fate." Everyone present was shocked. He actually wanted to bet on fate? Could something as ethereal as fate really be used for gambling? If even fate could be gambled, then what couldn't be gambled on? This god of gamblers was a bit too much, wasn't it? Many people were already showing greed. Kinkai was even considering whether the god of gamblers could also be used as a wager, since this person claimed everything could be gambled on. Once he got his hands on this god of gamblers goo, he would truly be invincible. He had already developed a covetous desire for this god of gamblers goo and began to ponder the rules of the game to defeat the god of gamblers. At the gambling table, the god of gamblers looked at the old man and smiled. Of course you can gamble. I've said it before, anything you can name can be gambled on. I have every kind of destiny I can offer. What destiny do you wish to gamble on? The old man blurted out. I want the destiny of an emperor. Do you have it? The god of gamblers became interested, and said with a playful tone, such a big appetite. You even dare to ask for such a destiny? I naturally have such a destiny, but you must understand that you have nothing of equal value on you unless you offer everything you have to gamble with me. Do you have the courage to gamble everything? The old man was not intimidated and confidently said, since I dared to come here, I naturally have the courage. If I can lose even if I go first in chess, then I might as well not live. Let's begin, no rush. The god of gamblers waved his hand, and a table and a pair of chairs appeared out of thin air not far away, along with a chessboard and chess pieces. After doing all this, the god of gamblers said, there are still many people here who want to gamble with me, and playing chess is too much of a waste of time. You can gamble with my clone. As soon as he finished speaking, another figure that looked exactly like the god of gamblers appeared beside the table, looking at him with a smile. The old man was not surprised but delighted, secretly sighing that this god of gamblers was really arrogant. As the second player, he was already at a huge disadvantage, yet he still dared to gamble with his clone. The clone's abilities were ultimately inferior to the original, and the chances of winning against a clone would be greatly increased. With such a huge advantage, he really didn't think he had any chance of losing this time. He quickly walked over, picked up the black piece without hesitation, and placed it on the chessboard first. Seeing that the two had already started playing chess, Longzhuan looked at Dizin and chatted casually, who do you think will win this game? Dizin thought for a moment, then looked ahead seriously and said, this person is very famous, I've heard a little about him. This person comes from the Qi clan, named Qi Huan. The Qi clan is a great clan that excels at chess, especially in refining chess-related poisons. Everyone in the clan is skilled at chess, possessing extremely high innate talent. It can be said that among humans, the Qi clan has the highest chess talent. Most of the world's top chess players are concentrated in the Qi clan. You may not know this, but almost no one with the surname Qi can beat someone with the surname Qi in chess. In the chess world, someone with the surname Qi can only lose to someone with the surname Qi. Of course, I'm referring to the highest level, most advanced games, and this Qi Huan is the Qi clan's #1 chess player. He's a god in high-level games. No one can surpass his level. In this game, he moves first, and he's playing against an avatar. He's almost guaranteed to win. Otherwise, where do you think he gets the confidence to gamble everything against the god of gamblers? He truly has the ability, unless that god of gamblers tries to cheat again. Otherwise, even if he doesn't win this game, he absolutely cannot lose. Hearing this, Longzhuan's gaze was thoughtful. You mean the god of gamblers can only beat this Chess Huan if he cheats? But Chess Huan is also clever. He added a rule to the game beforehand that he cannot interfere with him in any way, nor can he use any abilities. Chess is already the fairest game. How could this god of gamblers possibly have room to cheat? Dizin glanced at him and smiled. Fair? Nothing in this world is absolutely fair. Since chess has a first and second move, it is destined to be an unfair game. Otherwise, where would this Chess Huan get such a big advantage? Let's wait and see. I think this time the god of gamblers will again exploit the loopholes in the rules to cheat. This Chess Huan may follow in old song's footsteps. Chapter 300. The ninth young master attends the gambling table. At this moment, the god of gamblers clone was playing chess with Qi Huan, leaving the god of gamblers main body idle. He looked around again and smiled. Now, who else wants to gamble with me? I'll go. It was the ninth prince who spoke. He raised his hand, his eyes showing a serious look. I wonder if Senior still has any golden toads. He looked intently at the god of gamblers. Ninth prince, please think twice. This is a soul that has lived for countless millennia, experienced in all kinds of gambling. It's not so easy to win. The ninth prince's sudden words startled the surrounding Jin clan Gu cultivators, who all shouted to stop him. It's alright. The ninth young master turned and glanced at the crowd behind him, saying, from what he's saying, if we're betting on non-material things with him, then we can only bet on non-material treasures. Similarly, if we're betting on material treasures with him, then we can only bet on material treasures, and what I lack least are material treasures. I can bet with him however I want, and what does it matter if I lose? With my wealth, I can afford to lose. You don't need to stop me. Hearing this, the group of Jin Clan Gu cultivators behind him were all stunned, as if it made perfect sense. The ninth young master's wealth was comparable to that of a country. What did it matter if he lost a little? It wouldn't have any impact. On the contrary, if he really won, he could get a golden toad, which was a worthwhile deal. So the group of Jin Clan Gu cultivators behind him all fell silent and stopped trying to stop him. The god of gamblers revealed a mysterious smile, saying, "That makes sense, but like you Jin family's treasure merchants, if you want to exchange my treasures, you must offer treasures several times more valuable. Is this rule acceptable to you?" I forgot to answer you. I have golden toads, and a huge number of them. How much do you want to bet with me? I won't bet on just a few. I never bet small. If you want to bet on golden toads with me, you must play in groups of at least 5. Hearing this, the ninth prince's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the god of gamblers to have so many golden toads. He wished for as many as possible, and groups of 5 suited him perfectly. He wholeheartedly agreed. Unable to suppress his greed any longer, he strode forward. Long Zhuan stared intently at his retreating figure. For some reason, even if the ninth prince lost, he would only lose some insignificant wealth, but Long Zhuan had a feeling that the ninth prince was doomed. To be precise, everyone who gambles with this god of gamblers is doomed. All gambling is a huge trap, leading people step by step into an abyss of no return. He already sensed that this god of gamblers was definitely a cunning old fox, and if he didn't use some dirty tricks in this game, his name would be written backwards. How do you want to gamble with me? Tell me your rules. Seeing that the ninth young master had already walked to the gambling table, the god of gamblers asked with a smile. Having carefully considered his options and already devised a rule to defeat the god of gamblers, the ninth prince chuckled. I know you've lived for countless millennia. In that long span of time, you've mastered every game to perfection. Therefore, no matter what we play, I can't possibly win. I know my limitations, however, no one can win forever. There are ways to beat you. A glint of wisdom flashed in the ninth prince's eyes as he confidently smiled. Since you're experienced in everything, I'll eliminate the age gap and render your experience useless. I won't compete with you in skill, I'll only compete in luck. My rules are simple. My men will shake a silent cup. I guarantee that no one can detect a number inside the cup, nor hear a sound. But to be on the safe side, I still stipulate that neither side is allowed to use any abilities or interfere with the other in any way. All methods that increase the odds are prohibited. We'll only bet on luck. We'll see who has the higher number. Do you dare to bet with me? Ninth prince asked confidently, looking at him. He wasn't truly confident. It was simply a gamble based on luck, meaning both sides would win and lose. No matter how many rounds he lost, even if he lost 9 out of 10, as long as he won 1, he was guaranteed a set of golden toads. This was his calculation, a surefire way to win a set of golden toads. He wasn't afraid to lose, even if he lost many treasures. He was determined to get the golden toads. How? You're clever, not relying on gambling skills, just luck. If you play enough rounds, I'll lose sooner or later. Looks like I'm destined to break my undefeated myth today. What a cunning little brat. The god of gamblers wore a helpless expression, his face contorted in a grimace. Bring your dice cup and let's begin. I said you set the rules, so I won't go back on my word. I accept your bet, the god of gamblers added. Seeing the god of gamblers take the bait, the ninth prince was overjoyed and immediately waved behind him. Soon, a beautiful female Gu cultivator from the Jin family ran to the table carrying a rather large dice cup. Long Zhuan stared blankly at this scene, then at the god of gamblers' expression of impending defeat, his lips twitching involuntarily. This guy was definitely acting. How could he possibly lose playing like this? The ninth prince was intelligent, but even the wisest can make mistakes. He had never seen the god of gamblers Gu before and was completely unfamiliar with its abilities. He probably hadn't expected that the god of gamblers Gu could even gamble on a person's luck. After so many years, the god of gamblers' luck value must be at its maximum. Gambling on luck with him was practically suicide. This ninth prince was so clever that he thought he could win a game sooner or later just by gambling on luck. In reality, he wouldn't win a single game. Playing like this with a god of gamblers would likely result in a crushing defeat. However, the ninth prince shouldn't be stupid. If he lost 10 games out of 10 against the god of gamblers, he should realize something was wrong. With his wisdom, he should be able to stop in time, right? As long as he stops in time, it's just a loss of some money, not a big problem. Long Zhuan thought to himself. At this moment, the gambling game had already started. The beautiful Gu cultivator was shaking the dice cup. After the 9th prince called for a stop, she put the dice cup face down on the table. After the female Gu cultivator lifted the dice cup, the number inside showed 555, a total of 15 points. The 9th prince immediately showed a smug smile and laughed. 15 points in total. Looks like my luck is pretty good. You only have 3 possible numbers to beat me with this score. I'll win this round if nothing unexpected happens. The god of gamblers looked up at him and laughed. Don't be too sure of yourself. Until the very last moment, who can know the final result? Shake the cup again. The god of gamblers looked at the female Gu cultivator again. The female Gu cultivator threw 3 dice into the dice cup again and began to shake it, but before she could shake it a few times, the god of gamblers called for a stop. Upon hearing this, the female Gu cultivator placed the dice cup down and immediately lifted it. The dice showed 566, a total of 17, 2 points more than the 9th prince's score. The god of gamblers had naturally won the first round. The 9th prince looked astonished. He could lose like that? This god of gamblers' luck was too good. However, he didn't dwell on it. In this kind of gambling, any number could be rolled. The god of gamblers rolling 17 was perfectly normal, it just meant he was lucky. But could he be lucky every time? The 9th prince wasn't discouraged. He would win sooner or later. Sorry, it seems I won this round. My luck seems pretty good today, the god of gamblers said, looking at the 9th prince. I'm going to collect my bets now. Be prepared. Hearing this, the 9th prince's heart tightened, and he quickly checked the treasures in his stored ring. He quickly discovered that the treasures in his stored ring were disappearing in large quantities, vanishing right before his eyes. It was utterly unbelievable. He wondered what kind of power could take treasures from someone else's storage ring out of thin air. Fortunately, the disappearing treasures were random, valuable and worthless items disappeared proportionally, which relieved him. The loss was manageable for him. For others, treasures equivalent to 5 golden toads would be an astronomical sum, enough to bankrupt most people. But for this wealthy 9th young master, this amount was just a drop in the ocean, something he could easily afford to lose. Let's continue. The 9th young master gestured to the female Gu cultivator, signaling her to continue shaking the Gu. Time passed second by second, and before they knew it, the 9th young master had played 7 rounds with the god of gamblers. And he lost all 7 rounds, not winning a single one. At this point, everyone sensed that something was wrong. This is a game purely based on luck. Even with the worst luck, how could someone lose 7 out of 7 rounds? That's abnormal. And it wasn't just him who felt something was wrong. 9th prince had already sensed something was amiss. His back was soaked with sweat, and his eyes were bloodshot. How is this possible? Are you sure you're betting on luck with me, and you didn't use any tricks? 9th prince hurriedly took out the honesty Gu, his face contorted with rage as he glared at the god of gamblers. The god of gamblers, unfazed, looked directly into the honesty Gu's eyes and solemnly said, I swear, I'm betting only on luck, and I haven't done anything unrelated to luck. Are you satisfied with my answer? Seeing that the honesty Gu's eyes weren't glowing, the god of gamblers smiled at 9th prince. 9th prince saw that the honesty Gu indeed wasn't glowing, and he didn't understand any wordplay the god of gamblers was using, so his brows furrowed even deeper. He really didn't use any tricks? What on earth was going on? This was truly bizarre. 9th prince was on the verge of madness. Finally, he made up his mind. He wouldn't care anymore. He'd gamble one last time. Win or lose, he would stop immediately. He absolutely couldn't gamble with this guy again. This guy was simply wicked. I'll gamble with you one last time. Shake the dice. The 9th prince's gaze fell upon the female Gu cultivator holding the dice cup. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.